take out Wall's team where they are. They have such a strong knowledge of where everybody's coming from. Another elimination.
After the wall for strike on that. 2, 3. Overclock comes out from Karma. Finds one untouched, or finds two on throw. Karma never backs down.
That's a big double kill from the Black Panther. Coming in for a third and a fourth. Massive play.
Hello, and welcome back, everyone, to the 2026 Esports Series Championship, coming to you live from Full Sail University in sunny Orlando, Florida.
Yeah, come on now, come on, y'all. It's finally here. We've been at this for 3 days now, and Championship Sunday is finally here. Day 1 and day 2, we saw Fortnite and Apex Legends gameplay with XP League Wolfpack Alpha from Burleson, Texas, being crowned the first ever ESC Fortnite national champions, and Wiley High School from Wiley, Texas, putting on the rings for Apex Legends.
Yesterday, day 3, we whittled down the competition in Valorant, Rocket League, Overwatch, Marvel Rivals, crazy long day, and we finally finished off by crowning our first ever Minecraft champions, XP League Falcons Navy from Frisco, Texas.
After all of that build-up, Day 4, Championship Sunday is finally here, and we have a huge lineup ahead of us.
And today there's a lot of crowning to be done. We'll crown Rocket League champions today, first ever ESC champions. We'll crown Overwatch champions. We'll crown Marvel Rivals champions. We'll crown Valorant champions. But before we get there, let's take a look at the schedule. We kicked things off this morning with our Rocket League Grand Finals match and awards, followed immediately by the Overwatch Championship match right around noon.
Around 2:30 p.m. this afternoon, our 2 Marvel Rivals finalists will attempt to you see what we did? Okay, I'm sorry. All right, anyways, their opponents to bring home the rings before wrapping things up with Valorant Grand Finals and awards around 4:30 p.m.
But before Rocket League gets the ball rolling, we'd like to just take a minute to say thank you to all of our awesome sponsors. This weekend never would have happened if it wasn't for you guys.
And a very special thanks to our official focus drink of ESC, Metal.
And of course, we want to make sure we shout out an ESC big thank you to Full Sail University here in Orlando, Florida, for being such a great partner for this event. They have always helped provide a stage for some of the best youth esports players in the country, and this year has been no different. If you were lucky enough to be here this weekend, and we're talking to parents, we're talking to spectators, players, all of you, then you can see why this place has been such a great fit for an event like this. All the way from collegiate esports programming, all the way down to industry level facilities, Full Sail takes esports seriously. And while they do that, they still keep it fun and creative, and that's what makes this place so special. So before we get back to the action, let's take a few minutes to learn a little bit more about esports here at Full Sail University.
Full Sail University, students from all degree programs work alongside current faculty and staff to produce industry-leading esports events on Full Sail's campus in Orlando, Florida. Let's take a look at how one of these high-energy competitions comes to life. It all kicks off in pre-production. After the initial concept is formed, artists use CAD to visualize detailed 3D renderings of the entire event's layout. Precise measurements are crucial for bringing the team's vision into focus. A comprehensive technical setup book maps out complex video, audio, and network signal flows, guiding technicians and documenting gear for easy troubleshooting. Call sheets and logistics align the crew, setting the stage for success. Next comes setup. For this event, we roll in over 100 high-powered gaming PCs. They need to be unpacked, set up, and wired with monitors, keyboards, and mice at the Full Sail live venue. Games are installed and observer computers prepped to capture the best in-game angles for the audience. Networking is a critical aspect to esports. Thousands of feet of Ethernet cables and miles of fiber optics connect switches with computers, while on-site caching servers speed up game and software downloads. Full Sail University's industry-leading IT infrastructure, redundant internet service providers, and experienced engineers ensure competitive gameplay at the highest level. Audio for esports competitions brings its own challenges. At Full Sail, players use professional esports audio interfaces to hear the game and their team clearly. Meanwhile, casters provide live commentary, staying synced with production using a campus-wide intercom system to give live gameplay updates. When it's showtime, the broadcast springs to action. Under the producer's direction, camera operators capture every moment. The graphics team works together to enhance the broadcast with lower thirds, wipes, and overlays. Instant replays, video packages, and highlight reels are all the job of the replay operator. The lighting director crafts the in-room experience, carefully using every fixture, LED wall, and laser in the rig. The broadcast audio engineer cues the music and mixes the sound for the streams, while the front-of-house engineer creates the sound experience for the live audience. The technical director orchestrates it all through the video switcher, sending out the stream live for fans to cheer on their favorite teams using services such as Twitch and YouTube. That's just a small glimpse into how Full Sail University powers esports events.
The beautiful thing about Rocket League is that it is such an intense game with rotations coming and honestly, the saves that can happen, the aerials that can happen. It is amazing that we get to see this level of competition coming today. So everyone, the thank yous are done. The cars are warmed up. The arena is set, and Championship Rocket League is officially ready to get underway.
And now, we love the cheers. We love the cheers. Get hyped.
Come on now.
Let's go. All right. It is time to meet our teams. So get on your feet. Let's go. Everybody up on your feet. Get on your feet because the first team coming out to see play here in the final grand championships for ESC 2026 is the Franklin High School Panthers from Franklin, California.
And introducing their opponents from Rocky Mountain, Colorado, make some noise for XP League Grizzly Alpha!
Hold that line. Hey, good luck. Now, before we jump in and throw it over, I got to make sure I take a quick look over here and say what's up to my boys over here on the casting desk. Nuclear, Epic, they're going to crush it. We already got to hear a bit from them over the last couple days. They've been insane, and so I can't wait to kick it off and get started. So off to you guys.
Thank you so much, OMS and Scooby. Welcome in, everyone, to the Rocket League Grand Championship Finals match up here at the 2026 Esports Series Championship here at Full Sail University. I'm Nuclear.
I'm Epic. I'm happy to be here at the Fortress. I mean, we've been in the live event venue at Full Sail University all weekend long, gearing up for Championship Sunday. Nuke, it feels good to be here.
Oh my gosh, it's wonderful to be back here. This isn't my first rodeo, but man, every time it's just they ramp it up more and more here at Full Sail.
They do. I mean, look at those introductions. The teams are getting hyped. We had a lawnmower on the stage. The players are playing into the environment. And honestly, that's what you want to see at the start of a high-pressure best-of-5 like we're about to witness.
Absolutely. I mean, Rocket League is all about speed, precision, and control. Every touch and rotation matters. One big save or blown clear can completely change a match.
And we saw that in the semifinals. I mean, Game 5 overtime is what got the XP League Rocky Mountain Grizzlies Alpha here. They won it in OT with a large clear through the midfield into an open net. They survived so much pressure in defense. It demonstrates just how small the margins are here. I mean, these teams have done so much to get here through long seasons from the fall, through the winter, into the spring, even playing qualifier events to get to this point. And now they are one series win away from being crowned ESC national champions.
You got to give it to Chip for that Game 5 overtime score to get to this venue. Well, you know, we've rambled enough. The players are loaded in, the cars are on the pitch, and the very first kickoff of the championship day is just mere moments away.
Well, here we go. The players have been dreaming of this moment for a long, long time, and now it is reality. The Rocket League Grand Finals action starts right now.
Yeah, first we're going to take a look over at the pools graphics, see a little bit of how we got to this moment. And as you can see, the pools were crazy. That Pool A three-way tie, Wiley High School making it on by a game differential.
And it was tight. It was their game win against the Rocky Mountain Grizzlies that got them into second place. Again, demonstrating the margins you have to play within at a championship, a national level event like this. But on the other side of the, on Pool B, of course, had a tight competition. Franklin Storm came in second, and then it was Franklin High School that ended up taking it. As you see there on the main stage right now, they were 3-0. They went undefeated there, and so they have not dropped anything other than the one game they lost in pool play, that Franklin Storm team.
Yeah, and I mean, absolutely crazy. We could have had a Franklin Grand Finals. We were really close, but it was crazy getting to this point. Absolutely. Pool B, Pool A, congratulations to all the teams that made it out this weekend to compete. We were in the pits watching the matches, and it is very clear that the parents, the fans, the students have worked very hard to get to this point.
I mean, just a Game 5 overtime in the semifinals to start us off. I think we got the bracket ready to show off exactly what happened. It couldn't be more different, the paths these two teams took to get to the grand finals. I mean, as tense as it gets, large crowds standing behind the Grizzlies and Franklin Storm for that long semifinal series, but in between them in the pit, the Franklin Panthers kind of cruised. Yes, 3 close games against Wiley High School, but still a sweep to get here has to have them feeling comfortable.
Yeah, and Wiley High School beat the other Franklin the Franklin Marauders rather, to get to that point. So yeah, going into this grand finals, the Grizzlies are going to have to bolster down a little bit more because the Panthers didn't really sweat much Franklin Storm in the pool play.
I'm really going to be watching how the Franklin Panthers manage their offense in this series, because in the semifinal that the Rocky Mountain Grizzlies played, their defense was really scrambled. Everyone looked a little bit nervous, and I think rightfully so. It's Championship Sunday and likely the biggest event these players have played in their entire careers. And so they were nervy, but in defense, they communicated so well, and they survived an onslaught of pressure by that Franklin Storm team. And so I have to imagine the Franklin Panthers now in this grand finals will be in a similar position where they're allowed to play with a good bit of space, but if they find themselves overextending just a little bit, I think that's going to be when the Grizzlies strike.
Yeah, like we were saying earlier, I think the name of the game is going to be control, and whether or not you're overcommitting is going to determine whether or not you're going to get scored on very quickly, because you got to be very reactive to get to this point in the finals. And you know, you brought up a good point. They've been here all season. They've worked very hard. These are high school level teams for the most part, so they're going on. Ideally, you want to see them in the collegiate scene. And we're proud to say here on the desk that UC San Diego has 2 of these players committing to their college from Franklin Panthers. That's XSync and PCO. So really cool to see the high school pipeline reinforced as we see these players move on to collegiate play.
I'm glad to hear that they're going to a West Coast school as well, because the West in CRL has not always been the strongest region. So the fact that UCSD could potentially be getting 2 national champions before they even step foot on a college campus would be huge. But you got to get through this best of 5 first. And I mean, a best of 5 slips by quickly on a grand final stage. So I hope everyone's coming to play in game one. It's a different venue than what they've been playing in all weekend long, so they have to adjust fast.
Yeah, that stage changes the entire environment, the whole rhetoric of the play. So I am eager to see how they react to that environment. In the Smash Brothers community, we say it takes right around 50 tournaments to get comfortable. Rocket League, obviously, it's a little bit less than that because you're used to that environment. But oh my lord, they're looking great on stage too. This is going to be a phenomenal afternoon. Like you said, though, it's going to go by very, very fast. Games are 5 minutes. It's a best of 5. We're here for maybe 30 minutes at most.
Maybe. I mean, I'm hoping for another game 5 overtime that kind of pushes the limit. I know the rest of the admins aren't hoping for a series that long just to get us on schedule for the day. A lot of esports having their grand finals played out today. But, you and I hoping for a long one here. And honestly, that's why I'm glad to see the Grizzlies coming out with a lawnmower, like hyping up the crowd when they got up on stage, because it's easy to kind of shrink under the spotlights. But I have a feeling these 6 players and their coaches as well are going to be rising to the occasion.
Yeah, I had a chance to chat with Coach Gavin from the Franklin Panthers a little bit ago, and he said that they're absolutely ready. They've been preparing all season. 2 of the players are SSLs, GC2, so they've been putting in the work behind the scenes outside of the league. But speaking of the league, this is my first experience working with Valhalla and XP League throughout the week. It's been really interesting to see, and I gotta shout out whoever on their marketing team does the logos. Chef's kiss. Phenomenal. I work a lot in the high school space, and I do not see logos like we've seen this weekend. If you look at the Franklin Panthers and Grizzlies logos as we get into game, if your jaw's not dropped, then I don't know what you're doing.
There's so much that's gone into making this ESC Nationals event so special. I mean, including the crowd that's sat right now for a grand finals. I mean, if you're out there right now, you better stay loud as this best of 5 gets along. The players need to know exactly who they're playing for. So many fans, so many teachers, parents, coaches in the crowd supporting these kids on their esports journey.
And I gotta shout out the staff for handing out the noise beaters. Those are awesome. Let's hear the noise beaters if you got them. Yeah.
I mean, the more noise that we can make, I think the better. The Fortress isn't a massive facility. It's super detailed. The lighting's incredible. The stage feels a lot bigger than it is, square foot wise. But I mean, we make it so loud in here. It feels like an arena. And as we are about to get started with our ESC Nationals Rocket League Grand Finals, you had better stay loud out there, because the Rocky Mountain Grizzlies Alpha versus the Franklin Panthers is set to start our day off right.
Yeah, and we're going to be getting onto the pitch here very, very soon. Going into this game 1, what are you looking for, Bepik?
I want to see how everyone looks. Are they playing confident challenges all across the field? Because, like I said, it's easy to shrink under the spotlight, and the same goes for your play on the pitch. Are you playing passive? Are you sitting back? I heard the comms during that semifinal between the Franklin Storm and the Rocky Mountain Grizzlies, and Doom, who has taken that in-game leadership role, was shouting at his teammates, play confidently, make sure you challenge, don't give them space. So I want to see if that's the case for the Grizzlies and how the Franklin Panthers adjust to that. But here we go. Game 1, tone setter. Let's see who starts off strong.
Well, it looks like Franklin Panthers gonna have control first. That's PCO now in the corner. Chip taking it up, placing it back in the midfield, but like we were talking about, that control sync is there and ready. Bouncing it right up in front of the goal. Chip up again with the Grizzlies. PCO passing it back, looking for something here. Ooh, the ding on the goal, and X-Sync will score the first goal of the series.
Took control off the opening kickoff and did not relinquish it. Great shot off the bar. X-Sync follows his shot. That's what you teach every athlete to do. No matter what sport it is, you follow your shot, and X-Sync benefits.
Yeah, you gotta be clean with these rotations, and X-Sync was there and ready. X-Sync on the onslaught once more, taking it to the back corner. Coop pushing up in the midfield for Franklin. That's Coop up, PCO second, pushing in, but that's gonna be Chip taking control. X-Sync regaining control, but Doom is ready. And Coop sliding past 2 in for a second goal of the series.
Fast start for the Franklin Panthers. They've scored a pair of goals before the Grizzlies have even tasted the offensive half. Sharp shooting so far shows me that the Panthers are feeling comfortable even in this new environment. Up on the grand final stage, the fact that they are shooting with accuracy and pace here in game 1 says a lot about their preparation for this moment.
Yeah, Donboss taking it off the top now. Ooh, trying to get a third one in is Xsync. Now putting it in the corner, redirecting up. And it's that type of play that we want to see, not the straightforward, but the plays where you're taking a little bit of time, advancing the play. And Coop now redirecting back to Xsync, passing it up in front of the goal. That's PCO now, dropping it in front, but Chip is there and waiting in the wings.
I have full confidence that the Grizzlies will start to feel a bit more comfortable in defense as they settle into their rotations, get their comms a little bit cleaner. It's what they did in their semifinal against the Franklin Storm, so we'll see if that is the case again in the grand finals. But now a 2-on-1, Xsync all alone in the back half for the Franklin Panthers, finds a good couple of touches. No, Doom takes the ball out from underneath him and will get the Grizzlies on the board.
Yeah, Xsync looking for the pinch, not quite finding it is Doom. Gonna, like you said, slide underneath with the Michael Jordan profile picture. We love to see it.
Wants the trophy just like Jordan. Grizzlies will have to keep working hard like that if they are going to lift, well, the championship rings here. No trophy to lift, but I would say the championship rings have been flexing on stream all weekend long, or maybe an even cooler grand prize. And if this keeps up, the Franklin Panthers might be the team hoisting them at the end of the event.
I mean, at this point, Bebek, we might have a hard time keeping up. 4 goals in less than 2 minutes. This is going to be a slobber knocker back and forth.
It's what happens when you have grand final nerves seeping into the gameplay. The Grizzlies are not set in defense. They're getting caught out. They're not communicating properly. 2 players on the near side post, and no one is covering the left side of the net. They are not settled in right now, and I think you can see it on that shot right there. That's Doom in the middle. He's making sure his teammates know that they have to settle in. They have to play better than this because they know they're better than this.
Yeah, you had brought up the double commits earlier, and I think we're starting to see that gameplay seep through a little bit there. Bepik has 2 tried to save. Neither were really in position. Chip now up in front of the goal. That's PCO there for the defense. Doom passing around in the back post. Coop coming up. Chip again. Xsync taking it, trying to find someone for a pass. They're going to take it themselves. Push it on the advance, trying to fight for the boost. That's going to be Xsync taking it from Doom. Doom trying to find something in the midfield. They'll find something, trying to pass back along on the play now as they're trying to get the rotations a little clean as we're playing across this midfield.
The story of this first game is being told by the boost totals right now. Franklin have so much pressure, not because they're playing right up close to the orange net, but because they are dominating the boost game. Everyone at the start of that counterattack had close to a full tank of boost, and it just wore the Grizzlies out. Franklin Panthers have full control over every square inch of the pitch right now, and it's reflected in the score sheet.
Yeah, and if we know anything about Rocket League, it's not over until it hits 0 seconds. Grizzlies certainly have time to bring this back, but they can't let you bounce the ball directly over Doom for their 6th goal of the series.
And the Franklin Panthers are looking at them right now on the stage, look so comfortable. I mean, they're locked in, up 5 goals with 2 minutes left right now. It would be easy for a team's focus to start to slip at this stage of game 1, but instead they are using it to prepare for what could be a long series, to stay focused for what could be maybe 45 minutes of gameplay should it go all 5 games. The Franklin Panthers are locked in.
Yeah, on the kickoff too, we saw 2 double fakes. Ignorant, if you will, a little much from the team. The ball sat there for quite a second. Chip now pushing up, and Chip going to get the 6th goal of the series.
It's a confidence builder. I don't think it inspires us too much. The comeback's going to happen. We'll see if the Grizzlies are able to do a little bit more, but that's something you build on going into game 2, because how game 1 starts does not have to be how the series ends. The Grizzlies should know that. They've been competing a long time at the highest level. So that 2nd goal to see Chip striking hard from the air as well, which tends to be a part of the game that suffers when you're feeling nervous in a grand finals on land like this. That's great to see. The Grizzlies can build on that.
Yeah, Coop winning the kickoff with the wave dash. Now passing back, Chip up in the air. Xsync, ooh, going for a bump, trying to throw the Grizzlies off of any offense that they can, and that's just showing great defense from the Panthers.
The Panthers can't afford to let their foot off the gas pedal. I don't think they will, considering what we've seen from the players' faces up on stage. They remain focused, even though the Grizzlies are having a go at this Game 1 comeback. But Franklin Panthers find another advantageous situation with just Chip alone in defense. Then able to find control on the ball, but at least does stave off an attempt for a 7th Franklin Panthers goal. So now the Grizzlies can settle into this, find your normal rotation, start creating on the other side of the pitch as their offense is getting better and better. Franklin have to be cautious.
Ooh, Coop with the redirect up to Don Boss. Grizzlies taking their time to advance these plays, but like you said, the boost is telling the story here, Bepic, and they are clean out of it. The Panthers just continuing their onslaught. Chip taking it up the side, trying to stop PCO. That'll be Don Boss taking it back through the midfield. Coop looking for the redirect, not allowing that in the goal, but Don Boss, no boost left. What is going to happen? Coop's going to take it back to the midfield, try to advance it for the Panthers, but they have all the time in the world to kill here.
They do. 15 seconds, 4 goals is impossible. The Grizzlies started slow and paid the price, but Franklin coming out locked in on the grand final stage has netted them a hot start. And now they put themselves 2 games away from a national championship. It shows you the sort of focus you need to come into a championship level game, a championship level stage with. And now look at the faces of the Franklin players. No smiles yet. Job's not done.
Absolutely. And I love the cheering from the crowd in this venue as we're getting at 0 seconds. Everyone's getting hyped regardless of the score line. That's what we love to see. It's World Cup season right now, Bepic. And right now, Grizzlies Alpha said, no Brazil, we're taking a goal and we're moving into the next game.
And it was an important goal too. I mean, like I said, it didn't start any sort of Game 1 comeback effort, but I don't think they were playing for Game 1 right there. Obviously, you know, in the moment you're trying to win, but the more important situation you find yourself in is, okay, we're down by a game now going into Game 2. We're not set. We're not playing like ourselves. Once you see Chip slot that second goal like he did, that's when you say, okay, one of us is locked in. The rest of us are going to follow suit. And now everyone should start to be hitting shots like that, be creating the passing plays we saw towards the end of Game 1. They're building for the future.
Speaking of those passing plays, let's take a look at those passing plays, at the highlights from that first game.
Well, a lot of impactful offense from the Franklin Panthers from the get-go. I mean, they scored from the opening kickoff. I don't think the Grizzlies were able to find any sort of offense before they were already down by 2. That's a testament to the Franklin Panthers and probably what their coach said to them to get them ready for this grand finals. But it did get a little hairy as the game went along. That was a great shot from the sideline from Doom, taking advantage of a slightly awkward defender, and that's what the Grizzlies did so well in their semifinal. And that's where the Franklin Panthers do have to be careful. You cannot let your focus slip for a moment.
Oh, not at all, especially in these short games, Bepic. But absolutely, X-Sync and your boy Coop at least putting up 3 goals apiece in that last game. PCO played a great utility game and ensuring that they were ready as that third man. Love to see it. Coop scoring again, as we're seeing in this replay. This replay is probably just going to have enough time to show all of the goals because that was so much for a Game 1, Bepic.
I know, 8 goals is exactly what we could have asked for at the start. Maybe a closer Game 1, but like the offenses did come to play. So Game 2, we'll see who settles in a bit more because you have to continue to upgrade as the series goes along. Your opponent is going to do it, so you have to keep pace. So Franklin can't just see 6 goals scored in Game 1 and think, okay, we are good enough right now to win a championship. No, you have to keep improving as the game goes along. Figure out how to set up your own plays in the Grizzlies end because they'll adapt to what you're doing in the offensive zone. So you have to adapt to the adaptation. It's a chess game.
Yeah, you said the thing before this series, Bepic, and it is a matter of adapting, and it's a matter of keeping that mental up. That first game, like you were looking for, it's all about filling out the other team. It's a best of 5, so you have a little bit more time to figure things out. But you can't just sit high and pretty and wait because it's not going to work out if you do. As you can see, Panthers taking that first game 6-2 at Urban Central. For the series, we will be staying at Urban Central. So there won't be a very big map rotation.
Yeah, sticking in the same location. No need to get up and move. They already did that when they won their semifinals and then came over here to the Full Sail Fortress, which is an incredible venue, and more people are filling in as this series gets along. A lot of fans, a lot of supporters behind these players. So make sure they can hear you all throughout this series because because that gives us even higher quality gameplay, that gives us a closer final. You have to think it'll bolster these students of the game in one of the most high-pressure series they've played in possibly their entire careers.
Speaking of high pressure, we have a near goal kicking things off. Coop going for that, but Donboss going to get a save off. Chip taking this and trying to advance a play, but that's going to be X-Sync ready to redirect back to PCO. He's taking it up the left side, passing to Coop mid-air. That's Doom ready to take it off the back.
And Doom is a player that I'm watching in this game because he's the vocal leader for this team, and I'm sure wants to continue to lead them on the pitch as well. Is always calling out improvements that have to be made, keeping the troops in line. But it's one thing to talk your talk, you got to walk the walk as well. So saw Doom get that one goal in game one. Sure, he's looking to improve on that score line, but already a minute in, improvements on the defensive side of the pitch. Franklin had scored twice by this point at the start of this series, but the Grizzlies have upgraded their game, and so we've got to score this first minute.
That's that adaptation you were talking about, Bepic. Feeling out the other team, knowing exactly what to prepare for. PCO taking it up the right. That's Coop and the rest of the squad following suit. Chip will take control in the midfield. X-Sync stopping it in its tracks. Doom now up the top, taking it down. Coop is there and ready though. Like you said, Bepic, these rotations are gonna have to be a bit cleaner and a little tighter if they want to advance these plays they're trying.
X-Sync just had a really impactful rotation. Big bump in defense to grant Franklin space to get that shot off and elicited the efforts of two defenders on the goal line of the Grizzlies. So X-Sync, a big part of why this offense is about to really get started, especially now that they are back on the ball, carrying enough over that first defender to get Coop the ball, and PCO an open net to shoot on. That was clinical from the Panthers.
Absolutely, that was textbook, if you will. Off the back, they were ready, and that's cleaning up those plays, ensuring you got the protractor out, the angles are clean, as that first goal will put them ahead in game two.
Really, really productive couple of touches from X-Sync. Did the setup work, and his teammates followed right behind. Expert job, and now we got a pre-jump passing play. Doom and Chip linking up the midfield. That leads to a beat, giving Donboss open lane, and it's just saved by X-Sync. What a block!
My lord, we are hitting all sides of the goal, but the goal itself. And you gotta tighten up those plays if you wanna see any of your labors of fruition come to fruition. Chip pushing up the side, Donboss passing. Over in the corner, that's X-Sync trying to advance. Not gonna find it, but PCO playing this utility well, getting a lot of demos for Franklin Panthers, opening up their ability to shoot on goal. Coop there, but it's a little high.
Franklin are punishing space given right there. Grizzlies backed off and didn't attack the midfield. They instead retreated into defense and nearly conceded as a result of it. But they solidify. Now it's their turn on the front foot. Donboss dropped down to Chip, who plays it out towards the sideline, realizing there was no opportunity for a shot on target, considering his angle and the fact that his teammate was so far away. So this chance for the Grizzlies, and Franklin Panthers will take the ball and run with it.
High chance to X-Sync over two defenders there. Chip pushing it up. Coop is going to be ready to advance the play, and it with no boost might have to wait. PCO passing it back to Coop, who's got a little boost, trying to push it in the midfield. A little bit of a fake coming out. Doom. And that's Franklin Panthers saying, Grizzlies, go ahead and get your touch. We're ready for the next touch.
X-Sync again did the right thing, predicted the passing play out of defense and stopped ball. It prevented an easy transition into offense for the Grizzlies, and so we find ourselves still battling over possession. X-Sync is doing a lot off the ball for his team at the moment. That's resulting in opportunity after opportunity for the Panthers, but Chip intercepting that will put it to stop to another one.
And if your eyes are on the boost meters, it is like a hot day in an amusement park because it's depleting fast, but that will be Coop with the assist to get another goal for the Franklin Panthers.
And it's another easy shot. The Franklin Panthers are doing a lot of the heavy lifting in the midfield to pull the Grizzlies out of position, and so their strikers don't have to worry about hitting really difficult shots in a high-pressure environment. Instead, they're winning the less flashy 50-50s. They're getting impactful bumps to create space, and then at the end of the play, it's a lot easier of finishing tap-in. But right there, Coop doing a little bit flashier, the double reset, It is stopped, though, by the Grizzlies.
And that's X-Sync trying to find a play, but instead met by two of the defenders on the Grizzlies, going much better now for the Franklin Panthers. But this defense has gotten much better. As I say that, X-Sync gonna find the third goal for the Panthers.
We're seeing a lot of stoicism from the Franklin Panthers, even though the Rocky Mountain Grizzlies were able to get back into game two, find an improved start. Their defense improved. They were generating quality looks at that blue net. It doesn't matter. The Franklin Panthers don't blink at that. They continue to play their game. They continue to get better. And I think we've seen that with the Franklin Panthers winning the high school state championship in the state of California. That is a big, big state.
Yeah,
and if you can win multiple times, so you can bring that sort of gameplay and mentality to a stage like this.
Yeah, not just once, not just twice, but count them 3 times, Bepic. They've won the state championship 3 times. So they're here to prove they have what it takes to be national champions. As X-Sync pushing in front of the goal. Like you said, not playing these flashy plays, Bepic. They're just playing in front of the goal, waiting, biding their time. 3-0 scoreline. It's all but confirmed. They've got this game 2 in the bag, solidifying them with a potential sweep.
And so they are 1 game away from a national championship. And these have been close games at the start. We had a 2-1 scoreline, 1-goal game at the start of game 1 before Franklin ran away with it. There, it was back and forth. A real grimy bout for possession in the midfield that Franklin ended up winning towards the middle of the game, and they built on that. 3 goals to close out without much issue. And if that keeps up, this may be a short series.
But not as dominant in that game too. The defense tightened up, Bepic. It wasn't as flashy. It seemed like the nerves calmed a little bit. They were a little more methodical with how they were using their boost and how quick they were rotating. So if they can continue the trend, we could see a Game 5 series.
Now, we've got replays ready for you all to view, and unfortunately, with Grizzlies not scoring much, we may not see some of their scoring, though they did do a lot in defense. Now they got to migrate that into offense for Game 3, but if you're a Franklin fan, these replays will be a joy to watch because their goals scored were so impressive. I think all 3 of them were assisted. We don't have the stat sheet in front of us, but everyone contributed to the 3 goals that got them that Game 2 victory. And honestly, that was the most impressive part because, yes, on the ball, all 3 of them look exceptionally strong. We saw a double reset in the middle of that game, but the passes were what ended up getting them goals.
Oh, the passing plays for the Panthers have been nothing but spectacular. It takes a certain insurmountable amount of skill to play at the level that these players do and be able to predict where the ball is going like we're seeing from X-Sync and Coop constantly. PCO still playing that utility so well, finding demos where they can and forcing a 2v3.
Everyone on Franklin aren't just doing the on-ball stuff, but off the ball, they found a lot of impact as well. Some big-time demos, big-time defensive bumps, too, which will never show up on the stat sheet. But they generated a goal off the back of a defensive bump to just get that little bit of extra space to then build an opportunity for themselves. It is a grind. I mean, they know that. They've played all throughout this year to get to ESC Nationals, and even in the grand finals, they are still grinding away.
And they're going to have to continue grinding away if they want to bring back this series. I hear them outside right now, Bepic. The janitor's ready to come in because we got a sweep or a reverse sweep. I'm calling it now.
Well, it has to be one of the 2 unless we get stuck in a Game 4. We'll see what happens. I've got faith in the Grizzlies. Yeah, the left side of this this series score graphic shows a pretty stark tale in favor of the Franklin Panthers, but the Grizzlies have been getting better bit by bit, and because of the slow start, now you have a real marathon in front of you, but you can build off good defense, and we've seen quality looks. Their passing game has been strong. I think Doom's been good about finding shooting lanes that aren't necessarily obvious. Chip already has had a lot of impact with his striking in Game 1. Now we just need Don Boss to come online, and the Grizzlies are back in it.
Absolutely, and the boost control has to be a little tighter going into this next game. As we're seeing the boost fill up, it's immediately depleted. And that just shows that the Panthers are forcing the Grizzlies to play at their pace and not the other way around.
Well, game 3 coming up. If you weren't feeling pressure before, if you're these two teams, then you should be now. Close out games ahead for the Franklin Panthers should the Grizzlies get on the board. Otherwise, game 3 is their championship winning sight. So Rocky Mountain Grizzlies Alpha have to dig deep now because the Franklin Panthers are smiling on stage right now. You don't get more comfortable than that.
I mean, how could you not smile? 2-0 in a grand finals in Sunnyside, Orlando, Florida. Now pushing up 3 seconds in. We're kicking off game 3 now. Chip trying to push something up, but Xing says not. We're closing this out with an immediate demo.
Don Boss trying to get active early on, looking for a far side shot. Now set up a rebound attempt that will force a double commit off the Franklin Panthers back line, but they hold on to boost and rip a missile towards that orange net, not shortly after they found an impactful stop to start off game 3.
Grizzlies getting rowdy here, Bepic. They're starting to find some of these contests in the air themselves. Xing playing around this front post, pushing up. Don Boss now finding control, but that's PCO with a pass to mid. Doom trying to find possession, going to find it with a pinch, but Xing is there and waiting. It's a matter of what touch Chip gets here. It's a good one. Don Boss not able to follow up, unfortunately. Chip on the rotation back will push it to the right side, but Xing finding it. And Chip again with this contest. Bepic, if Chip keeps this up, we could have a 0-0 series for the next couple minutes.
That's necessary. Those sorts of midfield challenges, yeah, it can be a little bit aggressive if you don't come up with contact on the ball, but with how the Franklin Panthers have been playing, if the Grizzlies can get up in their face and make them a bit more uncomfortable, that could be their ticket back into this series. Doom, a shot this time around, blocked by PCO on the goal line. The Franklin Panthers are staying at home on their back line at the moment, and it's resulted in these one-off opportunities for the Grizzlies. Here's a secondary chance, team bump on the Panthers side, but the Grizzlies have yet to take full advantage. Now they can with an open backboard, but no one's there to shoot.
Chip's gonna catch it in the midfield. They weren't there for a second, but they redirected, they adapted for just a moment. They're barely holding on to their offense, but it's still here. Don Boss taking it to the corner, but with no boost. They're gonna have to pass off. That's a miss from Coop, or maybe a false play, but that's now Chip back in the back post, taking it up again. And Chip is just all over the place with this ball, Bepic.
Great demo as well. Chip finding impacts kind of off the ball right there. He had the carry to break out of defense, but the demo afterwards, the cherry on top. And now Don Boss racing down the sideline is caught by Xing. Takes away his car privileges for a moment and now sets up a counterattack with PCO running ahead, looking for bumps of his own, though. It's another midfield challenge from Chip that goes the way of the Grizzlies. You called it out, Nuke. That is how the Grizzlies are starting to build their way into this game 3. Now they just need a goal.
Yeah, the rotations have gotten much tighter. Doom taking control off the sidewall, looking for a pass. That's Coop finding the angle that they need to now take offense back in their favor. Sink going for a shot. Gonna narrowly miss as Coop continues the onslaught.
Pass out. Coop will beat the first challenger off the backboard of Doom, and now turns for the ball again. Will be taken out by Chip, and with a strong ball to the midfield line, we saw a moment where the Rocky Mountain Grizzlies could have broken away, but speed from the Franklin Panthers at that midfield line is starting to establish firm footing in the orange half. They could keep that. This could be how they get on the board. Xing now with 30 boost in hand is forced to bail out because Don Boss is quick to challenge.
Yeah, firm footing and feet planted, Bepic. A minute and 45, balls rolling in front of goal. Is this gonna be it? Don Boss, or no, that's Doom, waiting. Xing and Doom playing some mind games. Oh. Mind games across the pitch right now. Xing said, I'll play around the ball. We're just sitting here.
Yeah, I think we're going to stop the gameplay. We got an admin call to the main stage. No goals scored. So we'll figure that out as Xing is kind of flexing his stuff. And the crowd's still getting rowdy, even with half the players not playing. I like that energy.
Yeah, I love the energy too. Up until we started seeing some tech difficulties in the 2-minute mark, it's been a 0-0 scoreline.
Yep, 60 seconds left. This is the tight affair we were kind of hoping for, the strong defense of the Grizzlies, and it looks like we're getting back into it. I'm not sure. There's a lot of confusion on the stage right now, and these sorts of moments can test your mettle as a team, how you handle them, how you recover from them, and this is why, as a coach, you want to prep your kids strong, as these coaches have.
Yeah, and it looks like they're just staying
warm. No one's really overcommitting here. It's just a lot of passing plays. You can see the Grizzlies not really using much of their boost here. With 30 seconds left, this may be an 0-0 game into overtime. As I say that, Doom gonna score the first goal of their series, or of this game in the series.
Well, you take what you can get. That's a big-time score late in Game 3. And so the Grizzlies seem to have recovered from the slight pause in the middle of the game. And now we're figuring things out as we go along here, just like the players.
Yeah, exactly. We adapt as you adapt. That's exactly how it works. But 15 seconds left. The Panthers are going to have to put one up on the scoreboard if they don't want to drop a game in this series and they want to seal the deal.
5 seconds left, and with the Grizzlies in possession of the ball, it'll have to be a 0-second play for the Franklin Panthers to tie us up, send us to OT, but they just don't have the boost for it. And so the Grizzlies appear to have gotten their first game of the ESC Nationals Grand Final.
Yeah, you can go ahead and wait. Yeah, wait outside. We'll wait for you a minute because there's no sweep happening yet, Bepik, and I'm telling the janitor to stay their broom.
Yeah, got to chill for a second. That's the reverse sweep, so they had to stick around as the Grizzlies try to mount a comeback here. But odd middle of the game, you know, hopefully the Franklin Panthers, the Rocky Mountain Grizzlies can then take this time between games 3 and 4 and just take a deep breath, relax, leave the past in the past.
Absolutely, and shout out to the TO and staff that are working this event. I know that those can get really, really adaptive in the moment. You know, don't know what's happening as well. So I've been on that floor, I've done that job, and I'm thankful I'm up here.
Yeah, it is nice to be a spectator of a spectacular grand finals so far. As we started off with a bang with a Game 5 overtime in semis, and I mean even the 3-0 sweep that the Franklin Panthers had to get to this grand finals was a close 3-0 against Wiley High School. So we'll get our replays going for Game 3. Just 1 goal scored, but still a lot of impactful plays off the ball. I loved the consistent off-ball pressure, the demos after you find a carry to clear, and Doom hitting hard. That's what you want to see from your in-game leader.
Yeah, and like you said, if Doom comes online, this is a different series, and that's exactly what we saw in this Game 3. The rotations were tighter, they were ready, and look at the placement of that ball. They had no way to get up to it from that position.
An open backboard, and we saw several opportunities develop for the Grizzlies because they were able to find an open backboard on the Franklin Panthers back half. Think back to that chip goal from Game 1. He's striking from the skies. That goal, that game-winning goal from Doom there, striking from the skies. If they can keep up their aerial striking going into Games 3 or 4 and potentially 5, then the Grizzlies have themselves a chance to come all the way back from the brink of defeat.
That is certainly the switch-up you get when you go from offense to defense. And X-Sync and Coop in that last game left that backboard unattended, way more than they did in the first 2 games. So they're going to have to find the balance going into this Game 4 if they want to stay the janitor's broom.
Well, yeah, janitor's still staying outside, but the challenge game has kept him out there, honestly. That's what keeps players off the backboard, is those offensive challenges. The Grizzlies did well to pop the ball quickly off the backboard while the Franklin Panthers were still rotating back into position. And with that just little bit of space, you give your strikers the chance to shoot. So just 1 goal in Game 3. I'm sure they're hoping for a more comfortable victory going forward, but nothing's comfortable in the grand finals.
Oh, gosh. If it was, then maybe they shouldn't be playing at the high school level if it was a comfortable grand finals. This isn't just a state championship. This is a national championship. These teams are from all over the place. I mean, today, obviously, as we're talking, we got Colorado and California in the house competing for this grand finals. But moving forward throughout the rest of the day, we're going to see a lot of other states in the action and mix.
Yeah, Texas and Tennessee in the mix as well. Nevada, Pennsylvania. We really are spanning across North America here with ESC Nationals, which makes a championship like this that much more impactful. So that, in turn builds the tension in the room, adds pressure to these players' shoulders. And I'm glad to see all 6 of them really adapting to it well. Yeah, it was a slow start for the Grizzlies, but they're here playing close to their A game now. Same for the Franklin Panthers, who kind of came out of the gates playing their A game. They didn't feel the pressure on their shoulders weighing them down. Instead, they've played into it.
Absolutely. And I mean, we're seeing a slow transition, right? That game 1, 6-2.
Yep.
Game 2, 3-0. And game 3, we're starting to see the swing in the other direction, 0-1.
Listen to that.
That's awesome.
The crowd's getting involved here with the grand finals. I shouldn't say getting involved. They have been involved from the very start. That opening death segment, the crowd has been rowdy, and that's the sort of energy you have to expect at ESC Nationals. We got a lot of esports playing their grand finals in this very venue today. So hopefully maybe they're watching right now in between matches in the live event space here at Full Sail University, thinking, man, I want to be in here more than anything.
Oh, you know that they're over in the live event space listening. If you're in the live event space, we love you over there, and we love the work you're doing.
Yes. Hopefully, maybe they can let out a cheer to let us know across the Full Sail campus that they are listening right now. I imagine with all the supporters we've had at this event, that might be possible, quite honestly. The soundproofing may get in the way, but man, has the live event been loud for every single esport, too. I mean, I didn't know what the crowd was going to be like for Minecraft Bed Wars, but after every bed was destroyed, there was loud cheering.
I was outside eating dinner.
Yeah,
I
still heard
them
them
from outside the venue. I think the rest of Florida can hear them too. But as we're going into this game 4, let's hear it for the Grizzlies and the Panthers.
Big time game 4 now. This is where champions are created. Grizzlies trying to mount a long comeback, and they could start off strong here. Doom shot goes high, and ESC ushers it out of the blue box. Franklin Panthers not bending to the pressure, are not breaking quite yet. They're bending a little bit. They've given up more space in the opening 15 seconds of game 4 than they have at the start of any other game in this series, but they haven't conceded.
Oh, not whatsoever. That's Doom now taking it from the back post, trying to find something. There's going to be a fake, but Don not there quite yet. And ESC going to regain control. You hear the ping, and that's that backboard play. The Panthers said, we can do what y'all did last game. We're going to advance the play off that backboard, and find our first goal of game 4.
2 shots off the bar, 1 from either team, but the one that ends up turning into a goal is the one with a second player ready to tap the rebound in. That's what Franklin have been so good at in this series. Their second man rotations have been so effective. I think in that 3-0, every goal was assisted. This one won't be, but that's because of ESC brilliance.
Oh my gosh, ESC with the control, keeping it on the nose of the car, making a little redirect. That was great from ESC.
That last little touch to get past the final defender is what makes that from just a good air dribble to set up space for the rest of your team into a solo play, highlight reel worthy goal here in a grand finals. ESC has been an all-star in this set, and right there proves it on the ball.
And Grizzlies looking to respond of one of their own, trying to say, hey, we can make the same play, but that's Chip coming in and taking it into the post, trying to advance the play for the Grizzlies. Chip taking it up now into the corner. ESC saying, I'm waiting right here for you. But Don said, I'm the second man, and I'm here as well. Doom in this midfield, taking it and not allowing the Panthers any room to breathe, hitting the crossbar straight down. The Panthers having an immaculate defense.
Doom's trying to take this game into his own hands, setting up his teammates with a nice-looking air dribble, but Franklin were allowed time to recover after it was just off again. The Grizzlies have had high-quality golden looks at that blue net, but are centimeters away from scoring, and still scores with 3 minutes left to play. What could be the final game of your season, that pressure starts to mount.
Oh, clean rotation from the Panthers. All 3 coming up in a line. Sync with the backflip, trying to pass it up. And that's looking for the Chow, not going to find it. So Doom's able to advance the play now. PCO, the Shutil player I was talking about, playing in the midfield. ESC trying to go up for another contest, but not finding what they're looking for. And with PCO having no boost, they got to go find some gas.
That's a giveaway. Coop was backwards to the ball. Didn't have an idea of where the next Grizzly was coming from. So kind of gave it up, allowing the Grizzlies now a bit more offense, but makes up for his mistake with a strong clear. Got up that ball quickly, even with very little boost in the tank. And now that has put the Panthers back on the front foot. Coop can take a shot, sends it a little bit too high. The rebound from ESC is blocked by 2 defenders, opening the path for PCO to score a third and put Franklin in pole position.
That was a phenomenal goal from PCO, saying, I'm not just a utility player, I'm not just the first or third man, I can get these myself. And dear Lord, PCO has showed up in these last couple of games.
Once again, though, great shooting from the last Panther to get a touch on the ball, but the setup work from Coop and X-Sync at the start of that play was what really set that third goal up. That's now been nullified. Chip puts the Grizzlies in scoring position.
With their namesake, chipping it over a defender and taking it in the goal just slightly late. The Panthers are going to let one through.
I love the chip chants ringing out as well. The Grizzlies, despite their backs being against the wall, are not alone in this venue. They've got so many supporters. It sounds like 1,000 behind them at the moment, and they will need every last voice to get them back into this game. Down by 2 with 2 minutes left. A lot less daunting than down by 3, I'll give it to you, but still a tall order for a team that has some LAN experience, yes, but still nothing really prepares you for a moment like this.
Maybe a tall order, Vepik, but they seem hungry and ready to take it, as X-Sync is gonna take their main course away from them, now putting them back another goal.
What a dunk. X-Sync using that big, seemingly larger than regulation size Octane to best the defense. I have to get the admins back on stage and check that out, as he got all of that ball in the face of the Grizzlies, and X-Sync again finds impact.
Yeah, we're gonna need a ruler to measure that car and ensure that it is qualificated. That's X-Sync now finding themselves on the other end of a demo, and that's gonna give Grizzlies the opportunity to advance their offense. Coop stopping it in the midfield though and allowing some breathing room for the Panthers to regroup and get ready, as that's now Coop pushing it up, advancing their play. Doom and Chip in position. Chip a little low on boost, and Donboss is gonna be there waiting, playing in the wings, taking it from PCO, but X-Sync is there and waiting. Chip with a great defend, not allowing the ball to get through to the goal.
Great tandem play from the Grizzlies to break out of defense right there, but they need offense ASAP. And there you go, Donboss delivers, but X-Sync denies. What a save!
Wow, PCO waiting patiently for the play. This crossbar has got to be an enemy of both of the teams at this point, Vepik.
And now X-Sync taps in on the other side of the pitch. Unbelievably well-rounded performance from X-Sync. Stops the ball from going in after maybe 90% of it was dark, and that was the ticket for the Grizzlies back into this series, but X-Sync denies it and then scores on an open net to put the Panthers up by 4. That could be what clinches them a national championship.
We're gonna see in but 40 seconds, Vepik. Coop taking it up, and now the Panthers just have to play keep away for the next 30 seconds.
Well, Doom will try to get things started. Strong clear intercepted by X-Sync. Still has boost to continue to drive this ball deeper and deeper into Rocky Mountain territory. Coop, great 50-50, but it's just Chip there to take the ball away. Still, with every touch the Franklin Panthers gets, the more that their opportunity to win this championship slips away into the outstretched arms of the Franklin Panthers that put in a 6.
There's a 6, and we're in dangerous territory now, Vepik, with 10 seconds left. The Franklin Panthers all but confirmed this championship. Let's see if they can bring it home for the Los Angeles Unified School District at Highland Park, California.
Well, they get 10 seconds to run a victory lap around Urban Central. They've done the hard work to get to this point. The final march towards the orange net is a formality, but that doesn't stop them from scoring. They want to get everything out of this moment, out of the ESC National Championship that they will find themselves taking home.
And they must have had a chip on their shoulder from that game 1, because they really wanted this 7-1. Let's see if they make it an 8-1.
Well, on the stage now, the smiles will start erupting as Franklin understand what they just did. They marched into Orlando, Florida, and took the Esports Series Championship Nationals by storm. And they didn't bat an eye while doing it. Yeah, they dropped a game in this grand finals, but they don't care. They didn't give up until the Grizzlies got 3, and they never got close. The Panthers came onto that stage and dominated.
They took a couple of goals along the way, but every time they took those goals, Vepik, there was 2 or 3 goals waiting from the Panthers. What a brilliant series. Let's hear it for both the Panthers and the Grizzlies.
The support still felt even after the grand finals is played out. We've had a phenomenal crowd here at Full Sail University, both in the live event venue and now in the Fortress today. And we're going to keep that energy up all day long, Nuke. We've got so many esports to crown the champions of. The Franklin Panthers are just the start.
And I'm so eager to get into the Overwatch, the Rivals, and the Valorant action. But as that whistle sounds, we have our 2026 Series Esports Championship Rocket League National Champions.
It has to feel good for those Franklin players to feel the weight of competition lift off their shoulders and look at the offensive domination that they were able to use to win this grand finals. Let me add them up real quick. 16 goals across 4 games. That'd be great in a group stage game, let alone on a national final stage.
Yeah, usually it's not that many goals you're going to see because the defense is so tight in grand finals. But man, they were finding opportunity after opportunity and capitalizing so well. Let's take a look at those highlights from that Game 4. Speaking of capitalizing on those plays.
Those replays are going to feature a lot of Franklin goals, a lot of aerial scores as well. I mean, X-Sync had 4 of the 7, maybe 5 of the 7. I wasn't quite tracking who was scoring the last goals, but at the start, everyone was contributing to, every single opportunity for Franklin. That was the part I was the most impressed with. I mean, these sorts of solo plays, while spectacular, weren't the norm for Franklin. They were doing a lot as a trio to whittle that Grizzlies backline down.
And that's that adaptation you were talking about throughout the series, Bepic. Being able to switch from being a team player to making those solo plays on your own is what separates a grand finals champion from the rest of the pack.
Well, the one goal that the Grizzlies did get, a team effort. They live by the sword, die by the sword. We're always a unit themselves, and I am glad to see that even in a grand finals, they never wavered from their identity. But the Franklin Panthers took command towards the middle of that game and never let it go. The final minute just felt like them really rubbing it in, that their offense was superior.
Yeah, that Game 2 and Game 3, they were really on the prowl, allowing the Grizzlies a little breath, a little room to figure out their play. And then once they thought that they had them figured out, they switched the play up immediately and said, you know what? We're going to make the solo plays as needed, and we're going to make the team plays as needed. You can see him fist pumping on stage.
Yeah.
You'll love to see it.
I love that that's part of the replay package, too. We included that because that is such an important part of competitions like the Esports Series Championship, because if we got here because of camaraderie, and these players keep that till the very end.
Yeah, what a series. I mean, that's everything that you want from a Rocket League series at this level. Maybe a little bit more goals on the back and forth, but man, what a high-flying, high-pressure series. The players were stepping up when it was demanded. They were there back and forth helping each other out. And you got to think, man, these are high school players. They have a very promising career ahead of them.
Yeah, tight grand finals and a long road to get here. But at the end of it all, it is the Franklin Panthers from Los Angeles, California that have earned themselves an ESC National Championship and those rings.
Oh my gosh, those rings are gorgeous, and you're going to see them throughout the weekend. They're in the middle of the stage. If you want to take a look, they're gorgeous. Oh my Lord. Right. But massive congratulations to our champions, and credit where credit's due to our runner-ups for an incredible performance and an outstanding season to get to grand finals.
Yeah, the Rocky Mountain Grizzlies gave it everything. I mean, Game 5 overtime to start the day off is not an easy way to begin. That can be so emotionally draining, but they didn't let it affect them. We saw smiles when they were walking out on the stage, and that's what it's all about here at ESC.
Absolutely. That is what it's all about. And you know what? We got more action coming up, but first, we're going to take a short break while we reset the stage, set the pace for some Overwatch action next. Or sorry, the Rocket League Awards first, and then the Overwatch action afterwards.
Full Sail University is where the next generation of creators are learning to build the future. It's where artists and creative thinkers unite with technologists and engineers. It's where you will get hands-on experience developing entertainment media and emerging technologies. If you have big ideas and even bigger dreams, start right here.
Trading can feel high stakes. Not here. Let me explain. When your figs go away, your characters stay. And every trade means new hatches for both players.
Welcome back, everyone, to Championship Day at 2026 Esports Series Championship.
We just wrapped up an incredible Rocket League Grand Finals, and I'm still trying to figure out how some of those saves even happened.
The speed, the pressure, the last second clears, those absolutely ridiculous aerials. Who knows how they do that?
Bro, right. Rocket League is one of those games where 5 minutes can feel like an entire playoff run. One crazy bounce at midfield can change everything.
And today, these teams gave us a grand finals match worthy of the biggest stage in youth esports.
So, before we crown any of our champions today, let's hear it one more time for all of the Rocket League competitors that played on the past days and today. Can we please get a big round of applause?
At this time, I'd like to invite up the Esports Series Championship Chief Growth Officer Brian Hanula to the stage to recognize our national championship runner-up.
Finishing as the national runner-up at ESC means you stood toe-to-toe with the best in Rocket League, in the country, and proved you belonged on this stage.
Please join us in congratulating your 2026 Esports Series Championship Rocket League champion, or national runner-ups, XP League Grizzly Alpha from Rocky Mountain, Colorado!
Each of these players will receive an official ESC National Runner-Up Special Ribbon, recognizing their outstanding season and their place among the competitors in the nation.
Let's go! Congratulations, Grizzlies!
And now, it is time to crown our ESC Rocket League National Champions.
I'd like to invite up the Esports Series Championship Chief Executive Officer Morris Jackson to the stage to present the championship rings.
Come on now, come on now, come on now. With a game like Rocket League, it does not give you much time to think. The ball is moving, your boost is running out, the clock is ticking, and every player has to trust where their teammates are gonna be and where they reside on that field.
And that is exactly what championship teams do. They rotate with purpose, they challenge with confidence, they recover when things get chaotic, and they put the ball home when the opening is there.
Today, this team found those openings, they made the plays, handled the pressure, and finished this series.
And now they came, they saw, they conquered, they leave Full Sail University with championship titles, the rings, and their place as the first ever ESC Rocket League national champions.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2026 Esports Series Championship Rocket League national champions.
From Los Angeles, California, the Franklin Panthers!
Y'all killed out there. Good stuff, good stuff.
Before you go, I've been thinking about this. So, you guys have been competing in California for a long time, taking down titles, beating some of the best teams across the state, but this time is a little different. This time you came here and you faced teams from all over the country, some other state champions as well, right? So, what did it feel like, the moment now that you're on that national stage, what's that feel like as soon as they put those rings on your finger?
I mean, it's amazing because obviously we win California all the time, but to actually win like the whole country and be the best in the country, it's a great feeling.
That's what we love to hear. That's what we love to hear.
And just a quick follow-up question, especially for you, Coach. How do you feel? I mean, you've been training these players to get to this moment, seeing them take this win and see those beautiful rings. How do you feel just as a coach? I know your heart is full, as we could all imagine.
It's bittersweet because these seniors are graduating. It's been a 4-year journey with this team and just training them up. You know, it's been wonderful to see them grow up. Them teaching me what Rocket League is, because I didn't even know what the game was when they asked me to form this team. I'm a Street Fighter player. That's what I play. Yeah, but they're like, hey, you want to learn Rocket League, Mr. Ma? I'm like, all right, let's just do it. I don't have no idea what's going on. And, you know, I started learning, oh, this is a flip reset. This is, you know, grab the boost, steal it, you know. But, you know, it's just been fun. And I'm just so proud of them. And this journey's been amazing. And thank you guys for taking me with me.
One more big round of applause. Come on, people.
Thank you, Franklin High School, for being here with us. Thanks so much. Take care, guys. Just one more time. I think one more time we can make a little bit of noise for our Rocket League national champions, our national runner-ups, and every Rocket League competitor, coach, parent, spectator, friend, supporter who helped these kids do something awesome, the first of its kind for their age for sure.
Now, with that all being said, we're going to take a short break as we reset for Overwatch. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
Earthlings. And unlike other collectibles, unboxing is just the beginning. Meet Lenny. He and his pals are on a mission to rebuild Earth. Not that Earth. This Earth. And Earth is pretty rad. There's Earthlings to hatch, Moonlings to battle, resources to gather, gear to craft, abilities to unlock, and a whole world to expand and explore.
Welcome back, everyone. Wasn't that exciting? All right. So before we continue the championship day, we want to pause just for a moment and recognize some of the people who have helped make this entire weekend possible. Behind every match, every camera shot, every stage cue, every moment we've seen broadcast today and over the week, there has been Full Sail University students working in key production roles to help bring this esports championship series to life. Their work is a huge part of what makes this event special for all of us, and recognizing their contribution has become one of our favorite traditions. Each year, Full Sail has presented a scholarship to a deserving student who was part of this event production team. And we continue to honor that tradition and continue that here today. To help us with that, please welcome Full Sail University's Director of Esports, Sari Keitlin, to the stage.
Well, thanks, everybody. It's so great to have this room packed with some of our old friends and new friends. Whether this is your first time here with us or maybe your fourth or fifth time back in this room competing for your championship, it's an honor to be home to such amazing competition, especially at such a young age, I have to say. And one of our favorite parts, as Morris was mentioning, is we really do get to honor a lot of the students that work during these events to bring these events to life for you today. There are over 70 students that have come together from all different degree programs that are working this entire week. So there are the students that you're seeing in front of your faces. There's a ton more upstairs that you're never gonna see behind the scenes. And they're all working day in and day out to really bring this event to life. So first, I'd love to give a big round of applause for our student event crew and our Armada production crew students who have been really working hard to make this event happen. And one of those students is getting a scholarship today, right now, thanks to our partnership with Valhallen. And the best part about it is that they have no idea. And they're in this room right now. And they just don't know, and they're about to find out. This person is studying game art here at Full Sail, maintaining a near perfect GPA, while competing on our Marvel Rivals team. And this weekend, working to help our great friends at Metal, giving energy drinks to everybody as they need it all weekend long. Dial, why don't you come up and get your scholarship?
Hello, I'm Amon Green here, Green Bay Packers all-time leading rusher, and I'm here in live venue at the Esports Series Championship, ESC, and I'm here with Brian, owner and coach and father of this team from Michigan here that are competing in Apex, Fortnite, and what was the other one?
Apex and Fortnite.
Apex and Fortnite. So, quick question to get this conversation going. So, tell me about your gamer and the process for them, of him, your son, and the teams to get here.
Absolutely. So it started about 4 years ago. We tried every traditional sport we could with my son, and he didn't find one that he particularly liked. And as you probably know, some kids play football, some kids play baseball, but all kids play video games. And so when we...
I love that line, by the way. I'm going to take that right there for me.
Feel free.
Yeah.
And when we saw that he was spending a lot of time playing video games, his mother and I decided that we needed to find a way that we could make it productive and he could learn the value of sportsmanship and being on a team.
Okay, so how did that journey start with the journey that what brought your family into esports?
Well, once we figured out that he was going to be a gamer, we needed to find a safe place for him to play. We were able to find a location that was near our home, and we entered him in the membership, got him a membership in the league, and he participated. And his first year, he was able to make it to the national championship of that year.
Awesomeness. So since joining Valhalla Esports or the XP League, what was the biggest change you've seen in your son competing in, and in the other players as well?
So when I talk to parents, I talk to them about our community. The ESC is a wonderful event. It's a grand stage for all these players to play in, but it starts back at each one of our facilities and the community that we're building with our kids and with our families. And so the change that I saw in my son, and I see in a lot of our kids and players, is they get to our facility, they're shy, they've never been on a team before, and once they start competing and getting to know each other, all of a sudden they're friends. They're having sleepovers, they're going out to dinners together, to movies, and it's just kind of fun to watch them evolve and watch their confidence grow through something like competitive gaming.
Yeah, it's the confidence side of it, because as a kid, me doing this now, you wouldn't think, but I was the quiet kid. I was a kid that a lot of my teachers and some of my teammates in traditional sports, because I was playing football and baseball and basketball as well, they was like, "Oh, Amon talks." Well, we know he could do what he does on the football field or the baseball diamond, but he could talk, So that is the part I love about it. Like you said, and that's a confidence thing, right? Because in adolescence, having a lot of peers your age around you, and then trying to just fit in at that age, and that's what they're figuring out, in terms of that age demographic where they're at, is just figuring out how they can fit in and be a part of whatever, even if it's an esports program or a football team, on that. So what makes you the proudest when you watch your son and the teams compete?
I would say the way that they support each other and the way that they celebrate together and the way that they console each other during losses. They kind of, as with traditional sports, I grew up playing traditional sports. If you're coaching the right way off of the field, your players will coach on the field. And, when I see my kids do that with each other and they're there for each other, and I can kind of take a step back, then I know we're running a successful community.
Yes, indeed. I experienced that at the college level, being at the University of Nebraska. Coach Tom Osborne, he was a kind of a quiet leader, didn't say a whole lot, but when he did say things, he said very, very important things that you had to listen to. But then at the end of my tenure, being there for 3 years of college, it was us, the players, that kind of ran the locker room and taught the next freshman class, guys coming up through the ranks of how we did things as Nebraska football at that time. So definitely can relate to you on that. So was there a moment you realized that this is so much bigger than just playing video games?
Yes. I tell the story that I was the father that dropped off his son and then picked him up. And then we showed up here for our first national competition. And when I walked in and I saw the lasers, I saw the fog, I was like, holy cow, this is the real deal. And once I saw that, and, I could then relate it to traditional sports, I kind of tell people, when they ask me about it, I say, It's the Little League World Series, but for esports. You know, I tell families, think of us as Little League, but we're just doing it behind a keyboard and a mouse. And so I think once I saw how big it was, and I saw the camaraderie of all of the kids here from all the locations, that was really where I was like, you know what? Video games aren't going away. You know, this is taking off. Do I want to be on it, or do I want to watch it go away? And so that's what really drove me to purchase my own location, is because I thought that as every former athlete thinks, I could do it, and I could probably do it a little bit better. And so I decided to throw my hat in the ring, and we got a great group of kids.
Green Bay Packers all-time leading rusher and announcer and host here at the ESC, the Esports Series Championship here in Orlando, Florida, at the live venue at Full Sail University. We got day 3 going on, and trying to catch our breath, right?
Yes.
Man, we got a lot of gaming going on, a lot of yelling and screaming, and hopefully voices don't go out in the interview here, because to my left we have...
I'm Cheryl Chambers from Asheville, North Carolina.
All right, and to my right...
Mark Chambers from Asheville, North Carolina.
All right, and so tell me about your gamer, the journey for the family and being an owner as well. How it started with the gamer. Tell us about their journey and how they got here and what changed about them when you saw them start their process.
Okay, so my husband is the original family gamer.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we have 2 boys. They're currently 14 and 12. And one of our 14-year-old is on our Overwatch team and our Valorant team with XP League. And our 12-year-old is on a Minecraft team that's also here. And so playing games with Dad and like just kind of into it, just casual stuff, family games, that kind of stuff. And then Mark on a Google search found XP League and was like, XP League, wonder what kind of business you could have with gaming. And a little bit down the road, here we are. We own XP League Asheville and Greenville, and we have 3 teams here at ESC.
Wow.
Our Asheville Blackwatch playing Overwatch right now. Our Asheville Tanks are playing Marvel Rivals
later on
this afternoon. And our Greenville Gremlins from XP League Greenville played Minecraft last night and tonight.
Wow.
So, but the exciting part for us was taking the games and the things that we liked about it, but putting kind of a fence around the playground of gaming, because really it's it's a wild west out there.
True.
And so we like the idea of creating safe spaces for kids to game with just other kids, coaches, put a little supervisor on the playground, post the rules and tell everybody what we expect and how we expect you to behave and what it's like to be a good person while you're a good gamer.
Oh, man.
And so we were really excited about the opportunity to do that for our own kids and for the kids that our kids are in community with. And so actually both of our kids have found some of their best friends on their XP League teams. And some of them don't live near us, and they have been so excited to come here, hang out together all weekend. They've been at the mall, and they've been, playing games and hanging at the pool and enjoying each other's company.
Right.
And being good friends, and then they get to game together and have a good time.
Oh, man, doesn't get any better than that. So virtual playground.
Yes.
Right? Kind of explain there. And I say same thing my mom and dad did. So, play for a couple hours, and you got to go outside and touch grass.
Yes.
We know that phrase right there. So, Mark, with that Google search, did you know that rabbit hole would go this deep and be in the space where you are right now?
Oh, no, I had no idea. I'd always wanted to start my own business. I'd been in corporate America for a while, so we got an opportunity to start the franchise, start the business, and just the people we've met, the kids that we've seen impacted by this over the last couple of years, it's been phenomenal.
Yeah, it's like when you get the kid, especially the introvert, right? The quiet kid, I was that kid.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, can't tell now, but I was that quiet kid back in Los Angeles. That's where I grew up. I was born in Nebraska, but then moved to Los Angeles, and that's where I got into PC gaming first with my dad playing Oregon Trail and Carmen Sandiego. So I can relate. Yes. So I can relate to the playground rules, the house rules on you got 2 to 3 hours and you got to go outside. You got to have A's and B's. before anything. Or you got to do your homework first.
Yes.
Go to football practice, come back, and you may have 30 minutes, then you got to get ready to go to bed. So appreciate that, to hear that, that it's not just me, because everybody in my family, some of my friends be like, dude, what's all the rules for? I'm like, this is how my mom and dad did it. So, and that's what filtered into me being a traditional sport athlete. But if I didn't have that or something didn't work out in the football space, I knew that going into any other realm, I had to have these qualities and these details. So what was the most proudest moment for you so far in this process?
Oh, goodness. There's been a lot, but XP League as a business has had nationals several times. And so for us as XP League owners, this is our third time getting to come to a national competition. And last year, our son, who's on our Valorant team, the Valorant team was here, and they were seeded 8th out of 8. So, they knew they were kind of the underdogs, but they had a blast. They played together. They kept a positive mindset, whether they were winning or losing, and they were just so happy to be there, to have achieved it, to made it to nationals, and then to get to spend all that time together, and they're still friends, and they're bringing more friends into that circle, and now those kids are here, and so it's really exciting for us to see the relationships that are formed, and the parents are so happy for their kids that aren't into soccer. Maybe they're not into football. That's not going to be their team, but they have something they love, and they have great people around them that love the same thing as them. And so for their kids to have found their people, and the parents are excited about that, it makes us proud as parents that we can bring other parents something that helps their kid like it helps ours.
Welcome back, everybody. It's championship day here at the 2026 Esports Series Championship.
We started the day with an incredible Rocket League Grand Finals, and now it's time to shift the gears into one of the most team-focused games of the weekend.
And I think you know what game that is. That's right. Up next, we have Overwatch, our Overwatch Championship match, where communication, hero selection, ult economy, and objective control decide everything.
Overwatch is one of those games where every player has a job to do, but no one wins alone. Tanks have to create space. Supports have to keep the team alive. DPS players have to find openings so they can get a better advantage.
And today, our two finalists are one match away from turning that teamwork into a national championship.
Speaking of our finalists, I think we should meet them. What do you say? Get on your feet and make some noise, because first up we have XPL Kraken from West Texas.
Introducing their opponents from Augusta, Georgia, make some noise for the XPL Ghosts!
There you guys are. Come on, get up here. Let's go. The teams are on the stage, the players are getting settled, and the Overwatch Championship match is just about ready to begin.
That means it's time to send it over to the voices over here on the casting desk. Back again for day 2. Some of us coming back for multiple today. Can't wait to catch them.
Please welcome our Overwatch casters, Nuclear and PB and John.
Thank you, OMS and Scooby. Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch Championship match here at the 2026 Esports Series Championship at Full Sail University. I'm Nuclear.
And I'm PB and John. We've already had a huge morning of competition, and we are just about ready for our next match. Before we do that, though, let's take a look at what's left on the schedule for today.
Yeah, that schedule earlier, as you saw, Rocket League. Those finals 3-1, Panthers taking it in that game 4. Now we're going into Overwatch. After Overwatch, we're still determining the standings in the other space. So Marvel Rivals will start at 2:30 p.m. You're gonna be done with me by the end of the day, because I'm gonna be on for this cast and that cast next, and then I'll be hopping off. Valorant will start at 4:30 p.m.
Back-to-back action coming from you, Nuke. Now, this would actually be my second cast of this event. Started on Apex Legends. Now I'm here on Overwatch. Super excited, Nuke. There's going to be some electric games here. I even remember one of our finalists from last year's event. So I'm super excited. With that being said, there's quite a bit that's going to be happening here, Nuke. There's a lot of changes super recent to the game, and I'm really wanting to see what some of these players, some of these teams were able to prepare in comparison to last year's version of the game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Overwatch has been notorious since 2016 to kind of like drizzle feed heroes here and there. And then this last year they said, you know what? Here's a whole slew.
Yeah.
All at once.
Like what? Maybe 8 characters have been added to the game at the very least. So plenty of variety, huge meta shifts, and maybe a little bit of power creep. You know, you're not really seeing many Soldier 76s anymore, and instead seeing characters like Emery, one of the new integrations into the game, who's basically like Master Chief. You know, he's got that fuel rod cannon, that jetpack. He is insane with that battle rifle. So, you know, it's crazy to say the least.
Yeah, all right. So we got to hear it from you in the crowd. Let's hear it if you're here for XPO West Texas. And let's hear it if you're here for Augusta Ghost. It is the Battle of Texas versus Georgia, and only one can come out on top, John.
Okay. I don't know if that was loud enough, Nuke. Can we try that again, guys? Here. Let's do that one more time. Let's do the call out, Nuke.
All right, so XPO West Texas, let's hear it one more time. That was pretty impressive. I don't know if Augusta Ghost can beat that.
Can we beat that, Augusta Ghost? Let's try that one more time. Augusta Ghost.
I love as well, they're like sitting on complete opposite sides of the venue.
Yeah,
they're not about it. It is serious in here.
We're not rubbing elbows today.
All right, now that we know what's coming up later, let's get into what we are in store for right now, the Overwatch Grand Finals.
Overwatch is controlled chaos. There is so much happening on the screen at once, but the best teams make it look organized. They know when to engage, when to back out, when to commit ultimates, and when to trust their teammates to make the right move.
Yeah, and at this level, one fight can flip an entire map. Even one stagger can flip an entire map. One support, one perfectly timed pick at the right moment, one taking or giving away the space. You know, most OP thing you can do in this game is just back up. And that could be the difference between holding the objective and just witnessing the match slip away.
Now, these teams earned their way here through a full season of competition and now stand at the precipice of becoming ESC national champions.
Yeah, absolutely. And the players are ready. The teams are locked in. The first map of this Overwatch Championship map is mere moments away. And as you can see, they're on stage, getting ready now. That's XP Ghost sitting down, getting ready. And I love, once again, I shouted this out for Rocket League. I got to shout it out here. These logos look amazing. I know if I was sitting on that stage, I might be a little intimidated playing a team that's sponsored by a professional team. But, you know, they've both earned their way here. Rightfully so.
Absolutely. I mean, and just look at this stage setup, Nuke. This is actually a Full Sail first for an esports event, where they're in the middle of the entire venue, and you can just look into their screen screens. It's a crazy thing, and it's kind of going head to head. It's almost like cinematic in a way.
It is cinematic.
It's awesome.
And you know what? We got some great storylines sort of building into this match right now. West Texas, they've been here 3 times, but they've never won. So they're doing it this weekend for Magically. I talked with the coach behind the scenes, and that is the common phrase they're all going for, doing it for Magically. On the side of Augusta Ghost, you know, they have 3 seniors on their team as well, Mystic, Tyler, and then they got a couple of other players obviously in the mix, but they're their coach is ex-Costa Rica Overwatch team coach, so that is phenomenal. That's gonna be a little intimidating.
Yeah, no, that's a really impressive showing. And I was talking about impressive showings. Most of these teams had absolute stomps going into these matches today. You know, going 3-0 and 3-1 in their semifinals matches, showing up here for what's essentially going to be the precipice of the skill ceiling that we're going to be witnessing in these last finals matches. They're definitely better than me.
It's a lot.
They're much better than me.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, XPL Augusta Ghost, as we were looking at that pools graphic, they didn't drop a single game at all in pools. But you look over at XPL Kraken, they lost 1 to Hebron. So it was a 2-1 series, and that is what is going to be the big determiner in the series. It could be that one map that counts it all.
No, it's going to be an interesting one for sure. I mean, last year's winners, we had Franklin EXO that came out on top, and I think the Ghost is here for that sort of revenge tour. They're thinking, you know what? We can't let it end that way. We had to go back for the repeat, and we're going to have to try our best, have an even better showing than last year, and ultimately close out that final match that really kind of cements that championship win.
Oh yeah, these teams are both impressive in their own regards for their own states, but this is a national championship, and there can only be one national champion. So let's take a look at what we have going on in the map.
Oh, wouldn't it be nice to just have multiple winners? Just everyone give a nice big hug and be like, yeah, we're all friends. But unfortunately, that's not how competition works.
Oh no,
it's gonna be like head to head.
Oh no.
Listen. There's many things will be said, many things will be done, and I think maybe we'll see some BM in the match if we're like that.
Absolutely, and I saw in the little fraudulent slip on stage someone hovering the bane of Overwatch the last few months, Jetpack Cat, and I'm telling you, that could be a game changer going into the series if they allow it through.
So what's your opinion on the Jetpack Cat Bastion combo? You know, the sort of aerial turret. it's something I've witnessed when Jetpack Cat had just released, and it felt like a fever dream, to say the least.
It still is a fever dream. I remember when Jetpack Cat was just a character in the background when they were showing Overwatch 1 early heroes and who they were designing. What's funny is that's what the community called the character for so long, was Jetpack Cat. And, you know, Blizzard said, let's just run with that name. We're just going to run with the name. But, I mean, I come from an Overwatch era where Bastion Pirate Ship was the meta. So anytime that you overtune Bastion in a sort of competitive environment where you can just fly around, that's going to spell some disaster.
No, I mean, it's something that's very dependent on your DPS's ability, and I'm sure many of our players here have that sort of hit scan, that tracking capability of maintaining a very high standard of accuracy. Who knows? Yeah, I mean, they hit everything. No shot is going to be uncalculated, that's for sure. And when you're going to be working with hit scan characters that have, you know, we've added quite a few to the game, you know, Bastion may not be the best choice here. You have so many other hit scan options. Sierra, Emery, Soldier, who's not super powerful right now. Cassidy is also a good one. Sojourn, still crazy. That laser that definitely just ripped off heads. I'm thinking Jetpack Cat maybe just testing the waters. You know, how much value are we really going to get around the Jetpack Cat, and if the opposing squad is going to shut that down early.
Well, we are going to be in a best-of-5 series today. So as I like to say, and I mentioned it for Rocket League, that game 1 is all about feeling out the other team and ensuring you kind of can adapt what they're going to throw at you, or maybe feign a strategy and then switching late game. As a collegiate director and coach, there's many ways you can crack an egg, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. My only concern here is that the team who wins that first game is going to be getting a lot of tempo here, a lot of momentum, and if you don't shut that down from the very beginning, you're going to be finding yourself struggling. I feel I'm very much a believer in that first game momentum. If you're going to come out on top in that first game, I think you're going to feel pretty good about yourself for the rest of the series.
Well, I know West Texas is here to play because this is their 6th national appearance in XPL.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy for ESC Nationals? Yeah, blew my mind when I found that out. And I mentioned Magically, their senior year, they're moving on. They've actually already committed to Fullerton College, so they'll be heading out at the end of this year and going that way. Really excited for their journey.
Wow, leaving the bird's nest, huh? I'm sure mom and dad must be a little bit scared and excited for that one. But I mean, that's the world we live in right now, Nuke. I mean, you said it yourself as a director for an esports, a collegiate esports program. You know, we're offering these opportunities. We have people who are scouting out this event, and it's not just the people who are in the venue right now, Nuke, but it's also the people watching the broadcast. People who are interested in that new recruitment, that new academic year is starting up. And you know, I played Apex Legends for the Full Sail Armada, and that brought so many opportunities to me. And that's what it's all about, right? It's just, you know, finding the opportunity elsewhere and making the best out of it.
Everyone has their own journey, and they're certainly making their mark on theirs because, John, this is actually a rematch from last year.
Okay.
Last year, they were knocked out in semifinals, so they're here for retribution to take the national championship.
Okay, so there's
the crowd's getting hyped about it too. They're like, yeah, we're ready.
There's a little bit of blood in the water, I'm sensing. I didn't know that one.
Certainly blood in the water, absolutely. Yeah, these teams getting up to this point, I think they kind of had an inkling in their mind that this could happen, and now that it has come to fruition, we're here on the grand stage. They got to leave everything on the line.
I mean, everything on the line is definitely the best way to describe it. I mean, it's all or nothing. This is either you show up or you don't. And honestly, I'm only hoping that both teams are able to get out of here with their heads held high.
Yeah, absolutely. And when I was talking with the coach earlier for XPL Kraken in West Texas, they had mentioned that they picked up AJ12 earlier this year. That was their missing puzzle piece they believed for their team.
Okay.
The rest of the roster, for the most part, they've been together for 4 years straight.
Wow.
So
for a
this
single
will be
roster.
a swan song for many of them.
Okay,
moving
there's
on.
a sense of kinship here in the venue that I'm feeling, as we're already going to be loading up for this first game mode, looking like a control start. We have the Sigma. We are seeing quite the interesting team composition. Kirika on both sides, and also the Symmetra. I mean, you get that Insta portal walking out here into the metal, and this is where we're going to be having our first brawl.
There it is. We have Jetpack Cats on both sides. Only one wielding a Bastion, the other one a Cassidy trying to go for that quick flashbang. Not gonna find it. And Sea Serpent gonna find the first elimination of the series.
That's your main DPS that's gonna be eliminated already, and you are leaving the Bastion completely unchecked.
Yeah, and they're ripping and tearing BB and John. Sea Serpent is going to be the clutch factor to take this first point as they get a 5-player kill streak and they start racking up that percent.
I mean, from the heavens, Sea Serpent was basically already bearing his fangs, and the damage output that was coming out from that Bastion, not even in turret form yet, was crazy. Not a single shot missed, as we're going to be seeing yet another attempt coming out.
Ooh, Magically trying to absorb some of that damage, really racking up the percent early, and if they're able to get a Gravitic Flux, that could spell this point, keeping it in their favor. Sitting at 26, they're gonna get the rock off on the Hazard. Hazard pushing in, but there's the Tracer on the flank, and Magically gonna follow up, taking out Leoshi, and they're not aware of AJ12 in the back. I was mentioning this is the character that they were waiting on, the person to really be that person for their team. Unfortunately, not finding the follow through on this point is going to be XPL West Texas, so Augusta Ghost gonna swing it in their favor.
I mean, the momentum has definitely shifted. What kind of seemed like a really dominant first swing into that middle part of the map kind of just seemed like it fell apart. You know, the Sigma just unfortunately wasn't able to shield the rest of this team, as both teams are going to come together for another clash. Jetpack Cat with the carry, another Bastion in the air. Seems like Cassidy was swapped off, and we're going for a little bit of a break. Hold on, tech pause. check
Hold the
something
phone.
out. Hold the phone, guys. Hold the
Freeze.
phone.
We got a quick pause on the play, and you know what? We'd rather get this out earlier than later. Game 1 is much better than figuring this out in Game 5, John.
Absolutely, absolutely. So let's talk about what we just saw there. We saw the Cassidy come out with Jetpack Cat. Didn't really work out. The Bastion was just putting out damage like bullet after bullet. The damage was too much, and Cassidy with his lower health pool than Bastion just wasn't able to keep up. We saw the swap off from Cassidy into Bastion, and now it's almost very similar mirror comps, except for the Hazard and Sigma on both sides.
Yeah, and I love this dive that we're seeing from Augusta Ghost on that push. You could tell that Magically and AJ12 were on the same page. And when it comes to diving, it's all about timing. Because if you're just spreading out your damage, you're not going to find the eliminations you need to switch point like we saw very early. They caught him off guard with the Jetpack Cat and the Bastion combo, but will it continue to raise them through this series?
I don't know. I mean, it seemed like they were able to flip the momentum for a little bit there, and even though they were coming together for that mid-map clash, you know, we didn't really see them get onto point quite yet. I mean, ultimately, this comes down to who gets the first pick, and on that second clash that we had seen, Kiriko was the first one to go on both sides. That's absolutely not what you want. Kiriko is one of those characters that, because of the Suzu, because of the cleanse, you want to make sure they stay alive for any character that has, you know, some sort of status effect that could, you know, really debilitate the rest of your team.
Absolutely, yeah. We're probably not going to see an Ana come out with the biotic grenade if, you know, the Suzu, protection Suzu is available, but we're getting back into game, and we're wasting no time as both Jetpack Cats are swinging through.
Augusta Ghost with 2 picks. WTX Kraken looking for the reaction. Bastion just in the air, peeking around the corner, looking over the apartments. Maybe some free real estate here, or maybe the market's going to crash. Who knows?
Oh, the ultimate is coming out from the Bastion, and it's gonna catch a few. Sharky taking out Leoshi. That's gonna be a massive pick on the support line. Now Kraken pushing in as Augusta Ghost finds himself on the back foot a little bit here. Mystic backing up, trying to find a pick on Lava Tank. They're gonna do it. Sea Serpent pushing in, finding Shadow Dancer and the Diamond Man to swing control back in their favor. This is not normally how we see a control map play out in Overwatch, where it's this back and forth, John.
No, absolutely not. Right now, 55-60. Both of these teams now at 3/5 of the point they need to cap this final point.
The Hazard pushing in, but the Kitsune is going to guide them as they try to gain some space off point. Magically gonna find a very vital pick on Mystic and Shadow Dancer. That's gonna leave Ghost with only 3, and they have to back up and regroup if they want to retake this first point.
Now that's not good. Leoshi gets taken out. You're now betting on the trickle here. Kraken getting really important picks here. You can't really walk in without that Kiriko. Now, Kiriko does have the Kitsune Rush. Bastion still with his ult. And right now, you're still looking for this clash here. Tracers, both sides. Hazard taking heavy damage.
Ooh. The Kitsune coming back through for Augusta Ghost. Sea Serpent making a tear, but it's not going to be enough, John. They didn't quite make it to point, and it's going to swing over in favor of XPL.
Wow, WTX Kraken was absolutely able to pull that out from under the Augusta Ghost. Going into round 2. Do we see any shifts with the team compositions here?
And if you can't hear the electricity in the venue, it is a live wire as the venue screaming for their respective teams. I'm hearing Kraken a little louder though.
Okay, we have the Symmetra on both sides. Of course, we had seen both teams had used that teleport to save that extra time from walking onto point. Cassidy, main DPS. Bastion with the Jetpack Cat combo still out. Tracer swaps both sides.
Yeah, pushing through now for control. The Jetpack Cat coming around a sneaky here, John.
I mean, you definitely don't want to leave that unchecked, as Bastion is going to go into turret mode, looking for every single target he possibly can. Suzu comes out. Tyler gets a pick onto Sigma. That's now your front line that is out. You're going to have to back away just the slightest bit, as Hazard is closing the distance, looking for every single bit of damage he can get. Augusta Ghost now on point, capping.
Took a moment to get into position, but they found it eventually. And this is a very tight-knit corners point. So they're going to have to be creative on how they get around here. But you really don't want to push into a Sigma here. There's a lot of antics that he could rock you off map. He wants you to play in this back corner. Hazard going to try to step up, but that's going to be magically taking out Shadow Dancer.
Not a great pick. That's going to be Mizuki. That's going to be coming out. Sea Serpent out. Main DPS targeted. Kiriko out. You now have no more supports on the side of Augusta Ghost. Tyler down. Tracer down. Diamond Man, Mystic. Everyone fell down.
And Kraken throwing up a fight. They are not letting it go down. AJ12 really being this piece we talked about earlier, being that missing piece. Having that dive on lock is going to be vital, and Ghost have to find a solution, or they're going to find themselves on the end of an 0-1 lead.
Now, magically pushing into the opposition side of the map, which may be a little bit scary, but the Cassidy uses his high noon, gets 2 picks. Sea Serpent, Lava Tank are out. You're now missing 1 DPS, 1 support. Sigma still not scared, still pushing up.
Yeah, I mean, when you have Kinetic Grasp and you have your shield, you're not really afraid of much, but maybe you should be. Mystic finding 2 on Charky, and magically, that's going to send Kraken back to the spawn room, and a regroup is in order.
Maybe you should be a little bit afraid because Mystic looks like he's clicking heads.
I mean, yeah. And look at the ult differential here, John. I mean, West Texas Kraken, they have nearly 4 online. Ghost, they have 3, almost 4. So this next fight could be a big determiner for the map as Hazard sits at 97, nearly having their ult online. You can hear that Bastion. Here comes the bombs. 1, 2, count them 3. Not finding any picks yet, but it's the old switcheroo as they come in with the Kitsune and the Bastion in turret mode.
That's now 2 ults that come out. Kitsune Rush. Seems like Kraken is committing everything they can to capture this point. Augusta Ghost trying their best for the defense here, and it really looks like that Kraken is able to overtake the point.
Not only were they able to take point, they were able to hold on to 2 ults while doing it, while Augusta Ghost were able to keep 2 of their own. So with that Gravitic Flux online, this could be a game changer, John.
Now, Mizuki is one of those characters that's a little bit newer to the game.
Right.
I'm thinking that if Mizuki is able to hit that chain onto Jetpack Cat and tether him down, you can shut that down. It really just depends if Mizuki is going to target the Jetpack Cat, and if the Jetpack Cat is getting away with too much. Magically take it down.
Magic taking out Mystic taking out magically, and that's going to be Shadow Dancer. That Mizuki you were just talking about, John, taking out Charky. When you get picks on these supports, that is going to flip the fights 90% of the time.
Augusta Ghost closing in on that 90%, 10% away from that full cap. It's looking like Kraken doesn't have a lot of time here. They need to commit everything they can, but they only have the Jetpack Cat ult.
Ooh, and that's Hazard now going in, trying to find the value, going to be hindered instead. Overtime is underway, so they need to find some value on point as they try to pinch some angles, but unfortunately not going to nab it. Oh, no, they find it in the last second, magically pushing up point, finding 2 with AJ12. Tyler taking out Charky, and now it's just magically holding on by a thread, jumping on, trying to find the quick, but it's not going to be quite it. We're going to find a 1-1 in the first control.
Currently tied game, right? We're now in that best. This is the best of 3. You know, the next winner of this next round is going to take that game 1. Now, that first game looked a little bit shaky for Augusta Ghost, but it seems like they were able to get the feel. They were able to understand what the strategies were coming out of the Krakens, and it seems like Ghost is kind of locked in here. They're taking every single trade they can. They're trying to save on that ult economy, and they're really trying to zero in on what characters they're looking to target.
Yeah, and as you know, these unfortunately the ult charge does not carry over round over round, so we're starting neutral and we're seeing some picks changing up on the field here, John.
Now Maga is one of those characters that are definitely very scary. I mean, early on, he has that ignition that just burns you, takes away at your HP bar, but it's when Maga gets his ult online that he truly becomes fearful.
Reaper.
Yeah, I mean, he's a berserker. He wants to throw down the cage fight. So getting that ult charge early, finding the headshots to make it faster is going to be the name of the game, as they're positioned to take point first. Kraken looking for a flank, but Augusta Ghost going to find them around the back, keeping 2 on point as their anchors.
A little bit of a ring around the rosy game, as we're still looking to find out who's staying on that high ground and who's going to get on point. I mean, Augusta Ghost almost hits the cap, but it's going to be magically from Kraken, who goes down first. Sea Serpent goes next, and it's looking like AJ12 is the next one to go. It's only the supports, and oh man, Augusta Ghost
finding the needle in the haystack.
They found it. They found their opportunity. They really, it was a little bit of a chase game, a little cat and mouse, but it seems like Augusta Ghost were able to zero in on Magically, who was the first one to fall. And when your front line is gone, you don't really have anyone else to defend the rest of the team.
Both teams showing how impressively in sync they are, though, as they held point for so long, and it was but a hair away from swapping. We're going to see some folks get into position as the Kitsune guides them, and the cage fight is underway. Augusta Ghost looking to hold this with a 1-1, 35%. We're seeing Cassidy has it online. Is it about time? It looks like it's about 11:59.
Still looking for any opportunity they can find here. WTX Kraken just looking for some kind of opening. Magically switches off Junker Queen, didn't really work out. Sigma coming out, but this Maga is just going to rip at those shields.
And there it is, the high noon. It at least keeps him off point for the moment. It won't find any eliminations, but that's going to be the Kitsune now guiding West Texas as they push in. It's a 2-2 contest, and we're seeing a back and forth. AJ12 with the Dragon Blade, taking out Leoshi and trying to find more picks. Magically going to find it on Mystic, and that'll be a team wipe, swapping it in favor for West Texas. This has been so back and forth, John.
I mean, WTX Kraken has something to prove. After that really strong round 1, and maybe a little bit more of a disappointing round 2, they said they can't go down like this. Sea Serpent, with family in France, currently watching live. It is currently a little bit later in the day, but they're here supporting family from across the globe, from inside the venue, putting up the best fight. But it's just not enough. Augusta Ghost takes down WTX Kraken. And it is a rough one.
Just as fast as it swung one way, it swings the other. We mentioned it before the series started. These engagements, backing up, finding the first pick will determine this series. So it's a matter of how tight you're able to make these plays. This Magically moves in with Gravitic Flux, the only ultimate available on the map.
You better hope you get the most amount of value out of this Graphitic Flux. Do you commit to the tank or do you commit to the supports? Commit to the supports, the rest of the team is going to be swinging around the left. As you see Diamond Man, half HP, every single ult being committed, and it just looks like it's not enough.
Oh my gosh, a heck of a play though. They had to find a break in that line of sight so that the high noon didn't strike them down. AJ12 showing that they are just as proficient on this Genji as they were on the Tracer. It's looking like Overwatch 2017.
AJ12 still able to get the pick on the Reaper. That's Kiriko that goes down. 30 HP.
And Mystic gonna find the pick on AJ12. That's huge for Augusta Ghost because that was looking like a wipe for a second.
Sea Serpent staying back on point. Tracer goes down. I don't know if it's enough. AJ12 he tried his absolute best. Bought more time, but Doomfist goes down. Augusta Ghost wins the game.
They are going to take that first map in this best-of-5 series. Wow. What a phenomenal end to the first map. That was so back and forth. It was not one swing in any way or the other. Let's see the play of the game from Sea Serpent.
I mean, Sea Serpent with that Bastion play was just putting out so much damage. Every single piece of utility, every single shot, perfect tracking. And it really just seems like Sea Serpent is locked in. There's not a single moment here, Nuke, where Sea Serpent isn't looking for the opening, looking for the support, looking for whatever he can pick off of the side of Augusta Ghost. I mean, listen, there's some serious competition here. I'm not going to lie, Nuke.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, they're no amateur, right? This is their 6th Nationals appearance here for the league. So I certainly am not surprised to see them get the play of the game in the first map. But its control is a little bit different than Hybrid and Escort and Flashpoint. So let's see if they can carry over the energy into the following maps.
I mean, energy, I hope you're able to keep up here because this is a best of 5 nuke. I mean, that is a lot, especially if the other team is able to go back and forth with these win trades. This is going to be a battle of endurance, a battle of like autonomy and just power, sheer power. I mean, it's will versus will, and you're just trying to see if you want it more than the other side.
I mean, you play Apex a lot, right? So it's utility, it's economy, it's communication, it's knowing when to engage and back up. A lot of that you can translate over to how Overwatch plays.
And that's really the beauty of these things, that you have, you know, not just over here from our Overwatch players, but from this entire event, we've been seeing some cross-discipline esports athletes, especially from the Fortnite players going into Apex Legends. There's a little bit of practical skill that transfers over. And, you know, for a game like Overwatch, which is so incredibly heavy on that utility usage, I mean, you have to know when every single cooldown is ready, because just being late on one single tactical, one single ability, that could be life or death.
Yeah, one of the Rocket League players actually, Flix, is a Street Fighter national champion. Wow. So kind of crazy. That cross-pollination, like you're saying, you see it at this level. And that's what it means to come up in this space. You gotta diversify the portfolio and take the skill sets that you're learning from one game into the next, into the next. And as these players continue their career in collegiate, they're gonna find very soon that, you know, having a secondary and tertiary title is just important as your primary.
I mean, you can't put all your eggs in one basket, but it seems like these folks here, these players, they're all committed. They only have their eyes set on one thing, and that's going to be the trophy, or, you know, the rings. And the rings. I mean, it's a championship ring, and let me be honest, those rings are absolutely dang beautiful. I mean, they're right over here behind me, and
when we talk about esports, we talk about being endemic, right?
Yeah.
And so I love trophies. Trophies are great. But what do we do in esports? We don't shake hands, right? No. We fist bump. That's what we do. So when you fist bump someone and you're wearing a massive ring with some golden diamonds in it, that's got a little weight to it.
That's a little aura farm right there. I mean, just be like, hey, what's good, man?
How's it going? What you got there?
Where did that get? How did that get there? Oh, man. Just look at those beauties. They are shining.
I also love that, like, they have something for the players to take home themselves, right? The trophies gotta sit in the trophy case respectfully. You gotta give shouts back to the program that supports you to get to this level. But giving a memento for the players, like a ring, that's wonderful.
That is beautiful. I mean, I'm sure everyone wants that ring. It's what they've been playing for. It's what they've been here all weekend for, and it's just kind of like the culmination for it. You know, it's that memento that's going to stay with you forever, and you know, probably get a little bit of wear and not just sit in a display case.
I mean, I would hope so. And if it's in a display case, at least it's at home, right? It's not in the program.
Yeah.
But to that point, I mean, I'm curious how these pick bans are going to go into these next maps and who is going to decide what, because as we know, if you find yourself on the losing end of the stick so far, that's going to be your chance to get back in and decide the next map factor.
So let's just take a moment here, Nuke, to think back on that last game. I mean, is there any sort of things that didn't really go in the way of the Krakens that maybe Augusta Ghost was able to pick up on, or maybe the opposite? I mean, what are you maybe getting a little bit of a read on from the gameplay that we had just witnessed?
Well, first off, both of these teams are very finely tuned. If they weren't, you would not see the constant swapping back and forth on point. They are adapting exceptionally well. So I think this series is going to be an endurance battle, like you had mentioned earlier. It's when you start adapt, it's one thing to stick to your game plan and go, hey, this is what we're doing. We're sticking to this. We're running this play. It's a whole nother thing to be in the moment, actively listening and adapting to what is going on. That's what we're seeing point after point. So, I mean, there's some massive factors here. We've been talking a lot about the Kraken team. Magically and Charky are actually brothers. So, yeah, going into the series, they're already on the same page. Sea Serpent obviously had the play of the game. AJ12, we see why they were the missing piece. The Tracer in that first round and then swapping over to Genji in the second round, they were finding a ton of value. But Augusta Ghost just clinching on and keeping the disciplined approach to holding point, finding those rotations, moving as a unit. It's much easier with 3 people, much more difficult with 5.
Absolutely. I mean, one thing that I noticed is that there's a certain level of clutch factor that is on the side of AJ12. I mean, we just saw that with that Genji play. He was able to take down 1-2, leaving just Amaga left. And Kraken was able to get that reset back onto point, albeit AJ didn't stay alive and they lost the point. But imagine AJ does that 1 time, 2 times, 3 times.
The dashes were nuts.
They were crazy. I mean, he was getting every single shuriken landing on those heads. And if AJ12 can keep up putting a showing like that, I mean, with these next game modes, right? You know, because that was control. You're gonna have hybrid. We're gonna have push.
Flashpoint escort, yeah.
And Flashpoint especially is one of those game modes where you need a certain level of clutch factor. Listen, all I'm saying is that even though Kraken lost, don't count them out quite yet. I mean, they were looking really strong there, and and even dominant for that first round.
I mean, certainly, we've talked a lot about Kraken, but I mean, Augusta Ghost is in the namesake. They're sponsored by Ghost Gaming. Tyler themselves, they've been playing Overwatch since 2016, and they've hit top 500 in tank and DPS both.
Wow.
That's a tall order. And actually, earlier, they had mentioned in their notes they competed in the Face It Open division, and they were just shy of playoffs, making 33rd. Wow. That is what you're up against when you're at the national stage of high school competition.
Imagine saying you're 33rd at anything. I couldn't. I mean,
there's a popular Smash meme where Mars got 33rd at a tournament. If you know ball, you know ball.
Okay.
But 33rd, impressive in and of itself.
Yeah, I mean, working in that Face It environment, I'm sure you're bringing information, knowledge checks, and even just a certain level of structure that you're bringing back and forth to the ESC, to your team. And for someone who's aspiring to go pro like that, it really is an impressive feat that you're able to show that level of play and consistency.
Oh, consistency is key. I mean, as a collegiate director, one thing that I really focus on that's kind of like second nature to these players at this point is mentality.
Yeah.
Right? Ensuring that before your game, you go through your ritual, you meditate, you listen to your music, you do what you need to, but you don't get that luxury in between maps. You have to maintain the mental fortitude, especially as we take longer pauses in between the series to determine where we're going next. And in the FGC community, we call that icing out. So you gotta stay warm, you gotta stay ready.
Yeah, I mean, mental boom is just such a real thing. Once you go into mental boom, you're checked out. I mean, you're a little bit more sluggish, you're a little bit more slow, and once you get to that point, it's so incredibly difficult to pull yourself out from. And I mean, said it earlier, that team that's going to get that first game win, they're going to be having the tempo, having that momentum going into the rest of the series. So it really is kind of up to Kraken to show that, hey, even though we lost, we were actually really close. That was a tight game.
It was very close. I mean, I've casted Overwatch for well over 10 years now, and I will tell you that in a grand finals, if you see Control go back and forth that far into a game 3, you got a series on your ahead of you.
Man, 10 years, huh? I was 13 10 years ago.
Ain't no way you outed me as Hunk on broadcast. Dang. But yeah, that's how it works out sometimes. I mean, you know, what do they say? I can't believe I'm saying respect your elders, something like that. Let's hear it from the parents in the room. Yeah, exactly. Here out to support. Yeah, you're welcome, by the way.
Yeah, thank you.
Paving
Yeah,
the road, allowing you to step through. And,
you know, really good sidewalk.
No, you've only done that yourself. They were handing out scholarships earlier, and I remember when you were the recipient of that scholarship 2 years ago, PB and John.
It was a nice little check.
And there was a chant for Let's Go Kraken. What is this that we're seeing as well? Ghost has a Widowmaker.
Okay. I mean, you have Mystic on the Widowmaker. He was on the hit scan earlier with that Cassidy gameplay, and that Cassidy was hitting really hard. And if Mystic has a Widowmaker just as good as that Cassidy, I'm thinking he might be able to get at least one headshot, one pick, just waiting for a moment. But Kraken is avoiding all sightlines because they had the recon on the Widowmaker.
And they're done now. I mean, we're in Scrims Row now, PB and John. This is probably the most viewed Overwatch map of all time. It's been been in the game for the longest. It was in beta, and this is, I said scrims row because this is where a lot of the teams prefer to scrim on. Sea Serpent with the jetpack cat combo, flanking around, finding the value where needed. Now, I loved that Kraken recognized early that Ghost was trying to get a couple of cheeky picks with the Widowmaker, immediately swapped to Mystic. Sight lines will be everything.
I mean, like a bug stuck to a wall, the Bastion is just still chilling in the corner, staying in the alley. I mean, is this Spider-Man or what? Because he's finding you in a back alley, and rest assured, he's not letting you leave.
Yeah, you're going nowhere. Got you for 3 minutes, ish of playtime. Sea Serpent taking out Tyler. That's AJ12 finding Mystic. And unfortunately, Ghost are sent back to spawn, having a hard time getting out. Leoshi's gonna take out AJ12, but that's a Tracer. They're gonna get back to point like lickety-split.
I mean, the 2 team wipes here is definitely going to be to the disadvantage of Augusta Ghost, because besides that timer trickling down, you now have ult charge on the side of WTX Kraken, which is going to make this next exchange so much more easy for them. But it seems like the Hazard comes out, gets the slash. AJ12 comes in, Leoshi downed.
And there it is, slowly finding their pace here. Sea Serpent looking to take out this D.Va. They have ults, but they're probably going to hold, patiently waiting to try to touch point. They're going to regroup. The most overpowered thing that you can do in Overwatch, and I stand by, is just backing up and regrouping with your team. The more you stagger, the more you waste time. And with the 2-minute timer ticking down, we don't have much of it.
I mean, patience is definitely a virtue here. Bastion, artillery strike coming out, not finding the most amount of value here. Almost, you wouldn't quite call that a waste, but Bastion out of the fight here until he's able to come back. Magically taking tons of damage. Kiriko Suzu comes out.
Yeah, it's a Magically versus Tyler tank battle, and Leoshi with D.Va gonna find Sea Serpent on the Bastion. That's gonna be Tyler now pushing in, and they're finding some ticks on the point now. They're gonna find the first, but look, that's Kraken on the other side of the wall, John. They're regrouping, they're ready to retouch. The wall is going down. It's not gonna be enough. The Diamond Man on the Sphera, but just slamming rockets from above, trying to build that barrage, and there's the Kitsune guiding them, trying to take them to point with only 1 on point. They're contesting now with 3. Will it be enough?
The D.Va shutting down the Bastion turret. It's looking like everything is looking pretty good on Augusta Ghost side. Jetpack Cat out. Just waiting for that Tracer to be taken down, and that is going to be a point cap for the Augusta Ghost.
They're gonna take it narrowly. They had less than a minute left. So, with not much time on their hands, they're gonna have to make haste pushing this payload as far as they can. A couple of the team members gonna push up, trying to find some value as they're looking to rebuild that ultimate charge. Charky making a swap onto Wu Yang for the first time in the series.
Now here's the thing about King's Row, Nuke, is that it's not terribly difficult to get to the checkpoint, but it's definitely far away. And for something that's only on the first third of that track there, you still only have 2.5 minutes left. Sea Serpent switches to Sojourn. Laser comes out. That's going to be 1 pick on Shadow Dancer. 1 support down. Tyler, 1 HP.
Kraken pushing in. Payload making no progress, but Ultimate's online, and there's the Hazard pushing in, wrapping around Tyler in the back line, though, taking out Parasol and Charky with no supports and a leg to stand on. Kraken looking to find some value, but ultimately needing to regroup. Self-destruct online, said, let's get it out. I just need to get my mech back.
That was crazy the way that Augusta Ghost just flipped that around. They lost 2 members. They had lost their Mizuki. They had lost, I think, even Leoshi. But that D.Va was able to be such a turnkey member in that team fight there. where Augusta Ghost was able to keep up the momentum as they're approaching the first checkpoint on Kings Row.
And this is a great position to be in if you're the Diamond Man. Rocket Barrage now online, paired with Mizuki's ultimate, is going to be a deadly combo. That's going to be Magically and Charky taken out as they're now fighting this stagger. AJ, once again, this is the second fight we're seeing now, John, where AJ able to find some value, but not fast enough as the team is falling quickly like dominoes.
2 minutes, 35 seconds left on the timer. WTX Kraken just can't really seem to find a moment here. The momentum coming out of Augusta Ghost is just way too great. But one thing that's on Kraken's side is that Genji sword. If he's able to find a moment here, dive into the backline and shut down the Mizuki and Kiriko, then I think Augusta Ghost has a wonderful opportunity here to slow down the game.
I would agree with you. I mean, AJ's been the playmaker, but right now, Sea Serpent falling, Charky online. It's either go or back up. Tyler finding that first pick. Charky pushing in, AJ12 following suit. The Dragon Blade looking for a reset as Charky's found one. AJ unable to find any, just gonna back up, try to get a little help. Not gonna find it, and that's gonna be Magically taking out Diamond Man, and we're hearing an onslaught of ultimates from Augusta Ghost as they try to cement this final push with the spawn being right behind where they're going. Kraken are going to regroup quick, or the Ghost are going to push this in. Now the Steva ultimate, the self-destruct, is going to be pivotal for this final fight as they try to get a full wipe, because if you stagger, it's going to be very hard to take this final push.
Tyler taking the high ground, waiting for the best possible moment for this Diva Bomb as Sea Serpent is going to be rushed. Now they were able to slow down the push, but right now everything is resting on Tyler. The moment he presses that ult button, which is coming out now, no value.
Yeah, Tyler's using a lot of these ults more defensively, you know, just trying to get the mech back, as we now see Captain Chase Sojourn pushing in, trying to get some value with this pulse rifle. The ultimate online, gonna find it on Charky, and this could be a big pick. Kraken coming in, they're taking out Sea Serpent, who was using the Death Blossom to try to stop their push with just Augusta Ghost falling. It's back and forth, John. This is a crazy series thus far.
It is an absolute bloodbath as the Hazard is able to get that ledge reset, but it's just not enough. Tyler just putting out damage. Diamond Man trying their absolute best. You have the Reaper on both sides of the map, just melting these tanks. Now Kraken able to slow it down. 15 seconds left on the board, only 3 meters away from that cap.
Yeah, and they're throwing everything they can. This is why I said the wipe is so important here, PP and John, because they just keep coming out of spawn. They're like ants coming out of an anthill. You pour water on, they're still there with 0.24 meters left. They're at the precipice of victory. 1, 1, 2. They got a touch right now, and it's gonna be it. The self-destruct, the aforementioned seal the deal. Augusta Ghost will go the distance.
Able to get that full cap nuke. That was insane. I mean, it was really down to the wire, down to the fact that they were having trades on both sides. But I mean, it just seems like Tyler is just putting out so much defensive and offensive capabilities here. He seems like he's the difference maker here, because that Diva is chasing down that Genji. The Diva is always looking in for that rush, and this dive is just something that is making it incredibly difficult for Kraken to react to.
Certainly, and they're trying to run the counter dive with the Pharah in the wings, but it's not quite doing the job. So, absolutely, I mean, I had mentioned that Diva Bomb is going to be one of the best ways to secure this point, and they just sat it nice and pretty right on top of the payload at the very end.
Preparing for that now side switch. We're gonna see Charky on the Jetpack Cat. Sea Serpent back on Bastion. Maybe we might be seeing a little bit of an offensive Jetpack Cat coming out here.
Positive and negatives here, right? They made it the full distance. However, they have no bank time left. So they have to make it the full distance, and then we'll see a reset as we go into overtime on Kings Row. Sea Serpent got Death Blossom once, and I want to see Sea Serpent throw that Death Blossom one more. The crowd counting down with the game as we go into the push for West Texas Krakens.
Now Magically chooses to opt for the Diva here, and I mean honestly a very, very good choice with the amount of damage that's going to be coming out here. Charky finds the first pick onto Tracer, and it is just a bloodbath inside of this hallway.
Yeah, this is exactly a mirror of what we saw in the last push as well, with the Ghost taking this back hallway. This Reaper's got to find some value up top. That's going to be the Mizuki. They're trying to push it. They're regrouping around them, Magically falling out of the mech. That'll be Shadow Dancer taking out Sea Serpent. The Ghost really holding down point.
Magically just way too overcommitted inside of that hallway when you don't have easy access to your supports. I mean, there was an absolute, the best attempt that came out there, but you have to have that spatial awareness of where the rest of your team is. WTX Kraken taking another attempt at the assault.
And the Krakens, like we mentioned before, this is their third time here, and they're looking to cement a legacy. With ultimates charged and with a little percent gain, it hasn't hit that first tick, so it won't be quite enough. Now playing on this high ground around the motel, Kraken moving in, and this is just so back and forth. Leoshi, as the support, finding 2 on both of the DPS, said, Kraken back up. I don't care that I'm playing, I don't care that I just have my arrows. I'm gonna throw them at you, that's it. Thank you, need that.
So, the hard part here is that AJ is able to find that pick. He's able to find that starting damage here, but it just seems like there's not a very big sense of cohesiveness amongst the Krakens right now.
Not yet, but we may find it in just a moment. As the Kiriko pushes in with the rest of the team Magically with their ultimate, looking to stop the push from the Ghost. They're gonna back up a little bit. They're gonna regroup. Parasol and Charky finding 2, Magically holding onto the ultimate and making the swap over to the Diva.
The fact that Kraken is even able to take that cap there. Oh, okay. I mean, Tyler just one final Hail Mary, but it seems like Augusta Ghost isn't done with this point. They want it. They want to commit to it. The Kiri Kitsune rush comes out of Parasol. Charky comes down, but it's not enough.
Ooh, and we're seeing the ultimate, multiple ultimates high flying on point. A second nerf this time for Magically, using it to get the mech back. Repush point. Is there a 2? Will that be it? That will be it. The payload has been secured. The spawn has been pushed up or back, depending on your side, and they're now going to regroup. It is really coming down to who is finding the picks, whether it be Leoshi on the Kiriko taking out both DPS on the side of the Krakens, or whether it be Parasol finding both Shadow Dancer and Tyler in that last fight. Magically playing on this back end. I love that they made the swap to Diva themselves. They said, you want a Diva battle? You want a mech fight? We can turn this into an anime fight.
I mean, the Diva is absolutely doing so much here. I mean, Magically, despite the little bit of, questionable positioning here and there, is doing what he needs to do for his team, shutting down the damage output that's coming out of Mystic. But I mean, that's the thing with DPS. That poke, Magically trying his best to shut down Mystic, but it's not enough.
That's Mystic now as well. Was originally looking for a high noon. However, that was Sojourn on the high ground. You can't just stand there and pop the high noon with the enemy hit scan looking right at you. So they're gonna take a beat on that, wait just a moment, and regroup to push once more. Sojourn as well with their ultimate online. If they're able to get it off, this could spell a disaster.
It only takes a moment for leaving a DPS unchecked. WTX Kraken finding some momentum here, pushing back Augusta Ghost. Sea Serpent gets the pick onto Mystic as Magically gets taken out of mech. Sea Serpent down. That's going to be 1 pick on both sides. Diva Bomb coming out. Resets from both Divas.
And it's close. It is so back and forth, but I mean, it's not really mattering if you're not pushing the payload. And unfortunately, they're not finding much. Shadow Dancer saying, you know what? I think I want some picks myself. I don't care that I'm the other healer. I'm going to take them both out as well. Shadow Dancer and Leoshi standing on their own 2 feet in their respective rights.
Definitely in the favor of Augusta Ghost right now. I mean, Shadow Dancer with the Mizuki ult, Kitsune Rush almost online, and on the side of WTX Kraken, you don't really have much going for you except for one Kitsune Rush that'll be ready with the next clash.
Yeah, that overclock from Mystic in that last fight was absolutely nutty, and we're now seeing the switch as well. I just noticed magically on the Junker Queen, maybe trying to find some anti-heal disposition on the Ghost to try to lodge this defense so that they can make the push themselves, because with 1 minute left, PB and John, they don't have much time to figure this equation out.
I mean, in this next minute here, the only thing you can really do is try to farm as much ult charge as you possibly can and commit everything to one final push, one final battle. 55 seconds left on the board as Tyler maybe overextends the slightest bit, but that's okay because Leoshi and Shadow Dancer are there to cover for him. There to pick up anything, any mistake he might make. AJ12 going down, Sea Serpent way too pushed in. It's looking like it's still gonna be in the favor of Augusta Ghost. Shadow Dancer coming down, magically down. The Junker Queen is now down. Sea Serpent trying his absolute best with that lifesteal, but man, the damage output from Mystic and Diamond Man is just way too oppressive.
It's a tall order, and certainly if you're a captain on the team with these ultimates sitting in the wings, you're probably saying we just need to build and send at once at this point because we have 10 seconds left. We got to find this this final touch. Magically is going to have this overcharge online and going to push in with the Rampage on the Junker Queen. Let's see if it'll work. There's the Rampage pushing through. Will it be enough with the anti-teal on lock? Diamond Man taking out Sharky Parasol, now finding it on Leoshi. AJ12, they're finding the dislodge here, John. There's AJ12 taking out 3, and they are continuing the push, but Ghost will have time to regroup. Will it be enough?
That Rampage was the lifeline that Kraken really needed. I mean, you have that lifesteal. You're able to shut down zero healing. Mizuki and Leoshi coming down first. That was perfect scenario for Kraken. But there's still time for Augusta Ghost to hit that reset and prevent this last push into first checkpoint.
Yeah, and at this point in the series, swapping characters, you have all of your perks online. So we haven't even mentioned that yet, but here we go into the final push. If they lose this, this is the map win for Augusta Ghost.
Mystic coming down here. You still have Diamond Man still on the Tracer. That's both DPS. Mizuki coming down. It's looking like it's in favor of Krakens as they're able to now guarantee that first checkpoint. It is not over yet as you have a minute 30 added to the timer for Kraken. Are they able to push it all the way until the end as you really only have time for one more fight?
You really only have time for one breath, John. I mean, West Texas Krakens, if you are a fan or if you are a player, you bought yourself a deep breath, but you only have a minute to use it. And I'm loving how adaptive both of these teams are. We're seeing swaps constantly tweaking the nods as needed. Diamond Man now on this Reaper for Augusta Ghost, hoping to hold them at this choke point in this final push of King's Row.
I mean, at this point here, the worst thing you could possibly do is overextend. Sharky almost went down in the kill feed, magically still holding it down. Kitsune Rush coming out of Leoshi. We still have 3 ults from WTX Kraken. Sea Serpent taking the first pick. That is a Reaper who will be eliminated from Augusta Ghost. Now, if they can maintain this, Reaper both sides down. Maga running in with the ignition.
Unfortunately, Sea Serpent falling when they use their Death Blossom, but it's not going to matter. AJ12 with the Dragon Blade falling to Tyler, and you know what time it is. It's high noon, finding 1 on the Sharky. Mystic stopping the push, and with 9 seconds left, almost surgical from Augusta Ghost, putting them back in the spawn room. They're not going to have enough time to get back. They're going to try with the Gravitic Flux. Will it be enough? They do have 1 on point. They make it into overtime. They touch just in time, but it might not be enough here, John, as Augusta Ghost are just stopping their push one by one.
And it's looking like it just simply isn't enough here, Nuke. Sea Serpent unable to get onto point. Augusta Ghost takes second map. Score 2-0.
Woo! 2-1 if we're counting points in that last map specifically. They were able to get it past that first choke, that first touch, but man, oh man, Ghost now finds themselves up, like you said, 2-0 in this series. And the play of the game goes to the bane of existence for Overwatch right now, the Jetpack Cat Bastion combo around the flank.
Wow. What a game. What a game. I mean,
holy moly.
It seems like Ghost, off of the momentum from that first game, just realized they can get away with a lot more than they thought they could. And Kraken just wasn't able to react enough to that assault, the damage output that was coming out from Mystic. I mean, Diamond Man, albeit still there for the support, playing that off that second DPS, is still able to put down so much damage that Kraken just can't simply stay alive long enough.
It's the supports.
That extended. Yeah, it's the supports. I mean, you know, hold on. Mystic and Diamond Man, they're doing a lot. But Mizuki, Leoshi, and Shadow Dancer, they were keeping the team alive throughout all of those confrontations, throughout all of those exchanges. And even though there was a couple of moments there where Augusta Ghost fell down, it wasn't very often. There was very key fights that Kraken was able to win and turn the tide in their favor, but it really just seemed like small little mishaps that was coming from the supports on Augusta Ghost, and they realized, hey, can't let that happen. Let's run it back.
It's one thing to do your job. It's one thing to do your job and the other players' jobs, right? Not only were they keeping everyone alive, as the DPS were rushing in trying to find the picks, Leoshi said, here's a headshot, here's a headshot. Nope, I don't think so. So them being able to stand on their own 2 feet and stop the push from the DPS diving in the backline, I think that is what turned the map in their favor. They just couldn't find the picks after that first round. So if the supports keep adapting to what the DPS are throwing at them, I think Augusta Ghost have this series in the bag. Let's take a moment and take a look at some of the highlights from that last game, because boy, oh boy, there was a slew of them. There's the Kitsune first coming in. This was that final fight, the Maga pushing in. Look at Sea Serpent's ultimate right here, unfortunately falling low, saying, I got it with the Kitsune, trying to use the Death Blossom, not quite finding it. Leoshi using one of their own. I mean, this was a nutty fight to end out the map.
I mean, in that final moment there, the Maga was able to generate so much ult charge. He went from going to 65 all the way up to 100 and releasing that Maga cage that just put that final nail in the coffin. WTX Kraken just unable to react to that as Mystic on his crazy Cassidy continued to click heads. Headshot, body shot, headshot, Sea Serpent goes down, and I mean, magically tried his absolute best, but the Graphitic Flux just wasn't enough to stall for time.
Yeah, I mean, this Maga, Tyler on Maga was an absolute menace with the chain gun. Finding the headshots on that is gonna ramp up your ult charge, and it just felt like every other fight was a cage fight at the end of the series.
That was a difficult one. It was definitely a difficult one. I mean, both teams were trying to be as reactionary as possible, but that's the thing about Overwatch is that you can't necessarily be a reactionary. You have to be preemptive, and that's really what it looked like from the side of Augusta Ghost, where Mystic, he was constantly swapping on and off of different DPSs. He had gone on the Sojourn, he had gone on the Cassidy, he had, I think there was a small little brief moment where he may have been on Bastion, don't quote me on that, but it was just an insane, you know, 300 IQ move that was coming out of the DPS from Augusta Ghost, where it didn't seem like Kraken was ready for it at any given moment.
It didn't seem like it. And I mean, like I mentioned in that first map for Control can always be extremely back and forth, and we had a very good series. But as we move into these longer form games, like we saw on King's Row, that's when the dust is going to start to rise to the top, and when they shake it off, you're going to see where the differences are in key gameplay. Augusta Ghost were very preemptive and methodical on how they were pushing. Unfortunately, I think the end of that map really just came down to XPL regrouping fast enough and having a game plan. I gotta shout them out for making the swaps where needed, but it might have been a little too much too many.
I mean, definitely that what I'm seeing from the technique, from the strategy coming out of Augusta Ghost is that the supports are the main priority, and that's how it should always be. But there's not really much of a moment here where Charky can get much respite, as he's a lot of the time one of the first to fall in the kill feed. He's being targeted, he's being hunted down, and when you have characters like that Reaper who was in those final clashes, Reaper is always going to hunt you down. One headshot to the head, and that's enough to get you almost down to 0.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're going to take just a short second and thank our sponsors who are making sure that this event is fluctuating as intended. So shout out to Valhallan, XP League, Full Sail University, the beautiful space that we're in right now, Choice Hotels, who are ensuring that everyone is getting a good night's rest in between the days, Lenovo Legions, the PCs that you see we're playing on, Metal, which are delicious performance drinks. I've tried a few over the weekend.
I really like that watermelon. That watermelon's pretty tasty.
I'm a big fan of the orange myself.
Yeah.
Next to them over as well in the live venue, you have Earthlings, and those are neat little keychains and little
Cute
like
little
rip 'em
cubes.
packs. Yeah, little cubes. I was a big fan of those. Shure microphones, and of course, couldn't have powered the event, couldn't have got the PCs, couldn't have made sure that we had the technical expertise to ensure this went off without a hitch without our good friends over at Esports Foundry.
Big shout out to Esports Foundry because they really came in clutch for us. Thank you very much.
Yeah, shout out Lauren, Nova, and Chris. You guys are the GOATs.
Thanks, guys.
Not in Overwatch. We're not doing that
No
anymore.
goats. No Brigida coming out
anymore.
today. I don't know how Brigida is right now. Is she good?
No.
No. Okay, well, I mean, that's rough. I mean, I like Brigida myself.
I do too. I do too. I was in the minority of liking goats.
What's your main role, Nuke?
I used to play a lot of tank.
Okay.
Reinhardt, and this is gonna date you. Want to talk about Unk?
Okay.
I mained Hanzo and Scatter Arrow.
Was
prevalent.
Okay, simple geometry.
Simple geometry.
Wow, that's real Unk.
Yeah. Honestly. But yeah, what about you?
You know, I logged into my game the other day because it'd been a little bit since I played some Overwatch, and I was like, here, let me look at my hours. But you know how it breaks everything down into hours by character?
Yeah.
So my first character was Ana with 400 hours.
Love Ana.
And then second after that was Lucio with 32. So I play a lot of Ana.
Man.
Ana's pretty good. I mean, it's just so funny hitting the craziest sleep dart ever and then hitting a quick little teabag.
Yeah.
You know, the BM is always funny.
It is. Especially when you're playing a grandma.
Yeah.
Here's your candy.
Oh, I love that. I love that emote. the emo candy emote's awesome.
Speaking of candy, we got a sweet treat for you right here as we're heading into our third map. West Texas Kraken find themselves down 0-2 in the series. If this is your first time tuning in, Augusta Ghosts are on game point now. And here we are on Flashpoint.
Now, here's the thing about Flashpoint here is that this is going to be a, was it first to 3 or first to 5 nuke? I believe it's a first to 3 points.
Yes.
So it's going to be a constant, almost like control, where you're constantly fighting for that point, but a lot more fast-paced. The timer ticks up much faster, and these clashes are really all or nothing. You really only have the opportunity for at most 2 or 3 fights here. As we're now on Junkertown.
Yeah, New Junk City is beautiful right now. And I'm telling you, I'm loving the diversity here, PB and John. Magically now flexing the Zarya. And these bubbles can come in extremely clutch, especially as we're seeing Maga, Bastion, these high energy, high bullet characters. That's going to be Ghost taking the first point. But West Texas Krakens were able to pop a couple of really good abilities and get solid ult charge for this first push.
You know, I'm actually really fond of the Zarya pick out of Kraken here. Even though they seemingly lost that first clash here, I mean, they weren't all eliminated. But most importantly is that Zarya was able to get so much energy charge out of that. And when Zarya gets online, upwards of the 80 to 90% charge mark, that's when you're going to really feel that damage. You're really going to be feeling that output as Maga is going to be taking shotgun shot after shotgun shot from Reaper. Sea Serpent looking for every opportunity he can here.
And finding them when they can. Charky, as you mentioned earlier, falling low as Augusta Ghost push in the backline, try to find something. That's now Diamond Man on the Tracer, making a shout out to AJ saying, I can do the same thing magically. Then the 1v1 against Tyler, the 2 top 500s, the captains here duking it out. Sea Serpent pushing in, and that's going to be the Maga trying to get in this tight space, and with 82%, Ultimate nearly coming online. The Zarya going to pop the Graviton, try to find some kills. They're going to find 3. This is a back and forth, but they already took the flashpoint. So Kraken, they can have the kills, but they're not going to get the point.
That was actually some of that team character synergy that we were maybe missing from last game from Kraken. You have the Graviton Surge that comes out, and immediately AJ12 follows it up with the dashes, hitting those shurikens. And he didn't even expend Dragon Blade in that last confrontation. Augusta Ghost takes the first flashpoint, but Kraken already on point. 4 seconds until the unlock.
Yeah, they have done their homework to prepare for this series. Now, Kraken getting here first, and that's the beauty of this being sort of a multiple point map. You can kind of give it up early and rotate if you want to get that position, as we're seeing AJ with the Dragon Blade. Shadow Dancer does a quick turn and throws the hat Kung Lao style, taking him out with the melee. Sea Serpent finding great value with this Death Blossom, taking out both Mystic and Leoshi with the Hellfire Shotguns, taking out Tyler next.
Oh! That is a 4K for Sea Serpent, as that Death Blossom is going to completely shut down Augusta Ghost. And look at that timer ticking all the way up. They're going to be getting at least 50% until the next clash.
And they need it, right? They're down 0-1. This point has to be theirs, or they're going to find themselves on not just game point, but match point for the series. Augusta Ghost swapping over to the Hazard. Tyler wanting to find a little bit more DPS.
Still damage output waiting here as Kraken is still holding that point.
Doing what they can. Mystic gonna find a pick with the railgun on AJ12. That's gonna open up point. Augusta Ghost pushing in, and Kraken finding themselves with no leg, or I guess tentacle to stand on?
I mean, Kraken is just going to be staying here. They have time to spend, as Augusta Ghost is now playing catch-up game. If they're able to win the next clash, hold points for even just a minuscule second, that might be a 1-1, but it's not guaranteed quite yet, as Augusta Ghost has 2 ults currently online.
Oh, and it's both of the DPS ults. We see the pulse charge, we see the overclock. They're both ready to go. Leoshi's gonna have Kitsune soon, but first we're gonna see Parasol's Kitsune get back on point. Mystic taking out magically. That's gonna take out the tank for the West Texas Krakens, as AJ12 finding value on the back end, taking out Mystic with Sea Serpent on Shadow Dancer. It's a back and forth. Tyler finding both Charky and Parasol. They have no supports left on the field. Sea Serpent finding value on the Leoshi now, but with 77, this is it, John.
And that was that clash that Kraken truly needed. I mean, Sea Serpent and AJ12 are showing up right now, as they're going to be taking the second flashpoint. Score currently 1-1, tied.
Yeah, we're seeing a pretty heavy back and forth in this series so far between Sea Serpent, AJ12, Leoshi, and Shadow Dancer. That time they were able to find the supports in the back line, and because of it, they were able to keep themselves in the series.
Flashpoint unlocking in 15 seconds. Augusta Ghost currently on the next points, as they're waiting for Kraken to walk up, looking for their first opportunity here. Kraken slowly assessing what that walk-up is going to look like, and magically just way too overextended as he falls first.
And there it is. Point is unlocked. Die, die, die. Death Blossom spin to win. The Sea Serpent rears its head, striking West Texas Krakens, finding the momentum they've needed so far on Flashpoint.
I mean, truly, it just kind of looks like that this Reaper coming out of Sea Serpent is just going to get every single bit of damage out. And from Augusta Ghost with the Hazard, you don't have any shields. You only really have that Spike Tower, which isn't very valuable at all if the Shadow Blossom just continues to destroy it, as you have no shield on the team. Shadow Dancer finding 2 picks. Tyler taking down Sea Serpent. It may actually be on the side of Augusta Ghost here, as Kraken falls.
Yeah, Augusta Ghost with a methodical push in. They took the low ground, they let them push in, and then found some value. Loved that AJ12 held on to the Dragon Blade and recognized that it was a lost fight. No point in popping it and then dying immediately. We're talking about a lot of this Sea Serpent Reaper play, and I love it because Tyler's been so dominant on the Augusta Ghost, and if you know anything about Reaper, you know that he's a tank shredder.
Now, definitely have to be careful here, as Augusta Ghost is going to soon have 4 ults online. Magically rooted down. AJ12 with the Dragon Blade out, takes down Mystic before he can output that ult. Tracer Bomb comes out, but it's not enough for Parasol. Charky looking for whatever he can, but Krakens aren't able to hold it down. It's going to be another failed push. Can they make it back onto the flashpoint before the cap?
I certainly hope so. Otherwise, they're going to find themselves in between a rock and a hard place. Mystic with the overclock online is the only ultimate on the field, so they'll have to be a little tricky on how they get into the point. There's the overclock coming in. Does this end now? We'll see now. AJ12 falling low, but not quite finding the pick. Mystic also finding themselves pretty low. Shadow Dancer taking out both Parasol and Sea Serpent. That's magically finding the flank, pushing around to point is the Kitsune. Covers point and allows Kraken the movement to get around, the flexibility to find the picks.
Oh, and the D.Va is actually able to take down Tyler as Baby D.Va, but it's not enough. Augusta Ghost gets the cap as AJ12 doesn't reach point fast enough. Score 1-2 in favor of Augusta Ghost. Flashpoint unlocking in 30 seconds here. Now, this may potentially be match point here. If Augusta Ghost wins this next flashpoint, then that's going to be the 3-0.
That'll be it. Yeah, I mean, oh my pasta, holy cannoli. This is rearing up at this point. 1-2, Augusta Ghost on this third point on Flashpoint. This is a little bit bigger here, a little bit of more of an open area. So AJ12 might find the flexibility to look for the picks. It'll really be a DPS battle, finding the headshots between Mystic, but that's gonna be the Hazard ultimate coming out on point. Finding value for the Ghost. Not enough though, as AJ12 and Magically finding two on the back end. The Pulse Bomb goes off, but doesn't find anyone.
Magically over here pulling a double shift, but Tyler hitting those flicks, hitting every single snap. Magically, unfortunately, not able to capitalize off of the D.Va bomb, as Tyler will be finding his picks. Augusta Ghost retains ownership of that flashpoint, and this is looking like dire straits here, Nuke. If Augusta Ghost gets the cap, that is it for our series.
That will be it for the series, and I certainly hope it goes back in the favor of Kraken, just because I want to see a long series. I want this to happen. TOs are probably shaking their head at me right now, but I know that's the best action we're going to get. Magically pushing around, defense matrix up, absorbing as much damage as they can. Flanking back, waiting for the team to regroup, allowing some AJ movement on the high ground. They're going to push in with Sea Serpent. And John, they have a couple of ults online.
The Death Blossom is going to be integral here for this push, as Mizuki Charky is going to be putting out his ult. Sea Serpent still holding on to the Death Blossom. Score currently 99%. This is overtime. We cannot get off the point. AJ12 with the laser beam disables Mystic, but it's just not enough. Kraken is currently falling. Sea Serpent trying his absolute best. Tracer stays at 1 HP, and he needs to try his absolute best as Death Blossom comes out, but it's not enough.
Oh my gosh. Talk about a hazard, because they were on the hunt, and that is it. We have your champions, my lord.
That was the 3-0 coming out of Augusta Ghost, as they are going to be your 2026 ESC Overwatch National Champions. That was crazy, dude.
Yeah, it's so easy to get lost in the weeds on Flashpoint with how high octane the action is, but man, I think that series, that map really came down to the hazard, finding the picks in the backline where needed, and that is now Augusta Ghost. And the team shaking hands on stage. You'll love to see it. There's never enough love in the world, never enough respect that you can give in high-octane competition like we're seeing here at ESC Nationals.
True sportsmanship coming out from both squads. But here's the thing here, Nuke. Ghost went on that revenge tour, and they ended up coming out on top. They got the result that they wanted. Last year they fell short, but this time they rise to the top. Now, national champions.
Yeah, West Texas, this is now the fourth time they've been here. They're gonna have to come back one more to seal the deal next year, because Augusta Ghost, they said, this is our storyline and we're taking it to the bank. Let's take a look at the series in fruition here. As you see, Ghost 2-1, 3-2, 3-1. No blowout by any means, PB and John. It was an extremely back and forth series.
Despite the 3-0, Krakens showed their absolute mettle here. I mean, Lijiang Tower 2-1, Kings Row 3-2, New Junk City 3-1. There wasn't really a moment here where it felt like Augusta Ghost was extremely dominant, and rather that Krakens was just making tiny little mistakes that ended up costing them the game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it really came down to identifying who was being hunted. That's the thing about Overwatch. It's offense and defense at the same time. Sometimes you're peeling, sometimes you're dry fighting, sometimes you're diving, but you have to be on the same page in the moment to adapt to the play. And Augusta in Georgia with Ghost Gaming decided that that was their series.
A feels good moment for a team that came back for the win, taking it all back home.
Yeah. Oh my Lord. And I mean, both teams fought their way hard to get here. I mean, Kraken in the semifinals didn't drop a single map. So that tells you, that's a testament to how competitive this grand finals was. If just the series before, they didn't drop a single game.
Yeah, I mean, really impressive gameplay all across the board. And you know, the team captains being the tank, both of them top 500 members, it really just was a show of a testament of the value that both team captains were bringing to the entire roster. The leadership that's required when you're a tank, when you're making the IGL call. Go in, come out, back out, commit every ult that needs to be used and distributed.
Inflow and outflow. Inflow and outflow. But you spoke about the testament. Let's look at the good word now. Let's see some replays from this last series. All right, so first we're gonna take a look from this last map, the Sojourn overclock in the backline. This is what I was talking about with Tyler on the hunt. This is what caused the game. Right here, you said, John, this Death Blossom's gotta be big. They move in the middle, they go for the Death Blossom, and somehow the Hazard teleported. Tyler teleported from the backline to the point, taking out both ulting DPS to win the series for Augusta.
You know, I didn't realize it in the moment here, Nuke, but at that last moment when the Death Blossom came out, the Hazard had actually just used his root at the exact same moment, held Sea Serpent in place, and got 2 vital headshots that completely shut that down. I think that Flashpoint could have been a very different story if the root didn't come out, and that's just Hazard gameplay. I mean, he is hazardous, he is dangerous, because you leave him unchecked for even a single moment, forget what his cooldowns are like, and he's going to capitalize.
And that's what we saw in that backline. That was crazy because both DPS had their ultimates, and being able to hunt them down and take them down one by one, saying, you know what, support, you've been on your own all series. I'm gonna leave you on your own. You're gonna be fine just for 1 second. Turned, found the value. And I mean, I would say that the value was found not just in game, but out of game, because these players won some really, really nice jewelry, really nice gear.
Speaking of out of game, we're going to be headed to a little bit of a break here before our award ceremony. So sit down, relax, maybe grab a medal here as we're going to be coming back for this award ceremony. Thank you very much, guys. And as a reminder, I'm PB and John.
And I'm Nuclear. We'll see you soon.
We are Armada, Full Sail University's collegiate esports organization and gaming community. At Full Sail, gaming is more than just a pastime. It's part of campus life. From our state-of-the-art esports arena, the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress, to Armada HQ, our on-campus LAN center, students have dedicated spaces to game, connect, and explore the latest in streaming, casting, and live event technology. And these spaces aren't just for varsity players. They're hubs for all gamers to meet up, play, and hang with friends. And if competition's your thing, Armada's teams represent Full Sail across a wide range of collegiate esports, from first-person shooters to MOBAs and fighting games. Our varsity division features campus and local students competing in titles that require in-person gameplay, while Armada Squadron includes players who compete in online leagues from anywhere in the country. But esports isn't only about players. Armada also has dedicated roles for shoutcasters, commentators, and gameplay analysts, plus a stream team that brings daily content to the Full Sail Armada Twitch channel. And if you've ever wondered what happens behind the scenes, how broadcasts are run, how production crews collaborate, how a live match becomes a show, the Armada production crew offers space to learn by doing. You'll support live events, create original content, and work alongside other students who share your passion for games, creativity, and community. Whether you dream of competing on stage, hosting the next big tournament, designing worlds, building communities, or simply gaming with friends after class, there's room for you here. If you'd like a closer look, our community lives on Discord. Swapping stories, celebrating wins, supporting each other, and just playing games. Drop in and explore. There's always something happening. See you online, and hopefully one day on campus.
Trading can feel high stakes. Not here. Let me explain. When your figs go away, your characters stay. And every trade means new hatches for both players.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2026 Esports Series Championship Day.
We just wrapped up our Overwatch Championship match, and that one had everything. Big old combos, clutch saves, massive team fights, and some seriously smart objective play.
What makes Overwatch so exciting is how quickly everything can change. You can be one fight away from taking control, and one perfectly timed ultimate can flip the entire match.
I mean, it was totally electric. And today, these teams showed exactly why they earned their place in the grand finals. The communication, the discipline, the trust, the way they played together under pressure, it was outstanding.
So before we crown our champions, let's hear it one more time for all of the Overwatch competitors at ESC.
We now invite the Esports Series Championship Chief Growth Officer, Brian, back to this stage to recognize our national championship runners-up.
Finishing as the runner-up at ESC means you battled through the season, you earned your place on the stage, and you proved that you are one of the top Overwatch teams in the country.
This team fought together, adjusted together, and pushed all the way to the championship match.
Please join us in congratulating your 2026 Esports Series Championship Overwatch National Runners-Up, XPL Kraken from West Texas!
Each of these players will receive an official ESC National Runner-Up special ribbon recognizing their outstanding season and their place among the top competitors.
XPL Kraken, congratulations on an incredible run.
Oh wait, hold on, photo. And now, it is time to crown our ESC Overwatch National Champions.
Coming up to the stage now with championship rings are the Esports Series Championship Chief Operating Officer Andrew Altman and Chief Executive Officer Morris Jackson.
As we all know, Overwatch is built on trust. Your trust your tank to take the space, your trust that your supports can keep you alive, and your trust and your DPS finding the openings so you can always have the winning advantage.
Today, this team did exactly what they planned on doing. They stayed composed through chaos. They answered every challenge. They found a way to win fights that mattered most. And now they leave Full Sail University with the title, the rings, and their place as the first ever ESC Overwatch National Champions.
Ladies and gentlemen.
The excitement is high.
Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2026 Esports Series Championship Overwatch National Champions.
From Augusta, Georgia, the XPL goes! out, guys. Like, yeah, there you go. All right, guys, we can't let you walk away without asking you a couple questions about that kind of crazy run, honestly. When you got here today, you saw the other teams that were going to be here. I'm sure you did your scouting. You don't get here without doing that. What was the thing that had you the most nervous about coming into the event?
I think some of the lack of knowing what exactly teams are running, especially since we have some volatile comps that sometimes can't handle some of the more weird comps that some people run.
Totally.
And then I just want to ask, from a coach's perspective, how do you feel on trying to keep that lead? You know, this other team was just so competitive and so in the moment, trying to get the win as much as you guys. So what does it take to kind of stay ahead within that lead when you know you have it?
Well, I think the most important part is to keep aiming far ahead. I believe that players operate like spring steel. You got to bend them past to where you want them to rest. So I think we just got to keep pushing and set our sights beyond what we want.
Beautiful, beautiful answer. Can we please get one more round of applause for your first ever 2026 national champions for Overwatch?
From here, we're going to go ahead and take a short break as we prepare for the next round of matches. I believe Marvel Rivals is up next.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We'll see you guys soon.
When I came to Full Sail, I definitely met the people that I will know and be friends with for the rest of my life.
Being in the presence of so many different people from different backgrounds, it felt like home.
Here at Full Sail, a lot of our instructors are industry professionals, and so in like a traditional classroom where it's a lot of memorization, here it's the hands-on environment and getting that practice in.
People from the industry want to come back and talk to students. It's the best way to get connected with them, learn from them, and possibly work alongside them.
You're doing what you love. You deserve to be here. You're doing your passion. You're doing what you're passionate about.
I have friends in film, in music, in animation. We're all studying something different, but we all have one goal at the end of the day, and it's to make our dreams come reality.
Unboxing is just the beginning. Meet Lenny. He and his pals are on a mission to rebuild Earth. Not that Earth, this Earth. And Earth is pretty rad. There's Earthlings to hatch, Moonlings to battle, resources to gather, gear to craft, abilities to unlock, and a whole world to expand and explore.
your live venue, the ESC Esports Series Championship here in Orlando, Florida at Full Sail University. And to my left here, I got an amazing young man, Eslam Clark, who is, as we say in the adult world, a jack of all trades, but knows his stuff about esports, knows his stuff about, building the team. He is a coach of a team. He is a sophomore, soon to be junior in high school, who is coaching the team here today in Minecraft Bed Wars. So let's talk about your journey here, right? You got, you're just going to be a junior in high school. You're not there yet, but you are doing big things for your high school and for the esports industry. So tell me about that journey, how it got started, and what do you feel about what you're doing right now with your team?
Okay, I started with esports in 2019 during the Fortnite World Cup is when I just really fell in love with esports and the idea of having a bunch of people come together to play a game all in the same area and have a bunch of people supporting it. And that's when I kind of learned about what esports was. And since then, I kind of fell in love with it. When I was a freshman in high school, I heard of our school having a esports team, but I didn't really see any action with it. And it turns out during my freshman year, or the year before my freshman year, the club got dismantled. No one was really running it. So I had asked the former advisor of the esports club what happened to it. And she basically just gave me all of the things I needed to go with it, and she said, have a blast, basically. So from there, I set up our Discord. I started putting out flyers for our first tryout and hosted our first meeting for it, and it's kind of been uphill from there.
Awesome, man. Awesome. As I say, a lot of due diligence, a lot of hard work, and got the program started. So since joining Valhalla, because you signed up for that, what's been the biggest change that you've seen in all the players, on your roster?
Because of the way Valhalla does their divisions, I think that being in Division 1 has shown them that they need to really step up their game. It's made them lock in a lot more. They're actually taking it a lot more serious than they did in the past, just because they want to stay at the top, and they knew about ESC, so they wanted to, get here. So yeah.
Nice. And we talked about this a little bit already. So what was that proudest moment as a coach? Because you've been a player, you've been playing video games your high school career, but now as a coach, what's been that proudest moment that you've seen amongst your players?
I think during ESC qualifiers, I was actually in the car with my family. We were just getting back from a restaurant, and I was on my phone in Discord call with my players. They were sharing the screens, and watching them solidify, punch their tickets into getting to ESC Nationals, and just celebrating with them. I think that was definitely my proudest moment.
That's awesome. And real quick, go down the list of other titles of things that you're doing, because you just said it right before we went live here, other than being the coach at your high school.
I am the vice chair of the student committee of Osceola County under Commissioner Chowdhury, one of the commissioners in our county. I also play volleyball. I edit. I'm certified Premiere Pro, Photoshop, Illustrator. I edit videos and take photos and edit photos. And
like I said, jack of all trades, y'all. Jack of all trades. So, in the next question here, so people who have never experienced, youth esports often think that, it's just kids playing video games of that nature. So what would you say, would you want them to understand after, being here today and then seeing the event on twitch.com?
That it's really more than just kids playing video games. I feel like if being in an environment like this, just opened my eyes to that even more, just because to see how many people who are like us at our age, and seeing that we can really get something out of it. What I tell a lot of my parents, the players, the parents of the players, they have pretty much every single major Ivy League college, every single college has an esports team, and a lot of them actually give out scholarships for esports. So I love how it's kind of giving us a way to play video games and be productive at the same time.
Awesome. And so this weekend is this is my first weekend here. I don't know if it's your first time at a nationals event, but describe how it hit you or your feeling when you walked in the doors. You saw all the thousands of families, players in here, coaches as well. How did it hit you when you saw nationals and being here for the first time?
I was definitely just like wow. First thing I did was take a picture, just to kind of remember the moment. Like I said, since 2019, when I first watched the World Cup for Fortnite, I always wanted to go to a LAN event, and this kind of just a dream come true for me to even be here, and even better to coach a team who's participating in it.
All right, right, so this is from Aslan Clark, soon to be junior in high school, y'all, okay? Doing big things in the esports world. I'm glad to be a part of Valhalla Esports too. I'm a team member as well, working on a facility in my neck of the woods in Houston, Texas. So very happy to talk to you, sir, and keep it going. All right, back to you guys up in the studio. All right.
You guys ready to start the interview?
Yes.
I think that was for you, Tyler.
being with us again. Before we continue with Championship Day, we want to pause for a moment and recognize some of the people who have helped make this entire weekend possible. Behind every match, every camera, every graphic, every moment you've seen on broadcast, there have been a Full Sail University student working in key production roles to help bring this esports series championship to life. Their work is a huge part of what makes this event so successful and special. And recognizing their contributions has become one of our favorite traditions. Each year, Full Sail has presented a scholarship to a deserving student who played a major part in this event and on the production team. And we continue to honor this tradition this year. To help us with that, please welcome to the stage Full Sail University's Director of Esports, Sari Keitlin. Welcome to the stage, Sari.
Well, thanks, everybody. And, you know, similar what Morris was saying is exactly right. This entire event really today has been brought to you by students. And I think what makes events here so special is that students are coming from two sides of the same live event world to kind of bring this esports magic to life. We have students that are focused on learning everything from live event production. So whether it's major youth esports tournaments and championships like the Esports Series Championship, all the way to the Super Bowl and major concerts in between. And then we have esports experts coming from the gaming and esports side of things. And those students work together to make productions as large as something like the Super Bowl, but as meaningful for an event in an area like esports. So we're so happy to have that. And in doing so, we're gonna recognize one of those students right now. Thanks so much to Val Holland for coming here and being such a big supporter of ours. We have a scholarship to give to a very deserving student who has been here all week, primarily serving as a game tech, helping get everything set up, helping get everything transitioned throughout. Year-round, this person really works in Armada HQ, where a lot of you saw this week, where you're doing your warm-ups and your scrims and your practicing. They're managing that space. They're doing day in and day out and everything that space requires. They're actually about to graduate very soon, like next week. So this is really gonna come in handy. With their game art degree, the captain of our Smash team, Entropy, come up and get your scholarship. Everybody ready for some Marvel Rivals or what? All right, I'm gonna give it away to our casters and let them kick us off.
Boy, oh boy, Sari, are we ready for Marvel Rivals? Once again, thank you, OMS and Scooby and Sari, for the action. Shout out to Entropy for the scholarship. Isn't that phenomenal? Give it one more time up for Entropy. We'll take that. But we are about to go back into the action with Marvel Rivals. I am stoked to be here. Once again, I'm Chase Nuclear Nukem, joined by...
My name is Chopper. Nice to meet you.
It's great. I'm so excited. Yeah, I mean, we're about to step into the multiverse as Rivals takes over the ESC stage. The game is fast, loud, unpredictable, and when these team fights start, things can get a little out of control in a hurry.
Yeah, it can definitely get very hectic here. You have a lot of abilities going off on screen. And sometimes it's very hard to keep track of what's going on, but we're here to help you do that.
Yeah, that's what makes it so fun to watch, right? You have heroes, villains, ultimates, team-ups, objective fights, big combos, momentum swings that can flip an entire map in seconds. If you like Overwatch, you should like Rivals. The only difference is instead of first person, it's in third person.
And for these two teams, this is the final chapter in their comic book, the epic last battle, the last challenge to overcome to go down in ESC history as the first ever Marvel Rival National Champions for ESC.
Yeah, but before we get into the match, these finalists deserve a proper superhero entrance.
Yeah, so let's send it over to the stage where OMS and Scooby are ready to introduce our Marvel Rivals Grand Finals teams.
Maybe. And the teams are still settling in, so we'll give them a little bit of time to get ready and gear up. Now, Overwatch, originally a 6v6 title, right? Switched to 5v5 last year. Now, Rivals is out, and that is still a 6v6 title. So, and unlike Overwatch, you know, you can kind of pick and choose what characters you want to play and what roles.
Yeah, you have a lot more leniency with the compositions of your teams, and it makes it a very interesting game because you can just change up your entire team comp and really just flip the game on its head.
Absolutely. I am a massive fan of Marvel Rivals. I would be amiss to not mention our team over at Shenandoah competing in NECC for the first time and winning 50 games in their first season. I was privileged to coach the team, and so I've been super involved with Rivals. I casted all of our games throughout the season. It's a high-octane action game, and I'm a firm believer that in like 15 to 20 years, Rivals and Marvel as an IP as a whole will dominate the esports industry. You got Token coming out, the fighting game soon. You got Marvel Snap, the card game, and now you have Marvel Rivals. So what I've noticed in between the games is Marvel's doing it differently than all of these other titles, where when a new movie is coming out, they're making the battle passes across all of the games synonymous with what's happening in the comics or in the movies. So there's a massive media engine really propelling this game forward, and the game just has a level of polish that is unmatched in my opinion.
Yeah, they do a really good job of just cross-promoting everything across the board. Their comics, like you said, their movies, everything gets pushed and funneled together into one kind of big conglomeration, and it's a really cool thing to see. And I definitely agree, it could 100% be the future of gaming and esports as a whole.
I'm certainly hopeful for that, but you know what? To get here, there's many storylines that's happened in the multiverse. Let's start back with pools on day 1 and 2. We got Pool A, Pool B. The final schedule, as you can see, We'll take a look at that first. Marvel Rivals is happening now. Earlier in the day, we kicked off the day with myself and Bepik on Rocket League, and we crowned a national champion 3-1 for the Grizzlies. And then next, we just had the Overwatch match between Ghost Augusta and the XPL West Texas team. Ghost Augusta, my goodness.
It's a bit of a hard word.
Yeah. Taking that series 3-0. So far today, we've had a 3-1, a 3-0. I'm hoping Rivals is a little bit more back and forth. I'd love to see a 3-2 series go into that Game 5.
Yeah, those Game 5 games are always so intense, so lively, and watching the teams trying to pull out these new tactics that they might not have tried unless they were without being in more of a desperate situation.
Absolutely.
You know, so it's very interesting. I'm hoping we're gonna a great match today, and yeah, I'm
Certainly
really excited.
Yeah,
really excited.
As soon as we're done with this, stick around. We got Valorant immediately after, but we're here in sunny Orlando, Florida, and I love nothing more than to look at the pool. Let's see what we got here. Pool A, Noli Sports took it 3-0 in fashion, and Science Academy in the wings taking it 2-1. So Science Academy, the only team that they've lost to so far in this event has been Noli Esports, and they had to fight their way back through the bracket to even make it here into finals.
Yeah, it's a very impressive thing to do. Coming up through that losers bracket is a very crucial, very difficult thing to do, but here they are in the finals, and I'm sure they're going to keep that momentum that they've been going through and show us something really special, I hope.
Yeah, specifically in these pools too. Pool A was pretty consistent. It was 2-0s or 0-2s across the board, the entire pool. There was, if you were winning the first map, you were winning the series. However, in Pool B, it was a little bit more of a scrap. Most games went to that Game 3, Norwalk only losing a map to LBHS. So, looking at Noli Sports, they beat Dragons in Pool 2-0. So this is a redemption story a bit for the Dragons to try to swing back in and hopefully clutch the finals.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how those teams have adapted to each other's strategies.
True.
See what they've learned from that previous match, and if they can make a difference in this new one. See if Dragons can come out on top this time.
I certainly hope so. Noli Sports in the semifinals was able to take down MD Rivals to get to this point, and then Science Academy Dragons, they had a scrap in semifinals against Norwalk, beating them narrowly in a Game 5, 3-2 to make it to finals.
Yeah, it was a very intense match. I believe Science Academy took the first match, and Norwalk not having that, took the next 2 matches and again flipped on its head, and Science Academy took the next 2. It was very, very competitive, very intense, and that's kind of what I'm hoping for in this final here, is something really back and forth where both teams are giving everything they have.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, a big part of these finals, right, is ensuring that you have the storyline straight. Because, I mean, you get what you see on screen, right? But you don't get the rhetoric, the build-up, the month-by-month preparation that these players have had to get to this point. So a couple of things I want to mention here. Knoll Esports, they were the 3-time regional champion for their regional high school conference, and they were a specific league champion for their arena, and that's phenomenal. They started their program 4 years ago, pushing equipment across campus in a shopping cart. And I'm telling you right now, if that isn't esports, then I don't know what is.
That's a real hero story, in my opinion. You start at the bottom, you build your way up. It reminds me very much of Spider-Man in those comics, where you know, he's kind of just a broke guy. He's just an everyday average guy, and he comes out and does what he can for the city, and that's what we see. They're pushing that cart across campus to do what they can for their esports program.
That selflessness, you'll love to see it. And so we got to mention as well, and should say that Knoll Esports is from Lemoore, California. So this is a California team against the Science Academy Dragons from Mercedes, South Texas. So we got Texas and Cali going back to back. Note that the Science Academy actually won TexF convincingly. So shout out to Danielle, the executive director over there, putting in the work, making sure that the space is paved in Texas for them. Another thing I want to note, Slicks F, one of the players for the Science Academy Dragons, he's a Street Fighter 6 national champion.
Yeah.
I brought up earlier on broadcast, it's so important to have a secondary and tertiary title that you can dive into. And what a better title, what a better mental game than Street Fighter.
Yeah, I mean, Street Fighter and really a lot of those fighting games like Mortal Kombat are very, very intense. You got to constantly be thinking. The mechanical skill that's required to compete at that high level is incredibly impressive. And to me, I'm just shocked that he can be that good at both Rivals and Street Fighter, because they're very different skill sets when it comes to gaming, and so it's incredible.
Ultimately, how you sit down and go about your practice, how you sit down and go about meditation, preparation, research, you can apply those soft skills to not just any game, but any career that you decide to
life in general. Yeah,
it's a life thing. I gotta say, I loved the note that they gave me. Science Academy Dragons, they got a little push for themselves. They're actually ranked #1 high school program by USA Today.
Yeah, I noticed that, and that's one impressive feat for them to do. The #1 in the entire nation, that's an amazing thing to see, and I'm very happy that we have them here at ESC today to compete for us. It's a beautiful thing to see.
Yeah, I'm just as happy. I know that I'm happy they're here just as much as the sponsors who made today possible.
Yeah.
We got to take a second and shout out those sponsors, Valhalla and XP League. Without them, this would not be happening right now, as well as Full Sail University, this beautiful space that we're in. If you saw the live event venue, this is in fact a separate venue that we're at on campus in the Fortress. Got to shout out Choice Hotels, who've done a phenomenal job to make sure that everyone is well rested in between their sets. Shout out Lenovo Legion for the wonderful computers that we're using throughout the day. Metal, I gotta ask, I asked Bepik earlier, what was your favorite metal flavor?
I had only tried the one. I only had the wild berry one, but it was pretty good. It was pretty good. I wanted to try that watermelon though, so I might have to come back after I'm done casting up here and try that one out.
Yeah, I was impressed by that. It was very tasty. And what did you think about Earthlings? The neat little keychains that they had and like the rip packs, the cubes, they were sick.
Yeah, I love that the little gifts that they give out, the little keychains to show your excitement and your hype, and it's just a nice little touch that they have for us, and again, awesome. Very nice, very kind of them.
And then last but not least, our final two sponsors, Shure Microphones, ensuring that audio is powered for the event. You can hear us clean and crisp. Finally, Esports Foundry coming out, saving the event, coming in clutch with those PCs, ensuring that competition was equitable and competitive across the board. So we thank all of our sponsors for making this week possible. Without y'all, we would not be able to do this to the capacity that we are.
Yeah, it's a huge thank you to all of you. This is an incredible thing to be happening, and we are very excited that it's going on.
Yeah, stoked. So now that we've thanked the sponsors, now that we're rounding up everyone, getting the stage ready, setting the scene, what do you think going into the series? What are some characters that you want to see out on the field?
So, me personally, I'm a very big fan of the brawl comp. So I like to see that kind of in the mix, those heavy, long-lasting fights with the Thor. You have the Thing, but if I'm being honest, I think we're going to see a lot of poke comps. They've been very strong, especially if Cyclops ends up getting through the ban phase. That might be the deciding character in this series.
That's what I'm loving about Rivals 2. The pick ban can really set the scene after that first game to see what you can throw out. I mean, I'm going to have to go on the opposite end. I want to see some dive going into today. But I'm a resident Blade main, so I love to see dive. So, I would love to see Blade. Would love to see really any number of dive characters. I think it's the most exciting. But the moment that they start going counter dive, you got to switch. If the Iron Man is just blasting the background, it's going to be a bad time. But we could see some Psylocks. That's certainly been a popular character in the meta as of recent. But as you mentioned, Cyclops.
Yeah. An absolutely terrifying force on that Marvel Rivals battlefield. Just putting fear into everything. His damage output is so high. He can two-burst people from basically any range, and that ultimate ability, Raging Red, I might have that wrong, but that ultimate ability is a monster when it comes to team fights, and it can really wipe out a whole team if you place it right and play it right.
I did have a gripe with that. Why do we have two characters who both released, Devil Dinosaur and Cyclops, and their ultimate is them screaming?
That's a good question. I actually agree. They should give Cyclops a real voice line, because he just yells, and when I'm playing Rivals, it's very hard to kind of hear that, because it doesn't really feel like an ultimate line, so sometimes I'll get caught off guard, and I'm wondering if we'll actually see that today. If we see someone not expecting that Cyclops ultimate because it has such a different audio cue compared to the rest.
It does, yeah. It's very, very noticeable. And, we've given quite a bit of opinions now on the teams, the map, where we're going, but I'm curious of OMC and Scooby's opinion. If we can get them up on stage, figure out what's going on here, what they're thinking going into this series. Oh, here they come. Moseying on over.
Taking their sweet old time.
Gentlemen, how we doing? Let's go. Hello. Let's go. Hey, how we doing? All right, Marvel Rivals, gotta ask you guys, favorite character, who you wanted to see out today on the field?
Cyclops, obviously.
Microphones, boys.
Hello?
Gotta hear you.
Are we here? Are we here?
Yeah,
okay. They can hear us. Nice.
Now we can hear you.
You had yours down, so I was just following suit here, man. Yeah, I mean, I would say, obviously, we want to see Cyclops. We want to see the new big dog on campus. We want to see what it's going to look like in play, in competitive action. It's something that across, our league play and all of that, we haven't had the chance to see yet. So this is the first time, which means these competitors had to go home and prep to play not only with, but against a character they're not familiar with.
Yeah.
You know what? I would go with the easy pick, Cyclops, but actually, I love Emma Frost. Emma Frost is one of those characters that I think can bring out a lot of space as a tank, especially as an off tank. So I would actually like to see a little bit more of her into this play if she does make it in there.
That's my secondary. That's my tank main. Dude, okay, so hold up. Ain't no way you're wearing a Spider-Man hat and you say you're excited for Emma Frost.
I hate Spider-Man mains. I'm sorry. There's not a lot of good ones. I don't care, but that's all I'm saying.
That's so fair. That's
got
so
a point.
Fair. I mean, personally, insta-ban. Every game I'm in, I don't want to deal with it. I don't want you pulling my supports off the map who don't know any better. We're just going to rock with whatever you can run.
But Spider-Man is a vibe.
Oh, for sure.
Spider-Man is a vibe.
Come on,
you can hate on him, but he's a vibe.
Every time.
That's right. We got the emo, right? Love it. When they've been adding meme emotes since this game started, and that's a big charm for me, and I think a lot of the player base.
Yeah, for sure. Well, what do you say we go introduce these teams on stage and get moving?
Oh, yeah. Let's get it rolling.
I'm ready to go. You guys ready to go?
Get it, boys.
Let's do it.
All right, guys, it's time to do what we're all here to do. Full Sail, it's time to pick a side as we meet the teams competing today for the Marvel Rivals National Championship.
After these two teams battled back and forth all year long, there is only one thing left to say. I am Groot. I'm sorry, we're not that funny. We just make it on the fly. Don't be mad at us.
Excuse this guy. Let me just translate it for him. Let's get these teams out here.
Alrighty, so first up from Lemoore, California, make some noise for Null Esports.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I like that energy. I like the energy as they enter. That was some high energy. So I guess that's really gonna go ahead and put the pressure here on the next team that we'll be introducing. Their opponents from Mercedes, Texas. Give it to the Science Academy Dragons! The teams are on stage. The players are getting locked in, and the Marvel Rivals Grand Finals are just about ready to get going. And that means it's time to send it back to our boys over here on the caster desk. Good luck, guys.
It's all yours.
Thank you, Scooby and OMS, fighting through the haze over here, right? That
Real
smoke
spooky
is
almost,
killer in
yeah.
here. It's sick. Big fan.
Yeah.
The teams have made their entrances. The players are seated. And the energy in the fortress feels like a storm herself flew in.
This is the kind of matchup where you cannot look away. A fight that can break out anywhere. An ultimate can change everything. And one perfectly timed team up can completely swing the objective. It's going to be a really exciting match here.
Yeah, so the biggest thing that I'm going to be watching for today on the series is going to be mentality. So it's a very rapid changing game. It happens all the time. We're releasing characters constantly, and there's new team ups being added all the time. So you have to stay on top of your mental fortitude if you want to progress through the series, because the moment that one person starts slipping, that's when the dominoes start falling.
Yeah.
But they're going to be very intentional, right? They're going to track cooldowns. They're going to set up combos. They're going to choose when to commit. They're going to know when to reset. A lot of the strategy you can tie back to how Overwatch. Both games are very much hero shooters in that regard.
Yeah, and at this point in the weekend, there is no tomorrow for these teams. This is the end. This is the grand finals. This is the moment to show that you are the one that deserves this championship series. This is where someone becomes immortal, where they put their name in the history books.
Yeah, absolutely. So, heroes are being selected. Teams are getting ready. We're going to get the first map here shortly. But first, if you're in the arena, I got to hear it. Who's cheering for the Science Academy? All right, and who wants Null Esports to take it?
Sounds like Noel's got a little bit more fans here.
Yeah, Science Academy gonna have to put a little bit more gas in the tank if they want to progress their team throughout. And I'm hearing some more yells as a call and response. I love that.
Just in the background here, yeah.
You got a noisemaker? Let me hear them.
Come on, let's get it up. There we go. There we go.
Love that.
The energy is absolutely amazing right now.
Yeah, I mean, I said it earlier, but it is really electric. You can feel it in the atmosphere. I feel like my hair is going to start standing up.
It's real static. It is like we have like a mini hurricane in here.
It is like a storm, like they said. 100%. I am eager to get into game. I'm eager to see what they have in store for us because like we said earlier, this is a rematch between both these teams. They played in pools, and so far, Science Academy hasn't taken a game from Knoll Esports. So going into the series, that's got to be a chip. I know if I'm Knoll Esports, I'm sitting pretty and I'm going, okay, we're good.
Yeah, but you got to be worried though if Knoll Esports is confident, as long as they're not too overconfident, because that could cost them around a match. The series, it could be very dangerous for them if they aren't prepared to give it their 100%. If they think it's just going to be a pushover because they've already won.
You don't want this to be the plot of Iron Man 2, right? You don't want a Tony Stark getting a little bit too gumptious and saying, I don't care what they do.
Right.
You're gonna flip on your head real fast.
It's a great reference.
Eager. That's the word of the day for me. I'm ready to get into the action.
Yeah, I'm very excited, and I hope that we can get into it very soon here. We're getting every player set up right now. It looks like the game techs are helping out. Might be a couple issues going on. Hopefully not, though.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're probably just checking and making sure that everything's ready.
For sure.
There's a big divide right now between the Rivals and Overwatch community, so they were probably like, I don't like the setting. I want to change the setting. We can't do that. And I know I would be the same way if I was in their shoes.
Yeah, the Rivals and Overwatch communities, since Marvel Rivals had launched, have kind of been pit against each other because they are both those hero shooters, because Marvel Rivals introduced themselves with that 6v6 mode. And so, yeah, they are kind of pit against each other. Hopefully, their settings are all good, though, and we're going to see a very competitive match.
Oh, yeah. I love the Science Academy Dragons logo as well. I've been talking about the team logos all weekend. The Science Academy Dragons, they actually designed their own logo, which is a nice, neat little fact they did on their own. And Knoll Esports, they're actually here just representing themselves.
Yeah, it's actually really impressive that they are down here. Like you said, they're representing themselves. I think they have a couple parents that are out here sponsoring them, and that's just about it. And they're here in the finals. That's really impressive for an independent team to come through and make it to the finals.
Yeah, and I mean, Science Academy, maybe it was the jitters. We said that they dropped a couple of maps to Knoll Esports. I do have to note, I would be amiss to say that they're from Texas. This is their very first out-of-state appearance for esports competition. And like I said before, they say in the Smash community, it takes anywhere from 30 to 50 tournaments to shake the jitters. So, you know, maybe the first day was just shaking the jitters. And now that we're here in day 2, we're good to go.
Maybe, hopefully that was it. And they're going to give Knoll a real run for their money here because, like you said, after going down that first match, I'm sure they have that little chip on their shoulder, that little inkling to keep going and to really prove themselves against this team that they lost to. And they might not feel like they deserve to have lost that. Like you said, those jitters could have gotten to them, could have made them very nervous and changed up the way they play. But like you said, that composure, that mentality, they need to keep that locked in, both teams, to make sure that they are competing at their highest level.
Yeah, I mean, and we know Rivals can be tilting, right? It definitely can be. So there's going to be a lot. It's unsimilar to Overwatch, where your ult charge resets every round. Rivals, you get it round to round. So there's an added layer of strategy in utilizing utility and pulling utility when you're needing it. And if you go, I think the end of this round is scrapped, I'm just going to hold on to X ult here.
Right.
For next round. I think that's a key factor going into the series.
Yeah, the decision making that you have to do can be so fast, and it can change in a moment. You pop your ult just a half second too late, and it could cost you the entire fight. So it's really intense, really high octane, like you've been saying. And we gotta, hopefully these players can keep their heads when they're getting dived, if they get dived, because that can be one of the most frustrating things in the world. You walk out of spawn and there's just a Black Panther or a Spider-Man right on you. It's really tilted.
It can be really tilting.
Yeah,
absolutely. I love too the simplicity of the Knoll logo. You know, they were just like, we're gonna do the circle line through it, leave it, that's it.
And it matches their brand so well with the Knoll name. It's like nothing. It's just so simple, so plain. It is very unique.
Really, really cool. Yeah, and you know, to the point of, we've been talking a couple of times about types of comps we might see. What we're wanting to see. I think when we get into big bands, it'll become evidently clear what teams are trying to play. Because if you're running dive and you don't ban Penny, what are you doing?
Yeah, even the thing, if you really want to get him out, especially if you're running a Black Panther, the thing will just completely negate anything that the Black Panther can do. It makes it really hard for them. They have to pick their dives. That goes for any dive character, not just Black Panther. They need to really be specific about when they're diving and make sure that the thing isn't aware of them. Otherwise, they're just going to get shut down.
Yeah, every single time, 10 out of 10. Now, popular bans that we often see in the meta too usually revolve around the supports. And most recently, Invisible Woman has been, I guess not really that recently. Since she's really come out, she's been a main staple in the meta. Rocket Raccoon been a main staple in the meta. The Revive Beacon is just entirely too strong, keeping a teammate up. I don't think we might see some Strange, but more than likely, I think we'll see Strange at the end of maps as we're trying to teleport back.
Yeah, Strange has been kind of fallen off of the meta a bit, and he's really there as a TP bot. He just kind of, it's almost a detriment for your team if you are playing Strange, because then they don't have that ability to switch off and start that portal to get you guys back on point for that overtime fight. And so I don't think we'll see much Strange either. I do think we might see Gambit get banned quite a bit because he's a very strong character. That ultimate of his, it's just incredible. It makes so many ults just terrifying. Like Star-Lord ult, Punisher ult combined with a Gambit, and it's almost a free team wipe there.
Yeah, since Gambit came out, we talked about Kiriko and Overwatch being really that hidden DPS. That's really Gambit and Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, it really can be, and you have some. Honestly, the DPS roster of Marvel Rivals, while it is huge, some of the supports can do DPS better than some of those DPS rosters. So it's like you have White Fox, who's very good at counter dive or a brawl comp, that they can really just pop a combo, switch to their melee form, combo, and they'll take out a 250 heroes. They'll take out a Spider-Man, a Black Panther. It's really interesting to see what kind of comps will go. If they'll go full into that damage and pick those hard-hitting supports, or if they'll choose a Rocket, a Luna, an Invis, and go. Actually, Luna is very damaging, to be honest. But you understand what I'm saying. It's interesting to see whether they will focus heavily on that damage or that healing aspect, whether they want to sustain or just walk through the other team.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that as we see the big bans underway, we are certainly going to see a direction one way or the other. And as the dust is settling, the smoke is clearing, I'm able to see what's going on now, Chopper, and I'm telling you, the teams are rearing up and ready to go. We're standing by for the map, and I'm shaking from excitement.
Yeah, me too. I'm very nervous to be up here, to be honest. This is my first time casting on the main stage, and so I'm very nervous, very excited to see this match, see how it plays out.
You're brimming with energy.
I am. I don't know if you guys can see it on screen, but I'm kind of shaking, like he mentioned. I'm jittery, you know?
It's exciting.
It's a good thing I'm not on that stage.
You're telling me, dude. Like, I'm a Celestial player, but I could not compete at the level I think we're going to see today, because they are probably one above all players, if we're honest.
Yeah, these pro teams, these college esports, even these high school esports are incredible players. They all have so much skill, so much awareness, and the way they critically think about the game is just unmatched when you really think about it.
That's a great point to bring up too. I mean, when you think about the game, we just watched Overwatch, and Overwatch, you are locked into your role. Rivals, Guang has gone on record to say if everyone is broken, then no one is broken. So you can play any hero, any role you want to. We're now underway with the pick ban phase. Null Esports will be on the left in blue. Science Academy Dragons will be on the right in the orange or red, depending on your settings. We've already seen the Ultron ban come out from Null Esports. Science Academy Dragons have banned the Star-Lord.
Yeah, it's really interesting. You see that Null Esports has just protected their Psylocke so that they can make sure they have a Psylocke on the team. And it's going to be really interesting to see how Science Academy Dragons will combat that Psylocke, or if they'll run a Psylocke themselves. We see Deadpool being protected from Science Academy Dragons, the support Deadpool version, which I find very interesting because me personally, I'm not a huge fan of support Deadpool.
Out of the three of them, I feel like that's the one you're picking the least. But the ult charge is so fast and you can get it very early in the round. With them going with a more round-based mode first on Convoy, I could see them, maybe wanting to rock the Deadpool, get early ult charge and go from there. They are going to respond as well by banning the rocket. Now, I think it's abundantly clear that we see the Cyclops is saved from Null Esports, so they're going to be trying to run that hit scan. They have an Angela waiting in the wings as well, and that is a character we've seen a lot of. If you watched Maga and the Overwatch sets, very similar ult style, locks everyone down to a point.
Yeah.
When you follow that up with a Cyclops beam, devastation.
Yeah, and that looks like the combo that they're going to be going for to kind of wipe out this team, to try to use it as their win comp. And honestly, I'm very surprised to see another Deadpool protect. They protected Deadpool on the DPS role as well, which is very interesting. You think, well, I think we'll see one of these players play that Deadpool, and he can be very impressive. His movement, his speed, his diving capabilities is very impressive. And here we go. We are seeing the team comps for both Null Esports and Science Academy Dragons. They have on Null Esports a Jeff, an Invisible Woman, a Psylocke, an Angela. That is Emma Bloodstone. Sorry, I forgot her name for a second.
Bloodstone and
Elsa.
Yeah.
And Rogue being... Rogue actually got quite a few buffs recently. She's been very strong now.
Rogue Emma as a frontline was oppressive right after she came out.
Yeah.
Luckily, that's not the case anymore. Just look at this beautiful overlay. Shout out to the production crew. This is absolutely gorgeous. We love to see it. So we are seeing some swap ups as well, and we're probably going to see that throughout the series. But before we get into the action, gotta shout out the players. Like you said, Zanabi, Victursal, Plushy, Dude Guy Pro, Banana Boy, and J-Mac on the side of Null, and then Pineapple, Distan, Ryan, the Monk, Slicks, and Matt on the side of the Science Academy Dragons.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how these teams start off. We've got Science Academy going for the attack first with a Magneto Angela tank composition. That Angela could be very impressive, very distracting for that back support. And there she goes, diving into that back line immediately.
And Magneto holding the ground here. Now, this is, I think, a great point where dive can take you quite a ways. But they are going to rotate around. They're going to hold the high ground. Dude Guy Bro is going to find a couple of picks first on the Deadpool, and it's looking like that save didn't do much for them. However, while Deadpool is down and out, the ultimate is charged.
You see, Deadpool is very interesting with his character because he actually loses his ult if he dies. And we're seeing Null do a great job right now defending, keeping Dragons away from being able to push through very far.
Yep, and now the anti comes out on the Rogue. He's going to try to stop this Angela. Going to get the grasp out, the upper kick.
Good combo. I thought they were going to have that there, but the supports there keeping their Angela alive.
Oh, and there we go. First ult of the series. We're going to see it from Matt's Deadpool pushing in. And you see all of that screen clutter? That is what Deadpool support does.
Yeah, Deadpool is the master of clouding your screen and distracting the players, making it hard for you to see what's really going on. And we see Academy Dragons is taking that momentum that they've gained and trying to keep it up. Null Esports using an ult here. You see the Cyclops go down. 2 kills with that Cyclops ult. Got the Angela and the enemy Gambit. And Null Esports is taking this team fight, wiping out all of Academy Dragons. Only the Deadpool escaping. Their Angela's hounding him down, trying to get that pick, but he survives. He makes it out. And he might be going for a swap here. I wonder what he's thinking.
Ah, the DPS Deadpool. They're going to make a couple of swaps here on the roster to ensure that they have something in the wings. So Pineapple is going to switch over to the Invisible Woman. Distan will stay on that Gambit. And we're going to hear it now. Gambit never folds. Raging Royal Flush coming through as they're pushing in. Magneto going to throw out an ult. Meteor M coming through. Not going to find anyone as well. But they hold point.
Yeah, it's very close match here. You see both teams are doing very good at staying together, fighting together. It's interesting to see that Dragons was able to come back onto the point so quickly here, but Noel Esports going crazy. We see these ults getting popped up. It's an ult flood. The waterfall is coming down. Angela ulting. People are dropping like flies.
Absolutely, we're seeing the Heartbreakers straight into Heaven's Retribution, pushing them back into the spawn. What a clutch portal from Plushy Slushy.
Absolutely.
Get everyone back to defend just in the nick of time.
It was an absolutely perfect portal. It was a millisecond away from them touching that point when they got that contact and were able to wipe the team. We see Academy Dragons have now swapped to a Wolverine to try to counter this Angela here, and they've got her down. They've got both tanks down. They're pushing through here. It looks like they're going to be able to win this team fight. Deadpool going absolutely crazy on that back line as he does. You see how fast he is. It's so hard for these players to track Deadpool when he's doing all of these bounces, these dashes.
Yeah, they were waiting just for them to push in, and Matt went in with ult. We saw the Magneto follow up. Monk said, I got you, here's your bubble, you go do your thing. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, and that mag bubble can be so important for these teams, being incredibly crucial, being able to save your life, being able to protect them while they're in that back line and just enable them to go absolutely crazy. See the Elsa Bloodstone coming out again. No picks able to come out from it though.
Yeah, that Globtrox coming through. They are going to hold point for the moment. Elsa diving in, trying to find a pick, going to find it on the Magneto. That's going to be the tank line falling through as Angela was on the back end and needing to rotate back around. Science Academy has a couple of ultimates that they're sitting on they could utilize. We're going to see Gambit ult once more come through. Raging Royal Flush keeping the Deadpool alive as we see the back line on an onslaught. Slicks taking out Victorsal, and that's going to be the support falling for Noel Esports as Science Academy Dragons are here to show that they are not going to repeat what happened in Pool.
Yeah, they seem very determined here to make sure that they come through with the win here. Science Academy Dragons doing everything they can to stop Noel Esports, winning that team fight. This is a very hard point to actually win because you have to fight uphill so much. So being able to get up to the top of that hill will be very important, and it looks like they have.
They're coming through. The Rogue has ult online. Heartbreaker
What a grab.
ready to go. Oh, Emma Frost coming in as well. We're seeing the Psychic Seduction pulling and doing what it can to stop the push. Mirror moments. Once again, Noel Esports coming in clutch at the 1 minute yard mark.
Yeah, they're doing a great job at keeping them from getting that point off rip. Doing a great job to hold them off. I don't know if you caught it, but the Emma Frost caught the Angela midair and kicked her into the wall. Very impressive thing.
I did not catch that. There's so much going on. I can't believe I missed that.
It's really hard to keep track of everything. That's why these players are so good, is because they have that ability to keep track of all these different characters, all these different abilities, and make sure that they know how to counter that.
And it really comes down to this. They're mere moments away from holding this first game. Meteor M is online. We might see it. But this Deadpool running amok in the back line. Pineapple trying to pop their ultimate, keeping the Invisible Woman up and alive for the rest of the team. Matt following suit. And it's looking like the Science Academy Dragons are down, but they're not out yet. As overtime ticks underway, they're going to get a little bit more time taking point. 1 minute and 30 seconds to be exact.
Yeah, then crazy push to get that final point, sorry, that second point there, and to keep this match going. The farthest you can get, obviously the best. You don't want to give Noel Esports an easy way to win this match, you know? So they're going to do everything they can to keep pushing here. Mag trying to keep the pressure up off top.
Doing what they can.
Yeah, Angela seemingly just guarding the cart here. She's about to go in. Misses her dive on that Rogue and isn't able to snatch her up, but that would have been a huge play if she could have. Mag going for his ult here. He's aiming it, launches it at the Loki, but just misses.
just narrowly misses, but look at the support line coming in. That's a solid 7 seconds they just saved, and when you have 40 seconds left on the defense, you need every ounce of it that you can get. Globetrox is online, but not able to get it off quite yet as Science Academy continue the push and stagger Knoll Esports. Look at those respawn timers. Rogue isn't getting back for another 5 seconds, and now that's Emma, another 8 seconds, so they have 4 to get.
They're very staggered right now. That's not a good sign for Knoll Esports as Science Academy Dragons comes up, pushing to this final point. They have a Deadpool ult. We'll see if that can make a change. That last fight was all down to the Gambit ult that got them through. And now Knoll coming in with their own Gambit ult, but Deadpool pops in a counter.
And there's a Globetrox coming through.
Another Emma ult.
Coming in, the Emma ult pushing in. Slushy finding the picks. That Ruby Rage earlier coming in clutch, but Knoll Esports gonna stop them just shy of the finish line. And they
get the portal. Oh my God, they don't!
They don't.
They were a half second away. Oh my God!
It looked like the Emma dashed through the portal and made it to point, but it had to have been just mere centimeters away.
I can't believe they didn't get that touch. I thought for sure I saw the countdown timer stop there. Maybe she got knocked off or kicked off somehow by maybe the Invisible Woman. Maybe. That could have been it. Yeah, that could have been it. And that's an incredible play for Knoll Esports to stop them before they get that 3rd point. It'll give them a little bit of an advantage here. They don't need to go as far to get all 3 points now and to win this match, but they still do have to make it past those first 2.
Yeah, the win condition is set. Once you stop, there's not going to be any overtime now, and we're not going to do any other back and forth in match. It is literally, you have to make it to, 2 3/4 of the way through the map, and that's it.
Yeah, and it'll be very interesting to see what kind of swaps we get here. Both teams still running that Gambit Loki, a very powerful team composition for those supports. That Loki rune, the Loki rune is incredible. It's like a mini ult in itself, just being able to protect your team, keep them all alive, and instantly boost them back up to full health.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing some definitely standout players on both sides. Matt is going crazy with this Deadpool and being enabled by the Monk. I mean, Science Academy showed that they're here to play, but it's always, I think offense is a little bit easier than defense in this game. So now that Knoll Esports is on offense, they have an Angela, we could see a different story start to form.
Yeah, and it's really interesting. We're getting into the action here. The Angela is diving that backline, using those dual axes to get in there. Rogue stealing the Deadpool ability, getting a damage boost off. Deadpool falls down the pit, and Knoll Esports just kind of walks through Science Academy Dragons right off rip there. I'm sure Academy was looking to get a better hold there, as Knoll Esports did to them in that first round.
Oh yeah, and I mean, that's why we love to see Rogue play at the highest level, because Rogue has that level of counterplay. You can identify who's the outstanding player on the other team and suddenly nerf them while buffing yourself.
Yeah.
That's exactly what we saw. We talked about the standout players from Science Academy Dragons, but Knoll Esports, Slushy going into the 2nd round, finding pick after pick with these optic blasts. Cyclops came to shoot today.
Yeah, that's why I was talking about him earlier. I was sure that he would get banned, but both teams seemingly rather keeping him on the board. Knoll Esports pushing so hard right now, keeping Science Academy Dragons from being able to get on the point, and a big ultimate from Cyclops, getting a pick, and another one on the Magneto.
Ooh, the Ruby Rage coming through. Ruby Rage coming through from Cyclops, cutting everyone off on point. Angela pushing in, using Heaven's Retribution to hold them down, and that'll be Knoll Esports making their first point touch. Now, they did it a little bit faster than the Science Academy Dragons. Therefore, they got 4.5 minutes to make this push.
And Science Academy Dragons not being able to get that TP off to counter that point and hold it off a little bit longer could prove detrimental in the end of this match.
We'll see. I mean, Noli Sports building some alt charge, dry fighting. J-Mac does have their ultimate online with Rogue. We could see Heartbreaker make a big difference here. Science Academy having a couple of online. This is what I love in between points. We're seeing the dry fighting, and now we're going straight in the action. J-Mac's going to take out Slicks. That's going to be a great precedent set for the series. Loki does have the copy online. The ultimate could be utilized, but Gambit never folds, and we're going to see the Heartbreak come through. Magneto and Meteor M trying to find its target, but that's going to be Matui finding Victursal in the backline. So Science Academy Dragons needing a little bit more to turn around as Noli Sports pushing in, taking out the Deadpool again. He just got back, and they said, nope, back to the spawn room with you.
This is a crazy back and forth match, a crazy team fight we're seeing picks come from both teams, which is letting this team last so long. And I'm not sure if you caught it, but right after Null Esports won that first point, the Angela flew into the spawn and immediately swapped off to Emma Frost.
Yes.
Which is very interesting considering we have Science Academy still running that Angela, but Null Esports winning that team fight in the end, getting to the second point with 3 minutes to spare, keeping them with 4 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock to reach that last point. They've got the advantage in this round right now. Science Academy is going to need to pull something out of the bag to keep them held back for these 4.5 minutes.
Let's hope that they've got some tricks. Maybe a Black Cat appearance will save them. That's been a character we've seen quite a bit in the meta, but they are making swaps up now. Ryan going from that Angela to the Captain America, and Slicks is now on Magic. We'll see if they have it in them to hold it. They're gonna make the stop here, but this is a 4-minute hold. The powers are his. We're hearing multiple ults come out. Rogue, Invisible Woman, Gambit, Rogue. It's all
Emma
over
Frost
the place.
using her Psionic.
And now we see the Emma Frost come through with the pull, getting everyone off of point. Null Esports continues to push in, and Science Academy is gonna have to dig their heels in soon.
Yeah, they've got a long while to hold this point, to not give up that point and lose this first match here. They're finally pushing back using that Gambit ult. That power it gives the team is just so incredible. And Magneto trying to create some space for the team. We see the Magic pop her Vex Child, but she's shut down by the Rogue. Can she still do something with that damage reduction?
She can. She's saved by the Magneto.
It does.
They're pushing in. That Science Academy doing what they needed to take out the backline. What a great synergy play from Monknut and Slicks pushing in. What a phenomenal ult from Slicks. Without it, they would not have been able to take that point. The Dark Child really was her.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried here for Science Academy. The Gambit ult is coming through. Magneto needs to hit this ult to stop them from pushing through, and a big miss, honestly. Not great for them. Captain America using his ult, trying to help his team stay alive. Deadpool diving the backline. Looks like he got a pick on that Gambit. Matweedy absolutely tearing up that backline of the Null Esports team, doing everything he can to keep this match competitive, and what a job he did.
Yeah, certainly unfortunate not able to find a target with the ultimate, but that's the beauty of having time on your side. They have 2 minutes and 20 seconds, and we might see some tricks up their sleeve. The Globtrox comes out. Banana Boy taking out Monknut is going to send him back to the spawn. Slicks finding one on Banana Boy, puts it in a 5v5 situation.
Yeah, hopefully Slicks can get in there and get onto that backline, but it looks like he's being held off by the tank. He goes for the dive, but Bucky immediately on top of him, trying to make sure that that Magic cannot do anything, and shutting him down. Wow, what a kill that was from the Bucky. Plushy Sush going crazy. Another Gambit ult coming in. The Bucky using his ult. Can he get in again?
Armed and Dangerous coming through, but not finding the picks as Pineapple is going to pop the ult. And luckily, got a sweet treat for the team to keep everyone alive.
She's got the Gambit seduced. Ooh, isn't able to get the pick off though. And this Loki might be in danger here. He's dying. And there he goes. No Esports not able to push through this final little stretch, not able to get up that hill and around that bend to reach the point where Science Academy Dragons was stopped in that last round.
Yeah, certainly. Ryan switching to the Captain America, focusing the back line. Pineapple able to breathe a little more. Them being meticulous with these ults going in is great, but we know that Gambit is coming through and going to have the ults and see what the cards have in store for us. Pushing in, finding Monknut, one to fall in these fights. Very unfortunately, that's a 4-man wipe, 5-person wipe. 40 seconds left. It's looking like Noli Sports will make it through unless if we have a fast swap.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be it. They need to touch now or it's all over. And there it is. No Esports has taken the first round after a very competitive match, mind you. That was very close. The Dragons nearly had them on that hold. Only 40 seconds left. That was very doable. But that final fight, they just couldn't hold out.
Yeah, once you start to see the dominoes fall and you see a couple of folks get taken out, you have to either make a big play to reset the field or you back up and hope that Strange has teleport.
Yeah, and the Strange just wasn't able to get that TP off. I think what caused that issue is they all died so close to the end. So close, they didn't have the time to be able to get that Strange swap, to get that portal out. And it cost them that first match, but it was very impressive. I am loving what I'm seeing here. These teams are going all out, and you can see that with the swaps they're making. That magic swap actually did a lot there. Slicks went kind of crazy against that backline for a little bit there until Null Esports seemed to figure it out. They swapped to Bucky. The Bucky kind of shut her down, and they ended up winning that match, that round.
I mean, if you know anything about hero shooters or MOBAs, then you know big circles go burr, right? And that Dark Child went burr.
Yes.
So the Invisible Woman ult saved the team multiple times. I now understand. I didn't get it before. I didn't understand. I'm now a believer. I now get why they saved 2 versions of Deadpool.
Yeah, it gives them a lot of variety and allows them to kind of pick and choose how they want that comp to go, because Deadpool on that support gives a lot of extra healing, but he doesn't supply much damage in return. Switching to that DPS pool, you lose that healing, but you have so much more damage. And that mobility I was talking about at the beginning of the game, where he's so fast, he's jumping on your head, he's dashing back down. It is really difficult to track that character when he is in full effect.
I would go as far to say it's the goofiest character that we've seen in any hero shooter.
Absolutely.
Being able to jump on people's heads, get mobility, it's just silly. Yeah, that first series, that was a phenomenal showing from both teams. But Null Esports just taking it little by little, bit by bit, fight by fight. They had the gas in the tank for that first push and allowing themselves 4 minutes and 45 seconds for the remainder of the map really put wind in their sails.
Yeah, it gave them a huge advantage when it comes to pushing through that final point. And you could see that 40 seconds left, if Dragons was able to hold them on that first or even that second point for just a little bit longer, the whole match could have been a completely different thing. We might have seen Dragons take that first round. We might have seen Null Esports still come out with a clutch with a Strange portal, as they did in that first round against the Dragons, to stop them and hold that time. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how these teams adapt after that first round.
Yeah, I was really impressed by the invisible boundaries that game from Invisible Woman. It saved a ton. We heard Armed and Dangerous from Bucky, and 2 seconds later you hear Shields Up, and it just negated the whole push. Yeah, phenomenal showing. I think that Science Academy Dragons are just going to have to pick up the pace on their push a little bit if they want to match what Null is putting out.
Yeah, 100%. I'm not quite sure how they're going to be able to do that, but they need something. They need to pull that rabbit out of the hat, perform that magician's trick, and start changing the flow of this game, because that attack from Null Esports was so oppressive, so deadly in those first 2 rounds that we're not quite sure how it's going to be. And we've got the teams picking their map and their game mode now. Null Esports picking Clintar, the Celestial Husk, a domination map. And it's a very interesting one, because you have that dynamic interactive map with this Clintar, the point will actually change between two different versions of itself, which makes it a very dynamic and interesting space to play and fight in.
Yeah, that's the really big attraction to Rivals too, is how dynamic the environment is, both destructible and shifting. I know I'm really getting tired of playing on Dracula's castle and it just rebuilding around me as I'm trying to shoot the supports.
There's been so many times where I've been playing that map and the castle just picks me up and I was about to get a pick, but then I'm just in no man's land. Or there's been a few times it actually threw me off the map into that little pit next to the stairs. Yeah.
There needs to be, I think there needs to be a little bit of a better indicator as to when that's going on. Just like Science Academy is going to need a big indicator of what they should ban here. Now, going into it, Noli Sports really doesn't like this Ultron. That's the second time we're seeing Ultron banned. However, they're going to switch it up a little bit. We're going to see Devil Dinosaur saved. We haven't seen Devil Dinosaur played quite yet.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he actually plays into that comp, because he is such a huge target that he is very easy for a Cyclops, a Moon Knight, any poke character, any ranged
Phoenix,
character
Elsa,
to just charge their ult and do massive damage onto that huge head hitbox that he has. So it'll be very interesting to see. He's gonna need a mag, maybe a Strange on the side, another tank with a shield to kind of help him protect that.
Now, obviously, we're on broadcast. Only one person can pick per character, right? This is just a meme we're seeing from both the teams where they don't want to give away any information, so they're all locking in Mr. Fantastic. They're all locking in Black Widow, but no one. I would be surprised if anyone plays either of those characters.
I was laughing about that in the first match when we saw the Black Widows and the Spider-Man. I was like, interesting. But yeah, it's a tactic to not give away what that comp will be to the other team, to kind of hold your cards tight, as they would say.
Absolutely, and we see the Cyclops saved again. Surprised we didn't see it banned immediately.
Yeah.
We're gonna see the Deadpool support also saved. White Fox, a character that we've not seen played quite yet, also saved, and the Gambit will get banned.
See, that's what I was worried about, is when Gambit is free, that ultimate of his, that Raisin Royal Flush just becomes such an oppressive thing. It can really...
Or villain,
it's what determines the team fight a lot of the times. If one team has it and the other team doesn't, you're very likely to just kind of get walked through by that Gambit ult, and it
does so much.
It does so much. Speed boost, damage boost, jump boost. It's an incredible ultimate, and that's why a lot of the Marvel Rivals community kind of dislikes him as a character.
I mean, he has so much utility.
Not his comic edition, just his in-game version.
Right. Yo, shout out Dude Guide, bro, who's got the banner all ready for Devil Dinosaur.
Yeah, I saw
that. Was
that.
impressive.
I saw that.
I said, wait, that character just dropped a couple weeks ago. Been grinding.
You can tell he really likes that character to get that Lord Icon already. It's as you said, he just recently came out in the newest season, and we're seeing him being played in this competitive situation. As I said, we've got J-Mac on Strange here, helping that Dino out with all that oppressive range damage. Having that extra shield will be very impactful when it comes to fighting against, say, a Psylocke or an Elsa. But Science Academy Dragons going for a bit of a different team comp today.
Yeah, they're gonna have. They're kind of going this hybrid method where they're going both dive and poke. But Noli Sports, you mentioned earlier, you wanted to see some brawl. You're gonna definitely see some brawl in the tank line, but they have some poke themselves. Ooh! And the Strange Portal comes out to block the point. Like you mentioned, we are on Clintar Celestial Husk. This middle piece does move around, does pop up, come down. So these players are gonna have to be methodical on how they are organizing around the point and positioning. Zanabi taking out Ryan very early will spell success for Nol Esports. They're gonna be the first ones to cap.
That was honestly a very good play from Nol Esports to use that portal to block off that point. It gives the other team's supports a very difficult angle to try to heal that team. Puts a barrier, almost like a wall that they have to fight through, and allow them to get through that point. I've seen that tactic used quite a few times in esports, and it works very well.
Yeah, it's impressive. Oh, Slushy falling early by Distan. The cloak and dagger, solid in the back line, pulled him out, and there we go. The dude guy bro, devil dinosaur grab, trying to get Ryan off of the coattails. The rest of Noli Sports.
The devil dinosaur goes down. We got Wolverine here, who's very good against devil dinosaur because of his high health. He's able to do so much damage, and the supports just weren't able to keep that up. But Noli Esports doing a great job of stalling, keeping this point theirs, and making sure that Academy Dragons can't push them off and take that point to get that percentage built. They've already hit 60% here. Wolverine with a good grab on that Loki, but not able to get the kill. Those Loki runes might
again on point, pushing him off. Noli Sports falling now, and Science Academy Dragons taking point for themselves.
Yeah, it was a big time to capture that point. Noli Esports already at 68%. Academy Dragons is going to need to have a strong hold here to keep this point for a little bit to make sure that they don't just get rolled when that next team fight comes in. Looking at the ultimates, Science Academy Dragons is down 2 ultimates right now. They've only got their cloak and their Magol, Vishanti's power coming in from the Strange, but the cloak and dagger all countering it. Invisible now from Zombie. Can the Mag get her out of the ult? She's hiding. Oh my god, he hit the ult! That is huge! Noli Esports now down 2 players. Academy only down 1. Can they hold this point?
Yeah, the Eternal Bond straight into the invisible boundary. The Meteor M taking out the Invisible Woman drops her ultimate. It's not like that for every character in the game, but for Invisible Woman, that is one. So that was a great play by the Resident Magneto, the Monk, to take out Noli Esports' backline. That set the precedent for the fight.
Yeah, that pick, that Mag ultimate, that Meteor M really changed the course of that fight. If Noli Esports keeps that Invisible Woman alive, that whole fight can change drastically. And the Glontrox coming in from Noli Esports, and they get a pick on that Wolverine. They've already got the momentum in this fight. Strange is pushing their cloak back. Invisible Woman ult coming in, that psionic barrier.
Hoping to hold as much as they can, but not much you can do against the Ruby Rage. We're gonna see another barrier coming through.
This is a perfect time for them to take here, right before Science Academy Dragons reaches that 99%. Very close match here. I'm very impressed by these teams right now. They're going back and forth so well.
Yeah, J-Mac does have Eye of Agamotto in the back pocket, and Ryan has last stand on that Wolverine. So it's going to be a matter of who is able to come out on top, take out who first. We're seeing it on point. The Vishanti's power, there it is. Both of them, one after the other, and we're seeing through the dust, Science Academy coming out on top. And are they going to take the round? It's looking
looks like it.
They don't
have the time to. They didn't have the time to switch to Strange and get that portal up. What a round from Science Academy. That was a brilliant play. They went down in that first round, losing 60% of the point, but came right back, holding the point to 97% and winning that fight brilliantly. It's a very good first round for them, and looks like they've got the momentum in this match.
Yeah, they certainly knew going into the series what they needed to switch, and it's looking like these slight changes have really paid off in the short amount of time. I think Distan, the Eternal Bond that we've seen from them a couple times in the series, has really saved the day. Matt on this Deadpool is just a menace. I would be surprised if Science Academy wins this match. I'd be surprised if Noli Esports doesn't ban that going into the next round.
Yeah, especially considering how impactful those ults have been, like you mentioned. It would be probably a pretty good idea for them to either switch to Magneto to try to counter those ults, or ban it outright in that next match, like you said.
Absolutely, 20 seconds until that point opens, and it looks like we're going to see another cheeky play with this portal, getting everyone onto point. That'll be Noli Esports, a bit ahead of the pack, if you will, and cutting off this entryway for the Dragons.
Yeah, it forces Science Academy Dragons to take a bit of an off angle there, with Disdain using his ultimate that he carried over from the last round to take that point back. And the Dragons did a wonderful job of cleaning up in that Cloak ultimate and taking that point. You see that portal play didn't work quite as well. The Dragons might have been expecting it there. I think they knew that it was coming, and you saw them take that top angle.
Oh yeah, and this is another one of those points. It looks very similar to the last one, but we swear it is different. There's a giant middle seedling in the middle of the point where everyone can sort of wrap around. As you're about to see it with this Bucky ult, he's got 2 on the pick. Will we see Armed and Dangerous? There it is. We find 1. Meteor M in response. Are we going to see any picks? Yes, we're shutting it down. No Bucky here. We're freezing you and ice with Captain America.
What an ult combo that was. Magneto dropped his ult on top of the Wolverine, who just scooped up the Bucky in the... Getting that pick was huge. And doing a great job of holding this point, making sure that no esports can't get on, but that Eye of Agamotto is gonna be impactful, taking out Matuidi, their big damage player, but they still cannot capture that point. Academy Dragons doing a wonderful job staying on the point, contesting just as Noel did last match.
Yeah, that strangling prison from Groot was huge, and now we're seeing Eternal Bond come through from Victorcel. We're gonna see another one come back from Disdan to try to hold point. I mean, Science Academy has not dropped the point yet with 75%. As long as they can get it to that 99 mark, they're good, but they don't need to. They're just winning these fights.
That's an incredibly impressive play from Science Academy Dragons to survive that Cloak and Dagger ult, to come back with their own and keep holding this point. They've got 90% already and haven't lost it, as you mentioned. No Esports has to be a little bit worried here that they aren't going to be able to get on this point. They're in overtime now. All Dragons need to do is keep them off that point for a little bit longer. Deadpool going crazy in that backline as he does, getting a pick on that Invisible Woman. What is happening here? The Venom trying to keep stalling. Are they gonna have a Strange Portal come in? I think they do, but where is it? It's too late.
That's it.
It's too late. Where was the Strange Portal?
Not there. Not yet. They might have used it. It might still have been on cooldown.
You're right.
That is a 3.5-minute cooldown.
You're right.
Does take some time. Well, it's actually more than that. It does take some time, so likely they didn't have it in the bank, but man, a strong showing in that map from the Science Academy Dragons.
Yeah, absolutely. A brilliant showing. That was incredibly impressive, just completely locking down that second round, having that point, and now we are tied up 1-1 in the series. This is incredible. This is brilliant back and forth play. You see that Gambit ult. I think Noel was a little bit better at using that Gambit ult in that first round, in that first match, and that's why they thought, okay, we're going to ban Gambit. We're going to stop that from happening, because that Rogue also with that Gambit team up, she becomes so oppressive, so strong, especially with the buff she just received. Having that self-healing from her, it's really dangerous.
Yeah, and I mean, they came out at the exact same time, right around Valentine's Day earlier this year, to promote that season. So it doesn't surprise me that, you know, you're going to see their team ups in game and them have that level of synergy. Yeah, I mean, the cheeky play at the end, I giggled a little bit, because the cheeky play of trying to get the Venom on point and run around the middle of point, popular strategy. Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't see, if you're going to take that route, a Spider-Man doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Can be a little annoying to deal with. I think they did it a little early, though. I don't think it had called for that time quite yet, because it was like at 85% when they started running around point. And so when you're just kind of like stalling for time at that point, you're not able to find the kills, and therefore flip it back in your favor.
Yeah, and that seems to have been the problem there, is that Noel was just unable to crack through that Dragon defense. And what a great job they did to hold that point and make sure that they couldn't even get in. Not having them touch the point at all, not having them get that capture, is a very, very impressive thing to do. And it makes you wonder if the momentum might have shifted from team to team there with that last ban. See if Dragons may be starting to roll, figuring out their momentum, how the enemy team plays, how Noel plays.
I talked about mentality earlier, how important mentality is. I might be mistaken here, but I think that is the very first, no, I'm not mistaken. That is the very first map Nole Esports has dropped their entire week.
Wow, the only one.
Looking at the scoreline that I have here, that's what I got. I don't think they've dropped a single map all week. And they beat Science Academy Dragons in pools 2-0. So maybe you're onto something here with the momentum here, Chopper.
Yeah, I said it before we started these matches. Science Academy Dragons will have to have learned from that first face-off against Nole. Have learned what they need to do, what they don't need to do, what they can't do against this team to better protect themselves. But Nole, having that confidence of winning already, might have come into that second round a little overconfident, that second match a little overconfident, where after winning the first one on that push, they have that second domination match. They feel confident. They get that first 60% capture on the first round and get held off for pretty much the entire rest of the game. It's very interesting to see how that mentality, how that composure comes into play in this next match. See what the players are feeling.
I certainly think that like Rivals is a game that incentivizes that you swap characters, but we've seen a lot of character diversity just in the 2 maps thus far. And it looks like the aforementioned Empire of Night, Dracula's Castle, is where we're going next.
Personally, I really love this map, despite the weird, despite the weird castle and the way it moves around. I personally really like this map and the way it plays. It's got such a good vibe to it, in my opinion. The only thing I don't like is that big staircase that you have to fight up to for that 3rd point. It's a great place for a defensive hold.
I am over myself. I am so happy that they changed it from the first iteration where both sides were pits. They only made one side a pit, the other side has a walking area, because getting up those stairs like you're talking about was just an insurmountable climb.
Yeah.
And going into this next game, looks like Nole Esports was a little not on the same page. They're like, you know what, we're just going to hover whatever we want. A couple of them were like, let's hover Jeff. But Science Academy, they're like, we're going to stay our
They're locked in. They're locked in. They know what they want to do. They keeping that Widow flatline. We see, like you said, Nole Esports kind of did it. They have 2 Jeffs there, but the rest of the team, Plushy Slushy playing Cyclops like he has been. Dude Guybro on that group, being that main tank for that team, and J-Mac again also on that tank's role. We see Cyclops getting banned again, not letting him play. I think that's a great choice, to be honest. I think that Cyclops, I was talking about it a little bit before we got on broadcast. Cyclops can really be such an oppressive character that whoever's team has the better one wins that round, wins that match.
And this is the first ban we're seeing out of either team taking out the Cyclops. Cyclops has been in all series. I love that they're like, you know what, actually we are playing that group. We're going to go ahead and save it real quick just in case. And because of that, you know, the ban on the Wolverine is going to be very impactful, especially if you're relying on your tanks going into this next series.
Yeah, I mentioned last round that Wolverine did so much damage against the Devil Dinosaur, just kind of making it very hard for the Dino to even get any value, to get any play, and it would do the very same thing to that Groot. Groot would kind of get shut down by that Wolverine. So banning him, very good decision from them. We see they protected Rocket Raccoon, who, I'm not sure if you know this, folks, but Rocket Raccoon currently has the fastest charging ult in the game.
Yes,
which
he does.
Alongside of his ult giving a 40% damage boost as well as overshield over time, can be a very impressive ult, just like Gambit's. But we're not actually... Oh, we do. We see Nole Esports using him, going for a triple support comp with that Mantis, Loki, Groot. That is a great composition.
Beautiful.
The Mantis team up, sorry.
No, it's beautiful as well because that Mantis having, well, as I say that, they switched to the Jeff, which I'm actually surprised we haven't seen Jeff, just because Jeff Healing Beam also does damage. So you can just shoot through your team. Imagine an Ana, but you can just keep shooting.
And that beam goes forever. It does not ever stop. It just keeps going. So you can sit so far back as a Jeff and just heal your entire team, damage the entire enemy team. It provide a lot of value, especially with those speed bubbles, giving your teammates that ability to get in or out depending on what you want. It's going to be very impressive, or very interesting to see how that Jeff plays, how this team can counter that Jeff, And what's gonna happen here with this triple support comp that Null Void has been trying?
Yeah, Science Academy Dragons here, they're going to be pushing. Null will be defending first, and Group is a great choice to have on this defense. I am interested that we have a Moon Knight for the first time. Moon Knight is a very impressive character we see at the top of the meta. With these small choke points, if you can get an Onk in a right place and someone turning around, not turning around for it, it's going to spell disaster.
Yeah, if Moon Knight can find an off angle, get on a high ground, and sneak up on those supports, they're just kind of dead with how much burst damage he can put out. And like you said, on these choke points, it's very impressive or very helpful to have something that can damage flood the way Moon Knight can. You see Mag trying to push in, but he's just immediately blown up by No Esports. That Mance is providing a huge damage boost for that Bucky.
And look at that, immediately we're calling on Conchu, praying to Conchu, going to drop it on point. The ultimate from Moon Knight will clear. Slicks on this Phoenix. We haven't even mentioned Phoenix is a character we haven't seen all series, but now in the backline, taking out the Loki. That's going to be Victursal sent back to the spawn, and Science Academy are taking the point. Now the question is, will they get there in time? Because Dude Guy Bro,
yeah, there it is. There's the portal.
On your left, here we go. Coming back through, Plushy Slushy finding a pick. And what is that? Armed and Dangerous. Are we going to get a second?
Oh, he's trying, but that rocket ult might have saved them there. I didn't hear the again, which is a bit unfortunate because you love hearing that again. It's one of the most satisfying ults in the game, in my opinion.
Certainly, they weren't able to get it again and again and again and again, but they were able to defend point, and that is what matters.
Yep. That's the biggest point to do, is to win that point and stop Dragons from being able to capture it and push and keep pushing. The longer you hold them, the better, because that gives them less time to get through to the next point.
Now they only have 2 ticks, but that is still a great going into this point. And look, this Moon Knight just running around the backline, throwing onks left and right. There's the Eye of Agamotto, but it's going to get pushed away by the Invisible Woman, who said, not my backline, you can go back over there. Science Academy Dragons have 3 ults online, and they're going to look to push in with them as Noli Sports only has 1, and it's the Loki ult. They're going to copy. What are they going to get? They're going to get the Rocket Beacon, but that's not a ton of healing. It might be able to put out enough damage to stop the onslaught, but you're going up against 4 ultimates in your backline.
But Tweety diving that backline, getting a pick on that rocket and not letting them stay alive. No Esports trying their best to stay up here, but they're down 4 on that point.
They're doing their best to hold, and this is now armed, and Bucky has Armed and Dangerous yet again. What a crazy play. Noli Sports able to get in, hold it, and now they have an ult to sit on. Bucky and Rocket ults combined is one of the most deadliest combinations in the game. So we'll see if they're able to get this combo off as the damage is coming through. That positioning, pretty unfortunate, as they're going to take it out near immediately. It has no time to ruminate.
He misses the ult on the Rocket there. That's so unfortunate. Hitting that would have killed the Rocket and taken him out of this fight. But you saw both teams are so smart. When they see that Rocket ult drop, they immediately start shooting it and getting it out of there, because like I said, that damage boost that it provides can wipe out your team so quickly.
Oh my gosh, and now we're seeing the Emma Stone throwing her ult out as well. That was a joke. Emma Frost throwing her ult out as well, keeping them at bay, pushing in. Dude Guy Bro sitting with Eye of Agamotto, can use it. Plushy finding a pick. There's going to be one. The Agamotto's going to hit the back
They need
line.
The Dragons are going to need a portal here soon, or to someone to get on point and be able to stall. They've got the Captain America, and he is very good at stalling, but he gets focused down and bursted. There you hear the Strange portal coming in, and they're doing everything they can. This is now or never for the Academy Dragons. If they don't get through here, they've got a big task on their hand for this next round, trying to keep Noah Esports from getting in there.
Ooh, and the patience, the wait for the Phoenix ult to dive and hit its target. Plushy Slushy is a mechanical machine. Now their 3rd ultimate going into this game, Armed and Dangerous once more. But is it going to be enough? Will they have enough utility to get the win? Victor Victursel swapping around, and that will be it. Noli Sports will hold by a hair.
That is an incredible hold from Noli Esports. Holding for that entire 4 minutes is usually very, very difficult, and being able to do that is incredible. It's usually, when you're playing Marvel Rivals, correct me if I'm wrong, but in my experience, it's always that last fight, that last push from the enemy team that allows them to break through. It's just your team gets overconfident, but Noli Esports did a great job of making sure they did not get that overconfidence, making sure they locked down that point, played together very well, and that gives them a huge advantage for this next round.
We talked about how important momentum is, right? And if you allow in grand finals a team who has, you know, a little gumption to come at you to get more than one round after another, you're in some dangerous territory. So props to Noel for holding the line and making sure that they had the portal to get back to point. That was a clutch factor because Science Academy almost had it on the first push.
They were very, very close. You're right. That portal came in very clutch for Noli Esports, keeping them in this game and providing them with that advantage in this round. What are we looking at?
Cap on defense always just makes me scratch my head a little bit. There's not a whole lot of room for this Captain America to run around. It's just going to have to be, I mean, we talked about earlier the importance of ensuring that they're on the same page, they're remaining composed. So, I mean, it's going to come down to whether or not they're listening to the callouts. But so far, I'm most impressed by Plushy Slushy on this push from Noli Sports. 3 armed and dangerous is in the last round. We'll see how fast they can rack up this percent. But I was a little curious. You know, we're seeing a Human Torch here. Maybe that's to counter the Groots, make the walls go down a lot faster. But it is an interesting choice that Science Academy has made. We'll see if they're able to hold now.
Yeah, so Human Torch, he's very good. He applies so much aerial pressure, and he's very good at locking down choke points like you see here with his fire cage ability. I'm not sure what it's called, but it is a very strong ability. It provides damage over time to the enemies. And it doesn't seem to be a very effective tactic, as Noli Esports actually dropping it. It is working out for them. Noli Esports' Rocket already down. Groot doing his best to stay alive and keep this fight going. Captain America has fallen, just like you mentioned. He doesn't have much space to do what he needs. The Armed and Dangerous coming in. The Groot locking it down.
Yeah, I love this play. We saw the Bucky try to get an ult off, thinking that the Loki lamps were offline, but they weren't quite yet. We're going to see the Strange Portal come through a little bit early. Maybe they're looking to continue the onslaught, but most notably, I want to say I think I understand the strategy now with running the cap. Plushy was communicating to the backline and saying, hey, they're not looking at their supports. If we can dive the backline, we're going to win this series. So let's see if that strategy works out for them. Slick's going to get the copy onto Rocket Raccoon. Victursel doing the same. They're both going to have lamps. Emma now going on to point, trying to get the pull, and the Supernova, that damage over time you were talking about, Chopper, coming through.
The Groot is dying here. He's falling apart. The Supernova is doing so much damage, but he gets taken out. And Science Academy did a great job of making sure they won that team fight, of keeping that down. I think the big impact there was that Human Torch ult, that fire tornadoes that they dropped down, doing so much damage.
Yeah, the Supernova can come in so clutch, especially if you're up against a group like we're seeing now. Noli Sports with 1 minute and 30 seconds left to get onto point and find it. They're going to get a lot of space with this Mantis ult coming through. Eye of Agamotto paired,
big sleep.
The Monk also has the Groot ultimate. We'll see if the Strangling Grasp is going to be enough for them. Matui going to take out Victursel. That's going to be one support down. Plushy now falling down as well. Zanabi following. Ryan is on a tear. And Noli Sports is running out of time.
Yeah, they've only got about 1 minute and 9 seconds left to get through this point and win it. And it's very impressive to see what both of these teams are doing on defense. This is a very defensively sided map. It's very very difficult for the attackers to get into that first point because of the chokehold. But I'm surprised we haven't seen Noel Esports switch to something else that's better on off angles over this Bucky.
Yeah, we're gonna have to call out the cute utility. There's the I Am Groot trying to group up Noel Esports, Science Academy Dragon. We're also seeing Dude Guybro has made the swap on over. There's Armed and Dangerous. We get our first again.
Finally.
Second again.
He's keeping it going. Slushy. He got 3 there. He's getting revived by his rocket, but that might have been it for Science Academy Dragons. They've got Noel Esports has the advantage. Their players are down. I'm not sure if they have the point yet, or they have their portal back yet, because they used it about halfway through the round.
They don't. They don't have it. I mean, they have the cheeky Jeff coming in, trying to save the point. We'll see if he can make it. Let's go,
He can't, and he can't. What a game that was. So defensively sided by both teams, but Noel Esports doing a wonderful job to crack through it just at the end. That Bucky ult, amazing to see those agains come through and finally see that impact from those ults.
Certainly. My Lord, you're actually right. You're so on point. That was a massive defense from both sides to hold down and lock down point. I mean, we saw 4 or 5 Bucky ultimates, 4 or 5 to Armed and Dangerouses from Plushy Slushy, and nearly every time there was a support ready to counter, a support ready to throw up a shield or a Loki lamps. Like, there was something in response every time except for the last one, and it took the Strange Ryan turning around and saying, wait, whoa, hold on, we gotta take him out.
Yeah, and you see, even though they did end up getting him out before he could continue that again chain, he still got revived by that rocket, keeping them up to 6 players and keeping that momentum, allowing them to just keep pushing through and take advantage of those picks that his ultimate was able to get.
Yeah, I mean, Bucky also, they're noticing how grouped up that they are in this series, and Bucky's pistol has a lot of splash damage that it does behind him, so he's just saying, push on through this tiny little 10-meter choke point, I dare you, come on.
Yeah.
And on the Edverse that time, it was pushing through to the point. When Noel Esports was able to get around that choke and find a foothold in the point, we saw what happened. They were able to take it narrowly. I also love the swap over to the Angela, the adaptive challenge of saying, wait, there's a Human Torch around here somewhere, and he's raining fire. We got to put an end to that.
Angela is so good at being able to take down those flyers. She's so oppressive in the air. She is the queen of the skies, so to say. And I agree. It was a great swap to try to pick her and use her to negate what that Human Torch is doing, because that ult saved them in that first fight. They were about to get pushed through by Noel, and the Human Torch, his supernova, went ballistic and just took out that team.
You can't do anything when you're running through fire tornadoes. I mean, I don't know if y'all have seen, I'm dating myself, the Fantastic Four original movie at the end, a supernova coming through clutch. I mean, it's hard to combat against.
That is a classic movie though, with I'm forgetting his name.
Chris Evans?
Yes, Chris Evans as the Human Torch. Yeah, it was a great movie. I loved seeing him come back in Deadpool and Wolverine. Seeing that cameo was great.
We'll keep the monologue at the end.
Okay.
But absolutely, Noel Esports now up 2-1 against the Science Academy. Science Academy has to feel, a little. If I'm on that team, I have to feel confident in my gameplay now. I've taken 1 off of the previously undefeated team. We've taken them bar for bar, fight for fight on Empire of Night. So I think that they have the gas in the tank. It's a matter of who is adapting to who faster. And Noel showed in that round that they have the cognizance in the moment to make these fast changes as needed as the comps switch so frequently.
Yeah, being able to switch up your team and adapt, as you said, is incredibly important in this game because of how flowy and open all the roles are. You can be on a DPS for half the round and switch to a tank or a support and completely change the flow of this game. And that's something that I don't really see in many other games, to be honest. That's why I personally really, really enjoy watching and playing Marvel Rivals is because of that openness, that randomness you get from the games.
Yeah, and it's a lot harder in other titles to really dislodge where needed. Rivals, it's if you can get one other person on your team to help dislodge a character that has been an anchor for the enemy team, then you just find yourselves in the backline and wait, they're not turning around. It can do a lot for this type of game. So now going in 2-1 into map 4, Noli Sports is on championship point.
Yeah, they could win this, and honestly, we should get some hype up. How are we feeling about this next match? No Esports could win it in this next match. Are we not excited for this? Are we not entertained by these high-quality matches? Even Dragons doing a wonderful job of competing, keeping everything very competitive.
Yeah, hold on, wait. Let's hear it for the Science Academy Dragons. Who's out there for them? There we are.
We got to keep this energy up. How are they supposed to know you want them to win?
Everyone's holding their breaths, okay? I don't think there's no energy. I think everyone's just like...
They're so tense, because these matches have been so intense. They're so... I don't even know how to describe it.
So much.
Right. There's just so much happening. People are on the edge of their seats here, wondering what little play is going to make the difference, like that Bucky ult right at the end.
Yeah, some might say we're in a multiverse of madness. Go into the next point. We're back at domination. As you see, Clintar is off the field, so we'll see where we're going next. It's Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda, one of the first maps to drop in the game, and we're going to burn into T'Challa.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see here because no Esports have taken both of the push/convoy game modes here, but Dragons was able to come out on top very strongly, mind you, in that first domination game that they had. So I wonder if we're going to see more of the same and if they're going to push this to that Game 5 like we wanted in the beginning. I have high hopes for them. I think they can do it. I have the utmost faith in them to win this round.
I mean, I just love Marvel Rivals. I wanted to see a Game 5 regardless.
Right, yeah. Game 5s. Even outside of Marvel Rivals, in any game, they're so intense, so hype, and they bring so much energy to the game, and I'm very excited to see if they can pull this off, if Science Dragons can keep this, can stop that momentum from Null and keep their momentum from that first domination match and prove that they are the domination kings here.
Yeah, I mean, the consistency here is kind of astounding, Chopper. We're seeing the same pretty much picks and bans that we saw last map and the first map.
Yeah, we see Null Esports going back to that Gambit Loki comp because it worked so well for them. They have that Rogue, that have that J-Mac being so oppressive. I wonder if Science Academy is going to ban that Gambit because of how strong he could be and how well Null Esports was able to use his ult in that first match.
Oh my gosh, it was incredible. The amount of utility that it gave the team to push through and find the picks was amazing.
It's just such a powerful ult. And they banned the Loki and not the Gambit. That's a very interesting choice, but it does take one of those Gambit ults out of play. Because Loki copies ults, it still technically limits their ability to play with Gambit.
That is surprising to me that they banned Loki, considering we've seen a Bucky nearly every round. And don't get me wrong, most would say that Gambit's the better counter to Bucky because of his cleanse with his ult, but if you're waiting out a Gambit ult and you're Bucky, that's a much longer cooldown than the Loki lamps. Loki lamps are only about 25 seconds. So if you see the Bucky come out again from Plushy Slushy, he could go unmatched.
But on that same coin, on the flip side of that coin, Bucky can get resets off of Loki clones. If he hits it with the again and gets that clone down, he has another again, and that's... So it's very interesting.
Yet, though. We haven't even seen that.
We haven't seen it. We saw a little bit of it right at the end of that last match. We saw a little bit of it again, but not much.
So let's talk a little bit about the characters here, Chopper. I mean, we're seeing some new characters on the field as well. Penny finally making an appearance. Never mind.
No penny.
We see the Daredevil coming out from Plushy Slushy. Banana Boy is going to rock this Psylocke. And once again, this is fluid. They could switch back and forth. But we're seeing pretty much 1 or 2 new characters every single map. And that's what I love about Rivals. It really keeps the game fresh.
Yeah, it's very impressive the depth of the bag that Noel Esports has, being able to pull out all these different characters, going for a dive comp here with the Gambit. A quick portal off from Science Academy, trying to get to that point quickly and stop Noel Esports from coming in, but they picked the wrong door. They didn't realize Noel Esports was coming through the side.
Not quite. However, I'm loving the versatility from Science Academy in utilizing the portals both before the point starts and at the end. They're realizing, hey, these rounds are going to be pretty long and drawn out, so we can fit in 2 portals into these rounds.
Yeah, you use it right at the beginning. You get that advantage in the first fight, and by the time you need it again, you should have it back. Yeah.
Noel Esports gonna take the point first, dropping 3. We're seeing Monk switch over to the Thing. Your shout out from earlier. See if it is as oppressive as they're hoping.
They're gonna, that Thing swap, I know it's to try and shut down that Daredevil, shut down Plushy Slushy, because he's such an oppressive character and he does so much damage and is very good at getting into that backline and taking a pick, getting a pick off and just hindering that team so much.
Yeah, Pineapple finding a push out on Plushy Slushy. That's gonna cause an elimination.
Angela pulling the
so
Strange out. The Strange gets just wiped out by that Angela, pulling him out of the position, pulling him into her team.
Absolutely.
The thing seems to be focusing Angela more than the Daredevil, which is a little interesting to me because I personally would pick a poke player, you know.
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing the invisible boundary come out on point. Noel Esports still going to hold for now, keeping Science Academy Dragons at bay, but they have a couple of big moves waiting for Noel Esports when they return.
Yeah.
This is going to be a massive stagger game. It's going to be a matter of who you can keep picks on, and if you can keep yourself a player up, you're going to hold point.
It'll be interesting to see how this next team fight plays out as both teams have their 3 ults. Psylocke using theirs, Gambit ult coming in. Same thing with the Glartrox, and a little bit of a flood there, and the Science Academy has 2 picks off already. They could be coming through and capturing this point here.
Yeah, that Globtrox was huge, shutting down the Gambit right after it ulted. That means that they got little to no next to value from that ult.
Yeah.
Or Zanby popped it and was gone immediately. So Science Academy Dragons, not only did they take the point, they took it and they didn't need to use Clobber in time. They didn't need to use Invisible Boundary. So they have both of those for the defense.
And that's huge because of how impactful both of those ults can be. That Glartrox from their Elsa, from Slicks, was so key in keeping that Gambit ult from stopping that oppression.
And here we're hearing Rogue has taken everything, diving the backline, going to take out Pineapple 81. Zambi going to take out the Ryan. And that is 2 down for Science Academy. They're not going to have much time to get back. They have less than 9 seconds to touch the point.
I'm not sure they have their portal back either because the round hadn't lasted very long. So I don't think they can portal back here. And here it is, Noel Esports taking that first round, making it very, very known that they are ready to win this. They are ready to end this series right here and right now. They don't want a game 5. They want to win.
And oh my goodness, this is game point. This is it. This is for all of the marbles. So Science Academy Dragons are gonna have to start finding the fire within in order to win this game, because maybe when they need to call on Fing Fang Foom or something to come and help them out. But yeah, Noel Esports on match point here as we head into the second point.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what kind of swaps Science Academy is going to do. We see a Thor coming out. That's my main. I love to see it, but right back on Emma, not the Thor. Sorry. They have brought out that Human Torch as well from that first match, because when you're fighting on that point, again, just like in those choke points, his abilities can be very impactful.
Yeah, we're now on the next point for Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda, and we're seeing the strat come through once more from Science Academy. They're using all utility that they can to their best, and they're going to actually cut off the team, go in, look for some early picks to get the point early. That's going to be Slicks finding the pick on Zanby. That means that they only have a couple of supports left. Slicks is also going to find Good Dude Guy, bro. That is now 2 down for Noel Esports. One of them had their ultimate going into point, so Science Academy Dragons now pushing on to point. Plushy Slushy leveling the playing field just a tad by taking out Matt, but Monknut gonna find the pick on the White Fox, which is going to mean they can get on. They're only in like a 5v2, and they're gonna push through to take the first point.
Yeah, that was a good play from Science Academy Dragons, locking off and splitting their team up with that portal, making it so that they had half the team isolated and were able to get those picks off very quickly. It's a very risky play, but when it works, it works.
They couldn't turn around. They couldn't get around. They have no counter dive on their team to get around that point, so they were pretty much sitting ducks.
And we are seeing a Phoenix ult come out, but it wasn't able to make impact. Science Academy Dragon doing a great job of making sure to take Plushy Slushy out before he can reach the ground, but just did a wonderful job of bursting down the Thor when he was trying to make an impact there.
Vic Tersel does have their invisible boundary. They want to push on to point and take it back. Oh, Eye of Agamotto's
That's a huge
time
ult.
is stopped, and they are pushing in. That'll be the invisible boundary moments before they were all hit with the ultimate to save them, but they've got to fight on point. They've got to take this point. Using all this utility will do them no good.
Wow, what a kill from the Human Torch there. Now fighting the Angela with his ultimate. And Science Academy Dragons doing a great job of keeping that point. They had to use a lot of ultimates there, nearly all of them, but they still do have that Thor ult for this next fight. It could prove very detrimental though, because Noel Esports has both their Psylocke ult and their Angela ult, and combining those two ults could prove a bit dangerous.
Oh, it is very dangerous. I mean, you have nowhere to go and you're getting constantly hit. We'll see if they're able to pair them, but that's the Thor diving the backline. Like you said, they're pairing it right there, Chopper. We see the Angela with the Psylocke all paired, but they're not going to find any value because no one was in the big circles.
That's absolutely shocking to see. Just a complete waste of ults there. They had no impact on that. It's kind of the same thing with that last fight where they had that Invisible Woman ult, but they weren't able to make anything come from it. And now Science Academy Dragons doing exactly what Noel Esports just did to them in the previous round. What a round this is. What a game this is so far. Going back and forth so well.
That was insane. I was actually surprised that Noel Esports wasn't able to make it on point or find value in those ultimates.
Yeah.
Really, the God of Thunder, like you said, shocking, keeping them away.
See, I love to see a Thor. I'm a Thor main myself, so seeing him come out and be oppressive in a high-level game, it's great. It's a great feeling.
And I think they held on to the Thor ult for the third round.
I wasn't sure about that. They might have though. That could be very impactful.
Oh, hey.
Yeah, he still has it. He still has it. Thor doesn't have the greatest ult, but when it's well-timed and well-positioned, you can make some huge impact out of it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it also, if you use it in a smaller space, it's so hard to get away from. But it can really, it's one of those ults where you have to turn around and look at where you're positioned, because if you're not, you're falling.
Yeah, you got to watch out for that big lightning circle that he spawns, or you're going to fall. Like you said,
it slows. So if you're stuck in it, you're not getting out by the time he lands with God of Thunder.
And even if you do manage to survive the impact, it'll stun you for a second, and we're going for another quick portal play.
I gotta give props to the Science Academy Dragons here. They are really making the most out of these strange portals, blocking off, especially in this
There it is, there's the Thor ult.
Oh, there's another one. We're seeing Rogue go in with her ultimate, pushing on point, fighting everyone in the back line. That overheal is doing an incredible amount, and they're just going to sit on point, try to hold Science Academy playing on the back of this point, and it's back and forth.
Strange did a great job of protecting his Invisible Woman there, keeping her alive, stopping the Rogue from being able to get that pick. She was at like 50 health. That could have been very impactful if Noel was able to get her out. That could have changed the course of the fight. But Science Academy Dragons doing a great job winning this first fight, keeping the point. They're getting ready for this next impact. They have better ult charge so far outside of the Bucky from Plushy Slushy. But like we've seen, he hasn't been able to make too much impact off that armed and dangerous ult.
Not yet. There's an Eye of Agamotto, and we're hearing Armed and Dangerous come through. We're going to find a pick. They're going to immediately focus down the Bucky. He's not going to find any more value. And that's because that Eye of Agamotto really stopped everyone in their tracks. But Null Esports, once again, for the second map in a row, using a lot of utility, but they're not keeping Science Academy Dragons off point.
Yeah, and the Dragons are doing a great job of counter-ulting whenever Null Esports drops theirs, keeping it on a level playing field, keeping their ults on a great cycle here. You saw immediately after Null Esports used their Invisible Woman ult, Dragons used theirs and immediately was able to just hold that point. They now have 70% on this point, and they look like they're going to win this round, too. They've been playing very dominantly. Plushy Slushy pulling out a Punisher, which we haven't seen yet today, folks.
Yeah. I mean, Science Academy Dragons, it's very clear why they chose Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda. They have scrimmed this map. It is very apparent to us with the Strange Portals that they've used every single map to cut off the team and remain oppressive. Null Esports doesn't have an answer for it.
Yeah, you can see how much Science Academy Dragons loves this map. They are so good at playing it, so oppressive in their strategies, and just...
This is where I make my stand.
And there it is.
Cracking, though.
It's finally going to swap over to Null Esports. Dude, Guy, Bro, swapping over to the Angela, finding value, taking out the backline. That is the adaptivity we've been talking about.
And again, the Science Dragons had that Human Torch, and again, that Angela swap, immediately you see Matweedy go straight back to that DPS Deadpool, straight back to being on the ground, because he knows he just can't take that fight against an Angela.
You're having a bad time if you are. Null Esports sitting on point. They have 2 ults in their bag, and they're using both of them. The Rogue pushing in, trying to find a pick, remaining oppressive, keeping him back in this tunnel. I'd be surprised if we don't hear a Punisher ult here in a second to keep this energy up. A final judgment. There it is. Straight lines will go a long way.
Lord, that was a wonderful Punisher ult. I think he got 4 of those picks there, and brilliant play there. The Rogue made so much space there with her ult, keeping that entire team in that tunnel, in that funnel, so that the Punisher could just mow them down.
Yeah, I mean, well done. That was a great corral into a pit. I mean, Dude, Guy, Bro pushed him back with the Angela ultimate. They said, hey, back up. I said earlier, it's the most OP thing that you can do in this game is back up, but it depends on where you're stepping.
Yeah, if you back up into the wrong thing, you hit a Human Torch, you hit anyone, basically.
You hit a Punisher ult, final judgment, but here we are, 84%. This is game point. If Null Esports holds on, they win and are your national champions. Eye of Agamotto coming through from Ryan, taking out the Science Academy. That's going to be Science Academy flipping it back in their favor. Does Null Esports have enough time? Plushy Slushy is alive. He's going to switch to the Doctor Strange. Is there going to be a portal that comes through?
It's too late, and Science Academy Dragons takes the 4th match here and pushes us into game 5. What an absolute show of skill that was to get through and back onto that point, with Null Esports being a split second away from winning it.
I don't think anyone can see, but
wow.
My beats per minute is like at 140.
You're right. You need to
now.
sit down, bud.
Oh no, I'm good. I'm good. Unk is fine. I am just over the moon right now. That is crazy. What a play! Coming back, swinging it back in their favor. Science Academy Dragons showed us in that series, that map specifically, why they chose it. The separation of the portals, the corralling, the ensuring that they were on the same page every step of the process. It was nothing short of amazing.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant plays. They had that one area where they used, where I almost called them Null Dragons. I apologize. Where Null Esports used that Rogue ult and that Punisher ult to keep them back, and that was the best play I'd say I saw from them in that 3rd round there. But they just weren't able to keep up that momentum. They just, with Null Esports coming in with 3 ults to their 1, it was just a very uphill battle for them to try to win that.
Oh yeah, I mean, I was surprised that the portal didn't come through because I saw Plushy Slushy switch very early to get the Strange to hopefully get them to point, but it didn't. And so now, like you said, Chopper, we are in a Game 5 situation. It is for all of the marbles, or rings, if you will.
Yeah, it's amazing. I'm so glad we see this. I know these players probably didn't want to go this far. They were probably both hoping to just get a clean 3-0 sweep. But you know that's so unlikely in a final. When both the teams have made it this far, have been playing so well throughout the entire competition. Noel only dropping 2 rounds in this competition here in the finals. You kind of expected a Game 5, or at least the Game 4 like we just saw, but I can't believe the Dragons are doing so well. They're clearly a very domination-focused team. They do very well on those domination games.
And they're going to have to carry the energy because that's the last domination map that we're going to see in the series. So they're going to have to carry that energy into the next round. But that being said, I've been impressed that they've taken it the distance. I mean, we're seeing a Game 5. This is what I was hoping going into the series. And honestly, this is what feels the best, right? When you're competing and you leave it all cards on the table in grand finals, neither of these teams should have anything to be disappointed about at the end of the series.
They've both played extremely well. Brilliant plays from both sides. Wonderful team compositions and swaps that they've been doing. It's been a wonderful competition.
So we've talked a couple of times about adaptivity. And as a coach, I'll say adaptivity is incredibly important. But you can't just throw the playbook out the window. And I'm going to say, I think the playbook is what won the Science Academy Dragons that round. They were ready. They knew exactly what they were doing going into Burn and T'Challa, going into the Empire Galactic of Wakanda. They knew how they were going to play around Strange Portals, how they were going to get onto point. It seemed methodical. It seemed like they had rehearsed it over and over and over again. Adaptivity comes in when that doesn't work. But why be adaptive if it does work? And that's exactly what happened.
Right. Why fix it if it isn't broken? Exactly. There's just no reason to change that formula that they have when it works so well, as we saw with them. While it was much closer in this second domination game, they still ended up being pretty dominant and pretty strong in those positions, in those fights, doing a great job with their team comps. And we are about to start our 5th match. We're gonna have Noel Esports pick the final game, sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I also need a breath. I'm gonna take a nap. I'm gonna take a nap.
I mean, you've been casting for a couple hours now, so you probably need it.
Oh no, I'm fine. It has been like 6 hours. It's whatever.
That's a long time, bud.
No. I could go for 6 more. Keep me up here. We're not shutting it down. Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna see where they're going in next. I'm curious. Exactly what map we have selected. I didn't quite see.
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. We got a little distracted.
I got a little excited. But yeah, we're in. I hear them in the pick band screen now. I see it now. Here we are. Moving in, we're on Yggdrasil Path.
It's a very classic map. Also one of the first maps they've dropped. This probably one of most people's favorite maps in the game, if I had to say. This is an iconic map. People love playing this. And we're seeing very similar bans to before. No Esports actually protecting their Cyclops there. They know that Cyclops can be very impactful, especially on this map, which has quite a few narrow choke points.
It may not seem like it to viewers at home, but these next 2 minutes of pick ban is the most high pressure that it will be the whole series, because they only have 20 seconds to make these versatile picks on the fly, adapting to who's banning what, who's picking what's our strategy. If they ban a character that you are banking on being an anchor in your strategy, you gotta swap up.
Yeah, and it's very interesting to see that they are again getting rid of that Wolverine, making sure the Science Academy cannot do that because he did so well against them in that first domination point. And these, like you said, these picks are so impactful. These bans and protections are debatably what makes or breaks the game for these players. You see Noel Esports protecting both their Loki and their Cyclops, because that had been the absolutely dominant force that won them that first round, that first game on Araco, I believe it was, so easily. They won it very handily here.
Yeah, and we're seeing the Deadpool save from Matt. We actually had not seen Matt on Deadpool at all the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, he'd been playing primarily the Human Torch there.
Yeah, now coming back around to it, and they are going to ban the Gambit.
Smart play.
Final ban coming out from Noli Sports will set the scene for our Game 5 finals.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how this game turns out. I'd love to know what these players are thinking right now. What's going through their head? How are they adjusting to the way that they've been playing against each other? It's very interesting. We're seeing another Thor come out.
The Invisible Woman will be the final ban of the series as well.
Very interesting.
And we've seen on both sides, those invisible barriers have a lot of value. So it's going to be a matter of what they're going to use for their anchor picks. We're probably going to see some Lunas here. That's very likely. Mantis, very likely. The triple support that was ran earlier ended up not really working out for Noli Sports, but they might try it again.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see what they do, because if they do stay on this composition that they have, they are going to be at a little bit of a disadvantage with their healing because of that Mantis. She doesn't have the highest healing output. She doesn't get to heal as well as an Invis, as a Luna, as a Cloak. She doesn't have that same burst.
But on Yggdrasil path, this point, it's very easy to hold this first point because it takes so long to get out of spawn and get there. So this is a very defense-heavy map. And as we've seen with our other maps through this series, defense favors both of these teams.
Yeah, both these teams are very, very strong defensively, and it might end up just coming down to which team can figure out a way to break through the defensive line to make sure that they don't fall apart on offense.
And here we go.
We see Monk sitting here trying to get the Loki clones out, because the less Loki clones on the field, the less impact he has in total. It'll just diminish the amount of healing that they have, and they already don't have much with that Mantis.
Healing and damage.
Healing and damage,
especially against a group.
Yeah.
You got a lot to deal with, or with a group, you got a lot to work with.
But we did see a brilliant play from J-Mac on Noli Esports as Emma kicking the Mantis into the wall. Matuidi immediately popping his ult, going in now, diving on top of their heads. That speed of Daredevil again, but he loses the ult. He doesn't actually keep it going. Oh, and a wonderful push from Science Academy Dragons to get into this prime position. We're going to need to see a portal from Noli Esports if they're hoping to stop them at this first point.
And they might not. They might just let it rock, because they died a little late. Oh, no, they use it, and that might be the first time we've seen a portal used post-emptively by Noli Sports. Now they've got to wait a solid minute before they can use it again.
Yeah, it'll be quite a long while before they can use it again, and depending on how well Academy Dragons does pushing, they might not get an opportunity, especially at that third point. You don't really have the space to drop a portal.
Oh. And like you said, Matt on this Deadpool just slaughtering the backline was crazy. Okay, there's a Tangling Grass coming through from the group. We're going to see some ultimates come through, but that Ruby Rage from Plushy Slushy taking 2 out.
Yeah.
Science Academy. No, that means they're going to have to back up as Noli Sports is looking to send people back to the spawn, not by their own volition.
Yeah, it was a wonderful combination there from the group and the Cyclops to pop their ults together and get those 2 picks off, both on the Strange and the Deadpool there, which are 2 very high impact players for Science Academy.
Yeah, I mean, this ricochet that Cyclops does with his abilities as well is just crazy. We just saw the damage chunk the Monk Nut, and therefore falling. They're getting staggered heavy, and you can tell that the stagger is coming through by the ultimates on the field. There's 4 that they got to use, so in this next fight, both sides are going to throw a lot at the cart.
Yeah, we're probably going to see a big ult waterfall. One person's going to go. It's going to cause someone else to go. There we go. We see it happening. Strange ulting after the Elsa Bloodstone goes. Cloak getting as far away from this mag as she can, able to get her fade off to not get hit by that ult. It looks like he would have had her.
Very clutch. When you're in that Eternal Bond, it's vital that you find a safe space with Magneto on your tail, because if you get killed, then that's it. You're not going to have your ultimate out on the field. Noli Sports holds, still holding on to the ultimate by Zanby and Plushy Slushy, banking it for the next fight. And I'm loving Plushy Slushy rising to the top again, finding these picks mid-game and really staggering the Science Academy Dragons. We've wasted like a whole 2 minutes that they made up. They're now losing that ground.
And you see this choke point is doing so well for Plushy Slushy. He's being so oppressive in this choke. There's his ult coming down, not able to get any, countered by the Luna Snow. And that's a great ultimate. See if she can get any damage boost. Picks out, but the Mantis using her ult in response. Strange falling. And Nolo Esports doing a great job of holding that line, keeping that defensive hold on and not letting the Dragons push any further.
Yeah, the patience from Zanby to say, okay, I hear you, Distan. I know that you're going to use Luna Snowball. I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna wait about 3 seconds. Okay, Mantis ult. I mean, Mantis is going to just have their ult out, sitting on point. They can't push cart. As long as someone is sitting on that cart, it will not move. So this is a great position to be in if you're Nole Esports.
Yeah, especially with how together they're all playing. They're very much so quite right on top of each other, not splitting up at all, staying as an absolute unit in this field, which could make a Glarchox go very, very impactful. But Slick's just not able to really get that off.
Yeah, it was a little late coming around the backup point, looking for a flank. If I'm Nole Esports, I'm switching up the comp a little bit. I'm looking for a little bit more dive, because right now it's not working. But there's Matuity finding Plushy Slushy and Pineapple finding Zanby. They're going to push in and find a couple of picks that dislodges the defense and it allows Science Academy to push.
And like you said, the Academy Dragons actually switched up to a Captain America, a more divey character, and it allowed them to push through, because now they have Captain America and the Deadpool both diving on top of the backline at the same time, which will push that damage even further. Mag coming in for an ult against the Cloak and Dagger, but she's doing a great job of avoiding it, trying to stay away. Mag isn't able to get anything off of it.
What is Loki gonna copy here? We hear it. Are they gonna use it? Okay, it's an Eternal Bond to follow up, pushing the backline, paving a path for the rest of Nole Sports to push into the Science Academy Dragons, dive that backline like we were just mentioning with the Captain America pushing back there, but both sides doing a great job. Supports keeping their tanks and DPS alive. Plushy Slushy waiting for the right moment. That Ruby Rage is online. We're down to the wire, folks. 15 seconds left as they're gonna push in. Is Nole Sports going to be your ESC Nationals champions, or will Science Academy Dragons stop them here? We still have yet another push, but they are going to stop on the cart. 2 seconds left. You have to touch here. Half health. Luna Snow gonna pop the ult. The Globtrox coming through. Ruby Rage sitting on it. Plushy Slushy rocking it on the field, not finding anyone, but that's now 3 picks Science Academy Dragons have found, and they will continue the push. It looks like it's not over
there's
quite
5,
yet,
and there's 6. That's the ace, and they might have this point here. Zanby doesn't have the swap to Strange because of Dude, and they're not able to get that portal off. You see he swapped back to Gru after realizing he wasn't going to be able to get that in time, not dropping that portal like they did on that first point. And this is a wonderful push that we're seeing from Science Academy Dragons, much better than their previous performance on Eternal Night.
Yeah, I gotta say, I said this again. I said this before and I'll say it again. Oh my pasta, holy cannoli. Science Academy Dragons dislodging the defense at the very last possible second and buying themselves but a minute of time to continue the push. I'm smelling in the air right now, Chopper. I think this is going to be a repeat of the second map we saw earlier. I think they're going to get pretty far, but they could get stopped here, and then the win condition will be set. But we'll see going into this last fight. Science Academy Dragons, oh my lord, keeping it up.
Amazing.
Keeping them staggered. Noli Sports is going to have to regroup immediately if they want to touch here, Chopper.
They've got to get someone out onto the point very quickly. You see J-Mac has swapped to Captain America to get that speed. He's able to run so fast, but Ryan getting a pick themselves on that Cap, stopping him from staying up. Luckily, they had the Cloak and Dagger ultimate, the Eternal Bond, to keep them alive, keep Dragons from being able to get this point, but they're not doing great. We see a Groot ult come out, and there's the Ruby Rage as well.
The combo was huge, keeping him on point. It looks like they might go all the way. No, they're gonna stop them.
Oh.
Just shy. We still have a couple of folks
there. There comes the portal.
Trying to find something. There's a portal, you're absolutely right. Coming through Science Academy Dragons. They did have the portal again, so they won't push through. Is it gonna be enough? They're right down to the wire here. Overtime is underway. They cannot get off the point.
Matudi going crazy with his ultimate, trying to keep them on this point, keep them in this game. J-Mac just running around in circles, trying to stay alive, not letting them get through. But oh my God, Science Academy Dragons gets massive picks and ends up taking the first round of that convoy. What an absolute masterclass of breaking down that Null defense. I'm shocked by what I saw. That was incredibly close, and I fully expected Null to hold that and keep them off from that third point, but no.
I felt like our comment earlier in the beginning of the round was like a post-credits scene Marvel movie comment. Fast forwarding now, we said, they might not have the portal for the end. They used it. That's pretty bad utility on that first point. The last second clutch. They came through. They had the portal to use and stop. Get back to point to push just enough to get all three.
Yeah, it was the perfect timing. It was just as the last couple Dragon players were falling, just as Null Esports was getting those picks off, that they were able to come in like it was Avengers Endgame with that strange portal. They jumped through. Absolutely brilliant timing on it to keep them on that point and get them that third point, get them all the way to the end. And now Null Esports has a big challenge ahead of them on this defensive-sided map against a defensive team of Science Academy Dragons who've done very well holding on these domination points. And now we're going to see them do their absolute best here.
The win condition is set, my friend.
It is.
They are going to have to haul it if they want to get there in time. But the utility's been used. There is no strange portal for a solid minute on this push.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting if Null Esports is able to get through fast enough that Dragons isn't able to get that portal off. But Dragons doing so much damage right now that they are just demolishing that Devil Dinosaur, demolishing Dude, not letting him go. Emma Frost getting picked off by Slicks. And oh my, Dragons are here to play. They are ready for this win. They are doing everything to win this match right now.
Absolutely. Null Esports doesn't seem to have an answer yet for this comp. They've had answers time and time again once they've been given enough time, but we're down to the wire, Chopper. They don't have a ton of time left to figure it out. It's got to be now, and they've got to be aggressive with these switches.
Yeah, they really do need something to make a big difference here. Their Devil Dinosaur isn't getting much off. He's just trying that Ruby Rage, but not able to get anything from it.
I love how we both held our breaths.
Yeah, right.
We both come out, and we said, okay, is it going to get a pick? It didn't get anything, but we hear Neil Peasants. That means that the pull is coming through from the Emma Frost. pushing now onto point. They have a couple of ultimates online. 2 minutes have been racked up in time, and they have not found a fight in their favor. Noli Sports sent back to the spawn. We're hearing the Eternal Bond come through with the glob trucks. They're throwing everything in the kitchen
a
sink
big
at
pick
them.
there. It's a big pick from Noli Esports on that Deadpool, stopping him from being able to get onto that backline. The Devil Dinosaur ulting, not able to get anything from it though. But they are pushing the Dragons back, able to finally make some sort of progress on this cart. As Devil Dinosaur steals the Groot and tries to isolate him in their team.
Yeah, the freedom charge from Ryan coming through for the Science Academy Dragons, holding the defense, attacking the backline, forcing the offense to turn around for the backline. You can't just let the cap run rampant.
And he's just had so much freedom in this round, in this match so far.
He's had a lot of freedom in this match so far, hasn't he?
I didn't even mean to do that.
all intentional.
But yeah, you see Science Academy Dragons are just now being pushed back after holding the Null Esports team for 3 minutes, and they've got the opportunity to get a portal off if they can touch this point and stagger it a little bit. We see Slicks waiting up top. He's gonna go touch. He's gonna delay it and try, but he's not able. And there's the Deadpool coming in, Groot coming in. And they fall. They fall to the Glarchox, to the Luna Snow, actually getting 2 of those picks there.
Yeah.
Very huge impact kills.
The Globtrox would have cleared, but the Luna Snow took out the Elsa. That was Pineapple who took out Banana Boy. Battle of the Fruits, and Pineapple came out on top on that one. That was absolutely crazy. So Science Academy Dragons now pushing and continuing. They have 2 ultimates online. Oh, as I'm looking now, that was Slicks that ulted. So Slicks had to have fallen because Banana Boy still has the Globtrox on this push.
Wow, this could be a perfect storm for Null as they have the ultimate advantage. Banana Boy using his Glarchox. See if they get a pick. They do. They killed the enemy Luna, killing Pineapple.
Ooh, that Eternal Bond is going to cause a eruption here. There's a lot going on. Matuity finding multiple as the Science Academy Dragons holds them. And with 2 minutes, they have 3 ults online. They're going to have to make good use of them.
That was an impressive fight from Science Academy Dragons, being able to win that team fight despite being down on the ultimates. And they still are here down on the ultimates. They only have the Luna Snow. They only have Pineapple against the Cloak and Dagger, Emma Frost, and the Rogue ult. Here comes that Emma Frost. She's focusing.
Switch by Ryan, diving into the backline and then immediately backing up, trying to bait out some ultimates from Null Esports, who are now pushing forward saying, nice fake out, we don't care. Your backline's wide open and we're here for them.
Yeah, that was a great push from Null Esports. They were able to save their Cloak and Dagger ult using both their Emma and their Rogue ult to push through, and that Rogue was so oppressive against that backline. You saw she was able to get both of those picks against the Luna and the Cloak and Dagger there.
Oh my gosh, they're continuing on, looking like Null Esports will be able to touch her. Oh, but what is that? We see the Luna Snow ult come out. Matuity gonna have the Deadpool ult. I need a stat at the end of the game for how many Deadpool ults we've seen. That is actually unreal. It was at 0% just a second ago, but that's now a back and forth. Null Esports narrowly coming out on top here. They still have 50 seconds, but it's looking like this fight is going in their favor. As I say that, commentator's curse coming through. That Slicks stopping them in their tracks.
Yeah, you see Ryan's ult, the Freedom Charge there, doing an amazing job of helping his team stay alive with that overshield and getting brilliant picks there too, on top of keeping his team alive. That's why they say Captain America is almost like a third support.
Yeah, literally, because you can just keep your team alive with Freedom Charge, dive the backline, do what you need to. Chopper, we have 25 seconds left. And if Null Esports does not touch, does not make it happen, Science Academy Dragons will have overcame the odds. It's down to this. Slushy with the Ruby Rage online, going to use it. Any picks found?
No picks,
the
but the
Munda
Groot
goes
does
down
fall.
near immediately. That's their tank. Out for the count. Null Esports finds possession. Are they going to push through? We see the strange switch. Does he have it in the bag?
No, the Dragons being able to switch and get this portal off would be absolutely massive, as it would stop them, but no,
they don't have it.
Doesn't look like it. No, he does not have it in time, and no esports keeping this game alive and going to push to the third point.
I was like holding my breath like, oh my gosh, is he gonna come back? And I see through the wall the Strange running to point, and I was like, okay, no, he doesn't have it. He doesn't have it.
He might have realized that he didn't have it at that point and thought it's better to just save it in case we need something else.
At the end, yeah, that's very true. 1 minute left. They have quite a bit of a ways to go. Dude Guy Bro sitting with the ultimate. You hear Neil Peasants. They're pushing in. They're going to find one, but that's now Matuity forcing the hand of Noli Sports to turn around. Monk's not going to take out Dude Guy Bro.
He's diving on their backline once again, trying to disrupt those supports and distract them, stopping them from being able to hear their front line. And they're doing a great job keeping this fight very competitive. No esports staying alive. They have a pick on that Deadpool, now on the group, and they're going for this win. They know it's all or nothing. They need to push through right now, or they're going to lose this final. And Brian going in for the flank, trying to stall the cart, keeping it from moving any further, as he gets absolutely targeted and ripped apart by No Esports, who, again, doing everything they can to stay in this fight.
They have to. Okay, we're seeing the ults come out. The final 10 seconds. Overtime's about to be underway. Globtrox coming through. Matuity finding a pick on Banana Boy. Eternal Bond coming through from Noli Sports, pushing onto the point. Who is going to be your national champions? We hear Ruby Rage
coming down to the wire.
J-Mac pushing onto point. They're doing what they can. Overtime is underway. Riot's pushing through. There's a strange
oh my god.
Are they
oh my god, dude,
they're pushing it down.
Dude, Guy,
the spawn is
locking them in.
The spawn
what
is
a play from No Esports to lock them in their spawn and give them a free walk to the third point. We are going to overtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
This is insane.
They blocked the spawn.
That's a strat I have not seen since early season 1 days.
Noli Sports said, you know what? You're right. It is about the strategy that we have, and we have a couple of our own.
And they pulled that rabbit out of the hat. That strange portal just sealed it for them.
That was clutch.
Absolutely massive clutch. I don't know if there had been a better play in this series other than that, because it kept them in the final, pushed them to this overtime. And this is going to be one incredible matchup that we see. Both teams are only going to have a minute on the clock to push as far as they can.
The only people suffering from this right now are all the Valorant fans, because you're going to have to wait a few minutes.
Just a little bit longer. Don't worry. We're not going to take too much more time, but this match is absolutely incredible. You have to admit, even if you don't understand Marvel Rivals, even if you've never seen or heard of the game before, you can see how well all these players are playing, how much it means to them to be in this final, to win this match, to be the ESC national champions.
Yes. Here's the thing.
3, 2.
I said it. Here's the thing.
I don't see a thing.
We got 1 minute on the clock for both teams. This is how overtime works. You only get 1 minute to push. After that, it is just completely overtime. You have to have someone on point to its entirety. Science Academy Dragons will push first. This will be Noldi Esports on the defense. Taking a point matters a lot because you push the spawn up. So Noli Sports will want to have a steady hand and hold this corner.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. If No Esports gets pushed back too far and isn't able to get anywhere, or isn't able to hold Science Dragons down, it could prove detrimental, and it could cause a domino effect that allows Dragons to just keep pushing down the map. And it is an incredible fight right now. No Esports is down 2, Dragons is down 1, and they're pushing to this final point. They're pushing up, getting these picks that they need, taking out the Luna, and they are going to reach this first point unless we have a portal from Banana Boy coming in at the last second, and we do. The Rogue gets on point and touches, instantly frozen by the Luna and almost bursted down, but staying alive, hopping back through the portal. This is incredible, folks. We are seeing
with the Eternal Bond pushing back, allowing the carpet enough room, rolling out the blue carpet for No Esports to hold their hand right before the edge of the point. 2.39 meters left and only one on Science Academy Dragons there and ready. They're not going to get back
that's
in
it.
time,
I don't think they have the portal. They don't have the portal. And now Noel Esports has their goal. They know where they need to get, and that's how they're going to win.
Yeah, I mean, we now know the win condition. You just have to hit the first point.
Just get to that first point, reach that line, and they have taken this championship. Pressure is on the Dragons now. They need to keep an absolute solid rock of a defense to win this championship.
For many people in the room and in the space, this might be your first esports LAN, and I hope now, by the end of this experience, you now understand why we do what we do, why they do what they do. Time moves differently in a Game 5 situation. And boy, oh boy, shout out to Noel Esports, shout out to the Science Academy Dragon, because they are giving us a show.
I've got goosebumps right now. This match is so intense that I am genuinely, like, my heart rate is going. I'm so invested into these teams. I need to know who comes out on top, and this is it. We're about to find out. We've got a minute and 24 seconds left, a minute on the clock for Noel Esports to try and get to that point. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your favorite team. Show them your support. Tell them exactly how badly you want them to win this match.
That's right. If you're in the room, for the next 2 minutes, we need to let all of Orlando, Florida know what's going on, because we are here and these teams are doing incredible things.
This is one of the most intense Marvel Rivals matches I have watched, and that includes some of the pro scene games that I have been viewing.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's a battle of West versus South. Who's gonna take it home? We're gonna see shortly. Matuity coming in with the Deadpool ultimate, diving the back line. No one's turning for the supports quite yet. Cloak and Dagger will fall. Monknut finding 2. 30 seconds left, and Science Academy Dragons are pushing the point, or stopping the point.
That was an amazing play from the Deadpool, getting into that backline, disrupting them, and getting 2 or 3 picks there on their supports. Groot doing a good job to build that wall and stop that damage flood and that trap that was going to maybe get him his life taken. Noel Esports, everything rides on this. This is their final push, their last chance to do something. They're doing a great job to push Science Academy back. They've got the momentum right now, and Science Academy is going to need something to come out quickly, but they have no ults. No ults for either team. Noel Esports actually the closest with their Cloak and Dagger's Eternal Bond. 89, 91%.
The group down to the utility that you're using now, Monknut with the strangle. They're gonna find it. They're gonna find it on 3 of the back line. That's gonna be multiple falling. Matuity finding 2 for the Science Academy Dragons. Noel Esports does have the Eternal Bond on point, so they can save it, but you can't step off point. You do not want to see 9 at this point. The Glob drops from Slicks.
They need a portal immediately. This is it. Noel Esports doesn't have the portal, and Science Academy Dragons take the championship. What a series.
All the way from South Texas. Science Academy Dragons are your ESC Marvel Rivals National Champions.
Make some noise. Wow. I can't believe it.
Oh,
I'm cold and I'm sweating. It's an incredible feeling right now. I don't know what's going on.
As a coach, I have to say, all 12 players in this room should be nothing but proud of what they left on the field today. Once again, let's hear it for the teams. All right. Wow. What an incredible, electrifying thunderbolt that has landed here in Orlando, Florida at Full Sail University. Science Academy Dragons will take it. Noel Esports against all odds come up literally meters away.
To the last second of the game, everything was riding on that final push. And what a series. I cannot believe how close that ended up being in that final match. That game 5, like you said, time just seems to move differently when you're in that high pressure situation.
It is. It's like Quantum Mania all over again.
I love the references you've been doing all around. They've been great.
I'm a Marvel lover till I die. That's why I'm here. But my lord, what a finish. What a series. That was a clutch from both sides. And on the stage, you don't need to be looking at us. They are fist bumping. They are hand clapping. They're going through, dapping each other up. That's what we love to see after a game 5 overtime.
Yeah, absolutely amazing to see that incredible match and the sportsmanship from both teams being very proud of themselves to even get to the final, which is a huge thing. Again, both teams should be very proud of how they played, of how they went about this game. They both put everything on the line and did everything they could.
Yeah, I mean, they left it all on the table, and it wasn't just like it was a reverse sweep. It was back and forth and back and forth. Science Academy Dragons had not taken a single game off of Knoll, let alone Knoll hadn't dropped a single game throughout the entire week. They came back in that round 2 on Celestial Husk and said, we're here to win it, and they were not lying, Chopper.
Yeah, they certainly proved that they were here to give everything, and this series showed us everything. Huge ultimate teams, wild fights, absolutely clutch saves with that Estrange portal from the Dragons at the very from Knoll at the very end to get them to overtime, and both teams throwing absolutely everything and anything they could into this match.
Yeah.
This is the first Game 5 series we've seen today, and oh my God, was it worth it?
It was 100% worth it. I'm gonna need to just ruminate in the action once more. Please take me back. Let's see that replay from the final moments of that Game 5. Going back again. My lord, what a play here, Chopper. Oh, that literally the final moments. I mean, I'll take that. I'll take that.
I was not quite what I was expecting to see there, but what a game that was.
Yeah.
I cannot believe how close that series was.
It was incredible. It was incredible. So back and forth for both of these teams. And man, I would be very proud if I was part of the Science Academy, because they have proven USA Today correct in saying that they are the #1 high school esports program.
And they 100% showed it with the will and the grit to keep going, to push through, to change their strategies up, to make everything work out in the end. And you can see how important it is to win these tournaments and win these championships.
It's everything to them. It's everything. And so we don't want to diminish any achievements from either side. But man, oh man, we got to move on, Chopper. We got to move on. There's so much action left to be had with Valorant. Thank you so much to everyone who's come out and supported. We have been Nuclear and
Chopper.
And we'll be back here very soon with the Marvel Rivals Awards ceremony. We'll be off the desk afterwards, but stay tuned, grab a snack, and be back shortly.
Varsity has to create something, but here comes Jay! The world is changed! Can somebody stop the operator? Can somebody stop the Nazo? Oh my gosh! Could this be the first Armada pentakill of all time?
Trading can feel high stakes. Not here. Let me explain. When your figs go away, your characters stay. And every trade means new hatches for both players.
here at Esports Series Championship 2026.
Man. We just wrapped up the Marvel Rivals Grand Finals, and I'm still trying to process what we just watched.
5 games, goes all 5. Then it goes to overtime. In the 5th match, we watch almost the perfect complement of teams, from a highly defensive tactical team to a very aggressive offensive team, and almost every single one of the matches within 1 point. I mean, I don't know, man. That was insane.
I'm personally at a loss of words. I cannot lie. It was insanity. Especially, it was just so close. We never really get to see that sometimes when it comes to these games, and this, man, it was a beauty.
It certainly was. It was the match. It was the plays. It was the swings, the clutch saves. It was the ultimates. Oh my gosh, the ultimates. Like, we were talking about it in the green room. The crazy ult management. I've never seen 2 teams so perfectly aligned to oppose one another. We have no idea how anyone survived.
That's the beauty of Marvel Rivals. It can look like total chaos, but the best teams know how to find control within that chaos.
Both of these finalist teams, I mean, they literally showed up and played their hearts out.
Before we hand out the awards, let's hear it one more time for every Marvel Rivals competitor who helped this game come to life at ESC. Come on, people.
The first thing we're going to do is recognize the team that battled to get all the way to the grand finals, and they finished as one of the best Marvel Rival teams in the country.
Yo, Brian, where are you at, my guy? Why don't you come up on here and give out these special little ribbons we got? Come on, my boy.
This team fought through a loaded field, made it to the final stage, and gave us an incredible grand final championship match.
Finishing as national runner-up at ESC is a major accomplishment.
Please join us in congratulating your 2026 Esports Series Championship Marvel Rivals National Runners-Up, No Esports out of Lemoore, California. Each of these players will receive an official ESC National Runners-Up badge commemorating and recognizing their incredible season and their place among top competitors in the nation. Got to make sure they look good, right? We got to get these photos over here. Come on. All good? Okay. No Esports, congratulations on an outstanding run and an incredible finals performance. Thank you, guys. Thank you. You're good to go. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, shit.
And now, it is time to crown our Marvel Rivals national champions.
Coming to the stage now with the championship rings are the Esports Series Championship Chief Operating Officer Andrew Oldman and the Chief Executive Officer Morris Jackson to present the rings.
As we all know in Marvel Rivals, winning does not come from one big moment. It comes from surviving all of these small ones.
I'm just going to say it. I can't stick to the script here. I got to go off script.
Go for it.
Messy fights is one thing, but we're talking point for point, person for person, player for player, moment by moment, literally every second of the game. And we could hear it out here. We're in the green room screaming louder than you guys out here, honestly. It was insane. All the casters in the back, we were losing our minds over this match. It was literally could have gone either way at any moment, but at that very last second, this team pulled it out.
No, completely. I mean, it's one of those things that we have to love because when championship teams come together and actually make a wave and actually get to the point where they can feel like they're taking the lead and taking that win, it's just beautiful to see it all just come together. It was amazing.
It's crazy. It's the culminating moment that you really want out of an event like this. And now they get to leave Full Sail University with their title, the rings, and their rightful place atop the ESC Marvel Rivals universe.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2026 Esports Series Championship Marvel Rivals National Champions.
From Mercedes, Texas, the Science Academy Dragons! Out towards each other into a no, punch. Yeah. Everybody punch. There you go. Okay, so we were talking about this. What are we gonna ask? I mean, I don't even know where to begin, but let's call it what it was, right? Noel walked into this game untouched almost, right? Very little difficulty that kind of walked through this event. You guys came in, I'm sure, knowing, okay, this is gonna be the one, this is gonna be tough, there's no easy cake here. How did that kind of impact either your guys' pregame talk or like when you got on stage, what was that feeling like?
It was very surreal, but we were pretty confident that we can put the pieces together in time.
Well, confidence paid off.
Completely. Now, as I've heard that you're the Rivals guy, so I'm gonna bring you this question. When it comes to being defensive within this game, because Noel, it felt like they were just so offensive that it didn't matter. They didn't even do any counter picks really, and they were just honestly just trying to use brute force to go against you guys. So how did it feel to keep the defense up and keep the wall up against a team that's that offensive?
I think it came down to the protects and bans, right? We played Noel Esports, Lemoore High School a whole bunch. This is probably the third time we played them in tournament, and it's actually the first time we beat them, right? So we had some puzzle pieces that we knew had to work out in our favor. And I gotta say, when we lost to them yesterday, that really helped us, right? We went through the bracket and we kind of figured out our weapons and what's gonna work with the Deadpool, and we came in with a huge game plan on what to protect and ban.
Beautiful, beautiful answer. With that being said, can we get one more round of applause for your national champions and Marvel Rivals ESC 2026?
We're going to take a short break while we reset for the final match for the entire weekend with two teams from the same home arena going head-to-head for the grand finals for Valorant. Don't go anywhere. ESC Championship Day continues right after this.
Full Sail University is where the next generation of creators are learning to build the future. It's where artists and creative thinkers unite with technologists and engineers. It's where you will get hands-on experience developing entertainment media and emerging technologies. If you have big ideas and even bigger dreams, start right here.
Earthlings. And unlike other collectibles, unboxing is just the beginning. Meet Lenny. He and his pals are on a mission to rebuild Earth. Not that Earth. This Earth. And Earth is pretty rad. There's Earthlings to hatch, Moonlings to battle, resources to gather, gear to craft, abilities to unlock, and a whole world to expand and explore.
Welcome back, everyone. What an amazing match. And I would tell you, before we continue with the championship games and our final championship game, I want to take a moment to pause and recognize some of the people who've helped us make this entire weekend possible. Behind every great match, behind every camera shot, behind every graphic, every stage cue, every moment that you've seen produced and broadcast today, there has been a Full Sail University student who's helped us every step of the way to bring this esports series championship to life. Their work is a huge part of what we're building. What makes this event feel so special and recognizing their contributions has become one of our most favorite traditions. Each year, Full Sail has presented a scholarship to a deserving student who was a part of the event production team and we want to continue to honor those students and honor those traditions here at Full Sail. To help us with that, please welcome Full Sail University's Director of Esports, Sari Keitlin, to the stage to help us present this magnificent opportunity.
Thank you. I mean, that was the most insane grand finals match I've seen. I've seen a lot of grand finals matches, and I have never seen one with that much intensity and that much energy. That was unbelievable. Valorant, you've got a hard act to follow, I gotta be honest. So a big part of obviously what you guys are all able to do when you come here and you kind of come together, the only way you're really able to win as a team is if you work together as a team. Community, culture is a big part of what helps you come together and work together as a team. And community and culture is a big part of what helps us all come together and be able to put this event on. If we're not all working together, if we're not all communicating, if we're not all supporting each other, this event doesn't go off without a hitch. Just like if you're not all communicating and working together and supporting each other, your match doesn't go off without a hitch. And with this next scholarship, we're honoring someone that's a huge part of our community. Whenever this person is not in class, they are in Armada HQ. Every single time, no matter what. Always such a warm and welcoming presence, a warm and welcoming smile. Anybody that's unsure or insecure, doesn't really know where they're going, they know they've got a friendly face right there waiting for them. A huge part of our community, a huge part of our heart. A student officer and the biggest lemon pepper fan that I know. Kay, come on up and get your scholarship.
Take this with you.
Yeah, take it with you. All right. Scooby, you ready to come on back up? Chris, you guys ready to come back up? Let's go. Let's do it. Scooby, you'll be playing the part of both you and Chris. Come on up.
Come on.
Right now, I'm up.
I was supposed to call you back up to the stage when I was done.
Oh, heard. Here you go. Okay. I don't know what this is about.
Scooby. There's good.
Where's Chris?
Where's Chris?
ESC, how are we feeling, people? Come on, come on, come on, come on now. Alrighty.
It all comes down to this final moment, the final match of ESC, Valorant. Here we are. This is the end cap to our day.
Yes, the final match of the weekend. I mean, how can we not do it on Valorant? I love Valorant personally, so this goes a little bit close to my heart. So I cannot wait to see how this goes.
4 days of competition, hundreds of players, thousands of moments. We have crowned champions in Fortnite, Apex, Minecraft, Overwatch, Marvel Rivals, and there's only one left.
And now, one last team to be crowned at the 2026 Esports Series Championship.
Honestly, I cannot think of a better way and a better game and a better set of teams to close out ESC 2026 than Valorant. Valorant is pure pressure from the very first round. Every angle matters, every smoke, every retake, every rotation, every spike plant, every clutch attempt, every single decision can change a match in an instant.
This is not a game where you can hide. You have to communicate. You have to trust your teammates. And when the moment comes, you have to make the play. And the slightest hesitation, it will be over for you.
2 teams have made it all the way to the final match of ESC 2026.
One will finish as the nation's runner-up.
The other will leave Full Sail University as the top youth Valorant team in the country, proudly wearing these championship rings.
I mean, come on, people. Don't they just look beautiful?
Come on now, Full Sail. It is time to meet our Valorant finalists.
Get on your noise. Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry, not get on your noise. Get on your feet and make some noise.
There we go. Go, get on your feet.
Hey, come on, people. Come on, people. First up from OC, California, give it up for the XPL Kraken Abyss. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Oh.
And now, introducing their opponents from the same arena in Orange County, California, make some noise for the XPL Thunder Dragons!
Good luck. 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 Go. Yep.
Go ahead. Just say it.
Okay. The teams are here. The players are locked in. The final match of ESC 2026 is almost ready to begin.
And before we send it over to the casters, we're actually going to go ahead and conduct a kind of impromptu. We hadn't planned on doing it live here on stage, but we had a little quick powwow with the coaches, little quick powwow between, us, obviously.
Come on now.
And we decided we're going to do a quick live pick here for the pick band phase on stage for you guys. That sound good? So I believe the top seed is this side, right? You came in no map drop. Yep. Okay. So that's going to start here with the first home decision. Okay. If you guys want to head to to nationals.gg, you can actually find the rules which will outline this map pan pick process. But these two are certainly not novices here, so we're going to let them kind of take it over. We'll let them go one at a time, back and forth. Okay. All right.
We are going to ban Haven as our first map.
First map ban, Haven.
We're going to ban Ascent second.
Ascent for the second ban map.
We're going to pick Lotus.
First map played will be Lotus.
We're going to pick Attack on Lotus, and second map will be Fracture.
All right, we're going to pick Attack on Fracture.
So second map will be Fracture. You'll be attacking. Oh, yeah.
And then we're going to ban Pearl.
No, you're good.
Ban Pearl.
We will ban Split, so the decider will be Breeze.
Map play will be Breeze. Third map will be Breeze. Let's get to it, XPLOC.
And first and foremost, of course, do the handshake. Come on now. Come on, respect.
Gotta do the handshake.
the hug, the love.
All right, hey, good luck to all the teams out there. We're going to cut to the casters. I'm sure they got plenty to talk about with these maps and these side picks. So we'll catch you on the flip side of Valorant, guys.
All righty, welcome everybody to the last setup of the night, the last finals that we have here at the Esports Series Championship Finals, and boy, oh boy, is it going to be a fun one. My name is Mavs, up here on the desk. Join me for the first time we've done anything together. Corn, how's it going, man?
It's going good, fantastic. The big thing, not a handshake on the stage, but a hug at the same time.
Yo, can we hug it out? Yo.
Come here, hey, give it to me. Look, I don't want to raise my arms too much. I think I'm starting to sweat a little bit, but it's okay.
No, yeah, I'm so excited for this series finals. I'm not gonna lie. The map pick that's kind of got me going right now, Fracture.
You like the Fracture pick?
Yeah, the Fracture. I'm a big fan of Fractures. Yeah, I have a lot of good team chemistry going, and I think if you can pull that off on a map like Fracture, you might be able to pull the whole thing off. But okay. I think we are in for a very long haul tonight. I think following that Rivals, we've got to go the distance. We got to go all the OTs.
You'd have to. I mean, look, we look at the entire map set. We finish out with that Breeze at the same time. But I mean, you look at the Marvel Rivals match that we just watched on stage. I'm not the biggest person when it comes to knowing everything that's happening, but even I was able to sit there and go, wow. I mean, you started explaining things to me, and I was like, okay, things are getting crazy here. So look, Marvel Rivals was fun, but now we have our finals for Valorant. Yeah. And for Valorant, I mean, you said it beforehand. We were talking in the green room a lot about what could possibly go down here. Go in the distance, absolutely possible.
Yeah. Well, before we take a look at what could happen, let's take a look at already what has happened at their previous match finals layout. So, Rocket League 3-2-1 there. Overwatch a 3-0, and a Marvel Rivals, you just saw a 3-2, and now we're ending the night here on Valorant. And, well, what better way to end the night than a game like this?
But look, this is kind of the Battle of Orange County, right? So let's take a look at the pools real quick about what we have seen throughout the entirety of Valorant so far. You see Centennial High School on the right-hand side in Pool B, 3-0, but the Thunder Dragons coming out 3-0 there. It's kind of, up and down the list. You take a look at all these different teams and who has gotten to the finals here thus far. It's realistically was an incredible fight for all the teams throughout the pool play that we had seen yesterday and today. And so I'm quite excited to see not only these grand finals matches that are going to come out here in just a moment, but I mean, just a huge shout out to the teams that played throughout the entire weekend so far.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I got to shout out I'm a proud Texan here. So all the Texan teams that came out here today, I for this whole weekend, I got to shout them out. But I really, all my eyes right now, it's gonna be on the Thunder Dragons right now. Did the calculations. I ran it all through the calculator, and a near 70% round win percentage is what I calculated in their pool play. So if they can bring that type of gameplay here to the grand final stage, they might have a chance to go the distance. However, on the other side, Kraken Abyss, 65%. So a little bit lower, but I think we're almost there. I think that's why we're gonna go all the way here.
Look, a 5% margins on map win-loss is not, in the grand scheme of things, all that big. But a 70%, you can't scoff at that. That's over 2/3 of the time that you're winning your rounds throughout your games. Pretty much undefeated throughout the entirety of the tournament as well. Haven't really dropped a map. So it's like, you look at that and you say, okay, well, that makes them a little bit more scary. But on the opposite side, 65% is nothing to scoff at either. These are numbers that you look at, and on your best day, you're hoping that you can even scratch, close to 55, 60%. But going to 65 and 70% respectfully with both these teams, I mean, that's just genuinely nuts.
Oh yeah, and I mean, these guys, they have been practicing day in, day out, getting ready to be up here on this stage.
Absolutely.
I mean, what an experience to be at this age, playing on a national level stage, being recognized by so many talented people here at the venue, on the stream, eyes everywhere. The pressure's got to be mounting now at this point.
I mean, look, throughout the weekend, we've talked to all the teams that have been here, talked to some of the kids that have come out here and been playing throughout the week as well. It's just like every single time that you ask, it's always, this opportunity is fantastic. This is one of the coolest things that I've done. And like when you come to LAN, you never know when the next time you're going to come to LAN is, or if you'll ever be back again. So making the most of your opportunities that you're afforded, either on the main stage or on a given weekend, it doesn't matter if you're in pools or you make it all the way through the bracket play to get to the grand finals. The opportunity is what's the most important thing here. And for all these kids that have been able to come out this weekend, it has been an absolute dream come true.
Oh yeah, I mean, we were backstage in the green room, and even after that tense Marvel Rivals match, they were all just chatting it up, having a great time, laughs everywhere. And even before these teams took to the stage, they were back there talking, laughing, having a good time. But now it's time to maybe settle back away from the all friendliness, and now it's time to kind of find that edge here tonight at the grand finals.
Yeah, you have to have that competitive bite. If you don't have the competitive bite, then the series is pretty much gone and dusted already. So look, you can be all buddy-buddy with your friends, but the best athletes in the world, the best esports players in the world, they will go out and they will compete on the biggest stage. They will look at someone who is a previous friend, maybe even a best friend, in the eyes and say, I'm going to beat you today, and I'm going to make you feel my presence on the map. And that's exactly what both of these teams want to do. Look, a 70% win rate, they want to be able to do that against the best team that they're going up against throughout the entire week. They want to be able to do that against the team that has given them the most problems, or could give them the most problems. If you can consistently do that on offense and defense, you're going to be looking really golden. I'm loving the way that these maps are shaped up, because I think it's going to give us a really good look at both these teams on both sides of the coin.
Yeah, I mean, I want to take a look at Kraken Abyss, though. They're the only team that I've come across that has actually gone into OT in their pool play. Yes, it was only one round, 14-12. That's not that crazy, but at that certain point in time, you kind of have to be like, well, they've got that kind of endurance to go all the way. So yes, you've got that 5% less win round percentage to kind of turn over those wins. But look, if you don't have that endurance to keep going day in, day out, you're going to end up falling short. So I think having that experience in OT here at a LAN, which is a lot of these kids sometimes first experience, that is all the experience that is going to make the difference.
No, I think you make a phenomenal point there, because I mean, how many times do we see, the conversation of like, oh, they haven't dropped the map all weekend, but they've never been pressured. And once you get pressured, that's when you really see how your team will respond to the adversity that's put in front of you. So if it is going to an overtime, if it is getting pushed late inside of a map and a late comeback or a resurgence from a team, that's when you really start to see, okay, who's going to break under the pressure? Can we still continue to execute the way that we did before? When the momentum goes and swings in the other team's favor, can we be able to resurrect ourselves, put our foot down and say, okay, we're going to get back to the basics? And if you can't do that on the big stage, and you haven't been tested that far this weekend, we can't sit there and speculate and say, oh, well, just because they have a 70% win percentage, that is going to be good for them.
Oh yeah.
You need to be tested in order for us to be able to sit there and truly say, okay, if you don't even get to OT in the first place and you just win it all the way through, cool. Hey,
yeah, that's great.
Doesn't even matter. Yeah. At that point, then we're just speaking semantics, right?
Yeah, no, I kind of want to switch focus over here to the map pick bans. All right, Haven Ascent, first two banned away. The classic maps, I feel like everybody's put so much time into scrims. I'm not too surprised by it. I mentioned it before, Fracture. That's the map that I'm having all my eyes on, because I mentioned it. You got to have that team chemistry, that team being so coherent as a team and as a unit to at least pincer both of these sites, because that's kind of the whole appeal of Fracture. It's a unique way of entering these sites rather than the classic two-lane. It's a front and a back entrance to these sites. So you kind of have to get crafty with your shot calling. You're playing these sites, maybe calling a fake when you kind of don't need to. There's a lot of small things that can go into these round wins.
Absolutely.
But Lotus, though, a map that is relatively seen a lot of play previously. I think it was kind of out of rotation for a little while, being brought back. But I think at the current meta, I mean, with all these Sentinel agents getting buffed, a lot of these initiators also kind of getting some of their cooldowns reduced, you have to wonder maybe Lotus is really going to go all the way. I feel like we might have one map that might be a total blowout, but I mean, if you can't get your footing on Fracture, that might be the map that goes a blowout.
I kind of agree too. And when I look at Fracture as well, the same thing for that Lotus map one is like, okay, those are two completely different maps when it comes to the comps that you're going to want to set up. And that opens the door to a lot of different opportunity to change up the strategy. So when you go into a Lotus, yeah, sure, maybe it's going to be a little bit more bog standard when it comes to how you're going to run around the map. But that Fracture with that double-edged sword that you can have, that might give you an opportunity to say, hey, let me open the door, find another flash character so we can break the site from both sides. Or maybe you're going to go ahead and forego maybe a double smoke and just have a single smoke. That way you can get some really good pressure, but it's also going to rely heavily on the defense to be able to sit there and say, okay, look, we know what we're going to need to do here. And so these two teams, obviously they have a high win percentage, but are you a more offensive or defensive favored team? That's going to come into the equation later down the game as well. And on Fracture, that's going to test your mettle. So when you open up that door and you say, okay, well, maybe we send an extra duelist on here, or maybe you have another initiator just to get some more information out, I think that's where we're going to start to see Fracture really open up. But I think Lotus could be the same way. I'm interested to see if these teams kind of get a little creative here, especially in the grand finals where you can pull out everything that you have. have.
Yeah, you got to pull out every little, play in the book. But while we take a little bit of time to wait for the match to get underway and these players to get set up, let's go ahead and take a look at the sponsors, because none of this would be happening without all of our lovely sponsors, the Valhalla Esports Training XP League, the wonderful Full Sail University for hosting this event. It could not happen without them. And then let's take a look here. Lenovo Legion, Metal, Earthlings, Sure, Esports Foundry, Choice. This is a group of a ton of sponsors pulling so many strings together to make this happen. I mean, look, I got to be honest. I wish I had all of this when I was at some of their ages. I mean, I'm getting up there. I mean, but 25 is, to them like 40. So a lot of these kids are real young, and they're gonna show me up. I mean, they have what it takes though to be here, and they've proven that all weekend long, all season long to get here.
Yeah, I mean, look, we were playing online leagues when we were younger, and the biggest thing that we had was a $10 prize pool out of like a little free league we were playing. So being able to see not only a tournament like this come together, but I mean, the Fortress has been fantastic as the venue for not only this weekend, but today specifically. Just seeing all the bright lights and the sound effects and everything that comes together to make it feel larger than life. I can't imagine, just being on the casting desk is cool being up here, but in the players' minds, being able to sit front and center on this stage with everybody else, next to their teammates that they've been playing with maybe for just a few short months or maybe years at this point, and then looking across the stage, especially these two teams, both from Orange County, this is kind of a battle. I mean, this is a very far travel situation for them to get here in the first place. So it's really cool to see not only how they have gone through that adversity, but getting to this point, and just the fact that, again, this is an amazing and incredible venue. And I wouldn't even have ever dreamed of this as a high schooler, let alone now.
Yeah, no, I would absolutely kill for this type of experience at their age. But here's the problem, though. It's nice to see all the flashing lights and the cheers and the vibrations from the music, the bass in the background. But you can't let it distract you. No, you've got to stay laser focused in. And we'll have to see if these kids have what it takes here today. They've made it all the way, but it can happen where they kind of can, they can let that edge slip just a little bit. But I do want to talk about the final decider map, Reese.
Sure.
A very controversial map. I am a big fan of it. I think that's a very controversial take. What are your thoughts on the Breeze?
Well, first and foremost, I want to say congratulations on the courage to come out and say something like that. I have never been the biggest fan of Breeze when it comes to my own personal style of play. But that's just because I'm not the greatest shooter. So shooting at long ranges and trying to aim down at a long range, that's a little bit more difficult for me. But I do like the way that this plays out, because you get to see a different side of things, where it's not always that first close quarter contact point. It's not always going to be that line of sight that's like, we just find that first blood, or we get that little bit of info around a corner with any of our util. This is one of those maps where if you're not careful, an op is going to shut down a lane completely. You're going to be able to sit there and say, all right, well, now we can't go over toward the A side, or you're going to have to invest significant utility to then prevent that player from being able to then take advantage of that. So I think Breeze at the end, after the first two maps that we'll see, we're going to get a really good understanding, if we go the distance, of course, to get to where they're going to be. But look, enough talking about the maps
we got to get there first, though, all right? Exactly. So Lotus is actually happening underway. Agent selection is happening. Taking a look at some of the hovers, it's very classic. We see the jet, the sky, the Omen being locked in. Potentially, it's all being hovered. I'm surprised I'm not seeing a KJ app here. KJ had just gotten a crazy buff. Rate of fire on the turret increased by 50%. The nanoswarm happening, extending its length by 1/10 of a second, which may not seem like a very long time, but that's 1/10 of a second that you're still taking damage. And then even the alarm bot, its movement speed was increased by 50%. So that thing is going to be very difficult to hit. But we won't see it happen because Owele, Omen, and Neon and Cypher locked onto the side of these attackers. Meanwhile, the defenders, they're still trying to figure out what they want to do.
Yeah, hover on Fade, bog standard feels like for Lotus a lot of the time, especially when you look over that A site and being able to make sure, all right, you know what, let's not let them get out the door yet, or let's get free information if we can at the very beginning of the round on the defensive side. Nothing locked in on the defense just yet, though. So just kind of taking a look and walking through everything that we've seen so far. Is there anything that stands out to you overall in this comp right now, or is this just something that feels relatively standard for you?
My eyes right now are looking at Este and Shave here on the Neon and the Waylay. That is showing that you are wanting to be aggro as can be, and not just on attack, but also on defense. And so I'm really going to be looking at how they handle that side swap onto the defense side. you're going to need to be taking that A main, that A rubble space as much as possible, winning that game, those gunfights as much as you can, because otherwise your defense is going to start slipping through the cracks, because it is going to be so incredibly hard not to have an extra initiator or an extra controller or an extra sentinel. I mean, it's not typical to run double senti, but you can definitely do it. So nothing to really slow down the attacking side push. So if they can pull this off, boy, oh boy, it will be a very, very bloody one indeed.
I will say, we do get a reset here. So, I mean, there may be an opportunity to look at the comp that you had beforehand and say, okay, well, maybe we were looking at that beforehand, but I'm not exactly sure. But here we go. Into the Lotus here, my friend Maz. This is our time to finally kick off our grand finals here between these two teams. A best of 3 series.
And get things started. Let's go ahead and make some noise for this team. Game 1 finally getting underway. Kraken Abyss, Thunder Dragons, no need to fray as we are about to start things off. And already an aggressive here. A main starts. The flashes, the walls, the smokes, all going out, but opening kills are going to be going over in favor of the Kraken Abyss. 2 going over to them. As both of your duelists down on the attacking side, that is going to be a heavy hit.
That's going to be a rotation out from Omen, but you get to look to Fate on the opposite side of the map. 1v1 here coming in just a short moment. Should be able to walk away with it, and absolutely will. So Asane going to be able to find himself there. 2 versus 4 still. Players very far spread across the map right now for the Thunder Dragons. Not a lot of pinch opportunity. There's still a lot of movement in through B, but every lane pretty much locked down right now.
Somehow Shay has gone into the defender spawn. Don't know how he managed this, but it is what it is. Spike is down out by C Mount on the attacking side, so they can make their way, but it is just this Vice trying to solo hold their way, potentially getting pushed. But he understands that Shay is here, sees the gun barrel, not checking his corners. And now in a 1v4, it is all up to the Omen on the side of the Thunder Dragons. Burger, what can you do here?
Has to wrap back, grab the spike.
30
be able to spot Raze here in just a moment. Shots go wayward for a second, able to readjust, snap back to the head, 1v3. 24 seconds, not a lot of time to work around here. And if it's a wrap back over towards A, you've got 2 rotating through middle and B right now. It's going to be a really tough gunfight to win.
It's not impossible, but Chopstick here, flash in hand, can hear it. 12 seconds, he's got to go all the way. Burger able to find one more, but the time is not on his side. He has to stick this bomb plant, but no longer. But he's still getting 3K. Hold up, he's got the money. He can still get the plant though.
Look, plant's good. You get the extra money on top of that, and being able to take as many off the board as you can before that round is over, and that ends up being something really good for the Thunder Dragons. So yes, Kraken Abyss will take that first round, but more importantly than anything else, you're looking for the Thunder Dragons now to have at least a better time in the going rounds for Eco.
Yeah, I mean, it's very unfortunate that Thunder Dragons, they lost their 2 main entry duelists. That's all that they have on the Waylay and Neon. That's their one job. Get in, open up your team, and they were shut down instantly. So now you have to really start thinking, is this the type of comp that they should have ran? Should they maybe have ran something a little bit more passive? I mean, Kraken Abyss, they also have the double duelists on the Raze with the Jets, but they are able to go ahead and take that first round win. Dash it from the Waylay.
Got to
go down.
Smoke out there, Bulldog in possession, looking back over towards A in case there was a wrap out through middle, but it looks like it's going to be an offensive hit over towards C. So Vi's going to be the only one to hold this back. Utility to use here. Make sure they completely take out that camera from Cypher and around the right-hand corner. First gunfight in the wind. Tried to go for it with the Ghost, not able to go in and find it. Jet now the second one there on the Neon. You trade out effectively here, 4 versus 3 on the site.
You're able to pick off one. Can you find anything else? Marshall shot's going to go wide to finally get it in the end. The headshot to close things out. A little flashy with the dash back in to get that defuse, but look, only losing 1 there. That is massive for Kraken Abyss. If you lose anything else there, you're ruining your economy there. It feels like little for later on rounds.
But I love that at the beginning of the round. Send the diversion directly onto B. You say, okay, if we want to push this through offense and get middle map control, absolutely could do it. You have the guns to work without the eco from round 1. But you then rotate out over towards C. You know that Vise is probably going to be still holding it down on the defensive end. But when you're able to then hit the site out effectively, really that just comes down to the initiation from Jet. And as Jet was able to find 2 with Marshall, that is what opens up the gate completely. You swap to the Classic, you find another kill on top of that. Huge round for the Kraken Abyss. It's a round that you needed to win, obviously, after taking round 1, so the eco's still looking good.
Yeah, but the Thunder Dragons now, they're going to be able to buy up into these rounds, Vandals and Phantoms in hands. So they're going to look to try to open things up once again over on this Rebel side. No contention this time, so should be able to find their way into this A bomb site just a little bit easier, but the Razor Vines, excuse me, are going to stop them just a little bit. The Prowler not going to spot anybody. And they're just W-king out to this site. It is just the Vise. It looks like they just have a Sheriff in hand. And it's going to be difficult to find something, but Estee finds his. Shay gets one as well. And now that should be the bomb plant. And it's just easy pickings for the Thunder Dragons here.
Timing was there, full site clear. Top side, you still have Sky alive and Chopstick. Was able to find one, tried to go for the snap onto the left hand. Now you look to Omen, last alive in a 1 versus 4. In through the middle of the map, Cypher is there for the read on it. Phantom good, and for the first time in this game, the Thunder Dragons will find themselves around on the board.
Look, that's theirs to win. They had all the money in their hands. They had the rifle advantage in that round. So now here's the problem. Kraken Abyss, they should be able to buy up, get these rifles in hands.
Yep.
But the ult economy, we have a Raze rocket almost online on some, so oh boy. That's going to be a very explosive one to use.
I'm hoping that maybe we find ourselves a little orb farm here and maybe can get that on the board early and often. Because if you can continue to go ahead and not only farm that, but just have that utility again on the site, these are going to be important rounds, especially early on here on Lotus when you're trying to attack on the defensive side. So here we go. First one, hot shot, good in from Kaiken. And at the same time, now you look back to the opposite side of the map where the defense is now going to be able to set themselves up. You got a 1-1-3 spread, now pushing up through the C lane. This is going to completely bottleneck them inside of B.
Spike, unaware of where they should go. Do they want to try to open this door, or do they want to try to go back towards this B main? But the door has opened. The near side doesn't find anyone. The Raze gets 2, but 4 is getting traded out into the process. A 3v2. Kraken Abyss picking off 1 by 1, though, is the Thunder Dragons in a 2v2 now.
Still have the Operator. Fade plants in the best spot possible here. Not to be picked off early by this Operator player, and the Jet gonna have to get aggressive. You look for Vice, who's now making away on the backside flank. Directly up through main now as you look to push back onto the site, in through the waterfall. You got Jet now looking to push around the corner. Head tap there, eliminates the op, and now you have the last one alive. You turn back perfectly, a little 4K on the round, how about it?
Yeah, that ties things up, but here is the problem. Again, you lost 3 people in that round. You lost the round prior to that. Your economy is not going to be looking the best. You can buy up, yes, but if you lose this, it's not going to be fun later on with that if you can't buy up. But on the bright side, you did get the Thunder Dragons to use their Fade ultimate.
Yes.
So that is one ult that you don't have to worry about on the side of Kraken Abyss, but I mean, did they even need it is the question. Do they even need it?
Well, looks like they're going to 4-stack out through mid-side B on the defensive here. You still have that Raze ult to use, but it's going to be a full execute over on A from the offensive side of the Thunder Dragons. Door open to the right-hand side. Push going to be in. Vines Util going to slow them down for just a moment. But on the backside, you still only have 2 players here. It's going to be the flank that's coming in right now from 3 different players. This could be huge.
The tripwire is there to stall it out, so they won't be able to, but there is the trigger there. Shave getting picked off there in the back, though. Kraken Abyss trying to find their way in. Kaiken finds 1, finds 2 with the jet knives. Love Draft not going to find its next target, though, as the bomb is just retreating all the way to C, but does not get to the corner in time. Falls in the process. Shay planted this on B side for the spray through the door. Finds at least 2, but now it's 2v2, and the HP is going to be in favor of Kraken, thanks to the Sky now that Wrong has been able to be healed up.
Cypher Camera's going to spot both out. Initial shot's not going to go and find it all the way through, but the readjustment directly onto the head of the Omen at the end is Shay. And Trek Go going to be able to survive the 2v2 on the attacking side. This is 3 straight rounds now for the Thunder Dragons. You were talking about it before the game had even started, about their win percentage on offense and on defense at 70%. It looked a bit grim for them, but again, early rounds, maybe just not that pistol team that we wanted to see, especially here on Lotus in the early portions. Now that they're starting to get a roll, though, you can really feel the momentum getting in their favor. They were able to even shut down that flank opportunity that came through from the Kraken Abyss, which was massive.
Well, the Raze Rocket and the Sky Ultimate available for Kraken Abyss, so they can try to find something, but you take a look at that Neon Ultimate, and that is just terrifying if you cannot keep up. As the round is starting to finally get underway here, looking like the Spike going to be heading towards this C bomb site, and dashing in the Waylay finds their way in. Util from the Vise at least going to stall things out just a little bit. As the Spike should be going down here any moment now, as Shay finds the first pickup onto the Jet.
Skyle was used on the backside of sight. Naysame was almost able to get inside and find 1. Instead, Sum's able to find 3-4. It gets traded afterwards, puts it in a 2v2 in a manageable position now For the side of Crack and Abyss, you look to the push on the site. Cypher is completely rotated all the way back through middle. They had spotted him out with the Skydog early in the round, but now you look there, Omen gets the TP off, you got a free plant, and now it's a full wrap that's going to take so much time.
Somehow they get out of that with a free open bomb site thanks to the Omen TP across the map. But here is the thing, Crack and Abyss, rather than opting to fight this a 2v2, they're giving away these ones. Topsic fighting a 2v1 on the backside, can't find anything, leaving it all up to Wrong here. As he is revealed thanks to the neural theft. And they know exactly where he is, trying to find his way out onto this bomb site, checking every single corner, pre-firing, has to tap it, spots out one thanks to the jump peak, but is it just too little too late? Because Burger is on the backside, 4 straight for the Thunder Dragons.
And after you win 3 straight rounds, using the Cypher ult there in a 2v1 just basically secures and guarantees you that round to give yourself a 2-round advantage and a buffer now against Crack and Abyss. And that's, I think, the biggest part of that round. We'll get into a timeout starting here now, and it's a great time to call it. 4 straight rounds going the opposite way, you got to change something.
Yeah, you're 6 rounds in, halfway through this first half. You have to figure out what is going wrong if you're on the side of Kraken Abyss, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. But you have to wonder, you won that pistol round so defiantly.
Yep.
You won that buy round, second round in so quickly as well. Where is it all going wrong? You had the great setups those first 2 rounds, and it seems like it's just all been falling apart round after round after that.
I think the one thing that I'm noticing, at least in the early stages of the rounds, is a really quick adaptation of a rotation from Crack and Abyss. I see there's the feint of a site, and then you immediately see the reaction from the defense. And as the defense continues to make those plays, there's been a few rounds where they've wanted to get aggressive, either in on a flank behind the offensive team that's pushing, or again, just rotating a little bit too early. And I think that we've seen a lack of anchoring in some of these moments. But the one thing that we can't take away from the opposite side for the Thunder Dragons is the way that they've just been kind of saying, okay, well, look, if you want to give us an opportunity to just execute on a hit with 5 bodies, they're going to take that lane and they're going to take that opportunity. And that's what makes Lotus so difficult to defend, especially against a team that has this style of play like the Thunder Dragons, where they just want to continuously push, because there's 3 different sites. You can't put 3 bodies on one site in a gamble stack most of the time. You have to be able to make sure, especially with your, not only your Sentinel, but the rest of your team, that you're making sure you're spreading everything perfectly thin.
Yeah, and you have to really think about this, though. This is Kraken Abyss's map pick. Yep. The Thunder Dragons, they took the attack side here, so they had a strong idea of what they wanted to do on this attack, and they've been performing extremely well. But we highlighted it as soon as the agent selection was going down. We saw that Neon and that Waylay. They have to translate that onto the defense. Yep. So maybe they can find something on that side swap to try to bring things back into their favor. But if you lose on your map pick, it's not looking great for you in the rest of the series.
Yeah, and with the way that they're playing defense right now with that heavy rotation set, it kind of makes me a little bit nervous going into the fracture. I don't want to speculate too far ahead, but it's things that you start to think about in advance, that if we don't see, small changes, or if this timeout doesn't lead to some fruitful benefit, then we start looking ahead and saying, okay, what does the rest of the map give us? We take what we can get information-wise from that, and then we move on to that second map where it's going to be so important. So I don't think this is out of the stretch of imagination for them to be able to take this. I think you made a great point about, they have an attacking comp right now for the Thunder Dragons. They want to be able to make sure on these rounds where they are on the offensive that they are being able to take them effectively, and it's going to be something that is smart for them. So I think it's not necessarily a gamble play, because I think the way that they like to play solo, we've seen it already. The Thunder Dragons, they can send one body in, they can find 2 or 3 for it. It's just making sure, obviously, yes, that not only do you convert on that on the defensive rounds, but you can continuously put the pressure on even after a timeout here. I just want to see something from the opposite side to say, hey, we can stand tall on the defense here. It's tough, yes, but if you can take it, say, 7-5, you're looking good.
Yeah, no, you want to at least get a couple more round wins if you're looking to try to play for that second half of the game, because they do have a relatively attack side comp as well. You've got that Raze, you have that Jet, so you do want to get into these bomb sites just as much as the other, as much as your opposition does on their attack side. So it's a matter of survival at this point. Get every single round possible, no matter how difficult it is, no matter how much of an uphill battle it is. But it's much easier said than done in a LAN setting.
Yeah. And I'm also noticing, too, for the Snapdragons, they're not getting a ton of use out of the Raze nade right now. Yeah. I think at the beginning of the rounds, you're either seeing a full stack or you're seeing kind of like either a spreader of a different site. If you're trying to use the Raze nade over on that A cave to hold that push back so they can't get out and get the ability to get map presence, then all of a sudden, It's like, okay, well, where are you using that in the round? And then by the time that you recognize and you're reacting to where the other team is going, usually that raise nade's not going to be as impactful or as important to get that early chip damage like it is at the beginning of the round.
Yeah, no, I mean, and I'm really thinking long and hard. You have this Sky, you can definitely set up some sort of type of play with these flashes, and you even just scout things out with the dog. You can at least slow things down a little bit and then find an explosive start in the middle of the round. But already jumping right back into things, Thunder Dragons showing no signs of slowing down. And this Vise on the solo setup on C already rotating off, showing so much presence. Thunder Dragons already forcing that rotate right away, but this Judge could go crazy.
Check out through on the back end flank over the Cypher trip, was able to make it stick. So now you're at least able to pick off that first blood. This is going to basically effectively put everybody inside of a box in the corner on this A site here. And if you're Jet right now, you don't know if anybody was over at C, so you're waiting for the wrap back. Here it is, another kill, gunfight, opportunity. Second in the round here for Kaiken, has the dash now available for himself. Will dash all the way back out and across, looks for the third one in just a moment. Isn't able to find enough damage on it, but look, all this does is give more space to the side of Kraken Abyss.
He was able to pick up 3 there in the backside, but the damage is done to Burger. 16 HP. It is just you and a Fade left in a 4v2. It is not looking great. Somehow, some way, amongst all the pausing, all the tech pauses, Kraken Abyss, they've woken up here in this round, in the 7th round here.
Cover going out.
They start making their way, 30 seconds left into the round, and this Judge has not moved. It is sitting and waiting for someone to jump right out, but oh no, over just the aim, and there it is. You had your opportunity to get that kill, but they have to force this. You find the one, not gonna be able to get the other one. 10 seconds
left.
Trying to push on the side. Oh, you thought you got away with a gunfight there. Instead, you're blinded out by the Sky. So it looked like it may have at least been an afforded kill, and maybe you have a chance at the second one to get the spike down. That was going to be a pretty much unwinnable situation most of the time, given they played it correctly, and they absolutely did there. So 3 rounds now for Kraken Abyss. They've gotten themselves a first round in 5. This is at least a slow roll of a bit of momentum that they can start to streak together. But look, stopping the bleeding was the most important thing, and that timeout proved to be fruitful.
Oh yeah, and stopping the bleed, they did. They're 1 round short of tying things up in this first half. We talked about at least getting to maybe that 5-round mark with this type of comp can be their key to success, but just maybe they can get just a little bit more after that. Maybe get that 6th, that 7th round, 8th maybe if you're lucky, but we'll have to see if they can go the distance there.
They try to go out on the execute, and once again, you see the Waylay being the first one in, trying to just get at that full jump and dash across. It just takes up so much space for them that they can afford early on in the round, where the defense isn't able to react the way that they might want to. And pairing that with the Neon, I think, has been a great touch for it, because also you get that left side control as well as you start to push in. Neon on the full slide through, Vise up top inside of the smoke. You're going to look to try and fully hit out on this site and make sure that you can get some information from it. Do they read that the Vise is there? Are you going to be able to find one forward up the rope? You're going to be able to get the head tap with the Phantom. Fantastic stuff. Now it's a full wrap back through spawn.
They've got the convergent paths. They can get real aggressive here with it, and it would hit so many targets. They're all lined up. Every single one of them hit. They're all slowed down, but nobody's pushing in fast enough. Shave can only get 1. They had so much potential there with that ultimate, and only are able to find 1, and Kai can find their way out onto this site, open things up for Kraken Abyss. Oh, but does to end up falling in the process, leaving it all up to Rong here in a 1v3.
Not able to find it. And you laid it out perfectly. Great opportunity with the ult all the way through the back line, but all it did was slow him down. You got 1 for it, and I like, honestly, the play from Jet. You don't get too aggressive. You know that if you overheat here, you give the other team an opportunity to not only retake on that site, but then the ult basically becomes useless at that point. So I do very much like the idea of just taking your time, slowing it down, and just holding that push back. Don't need to get fancy. Don't need to get too aggressive. You've already shown a lot of the domination on the map so far. Just continue to keep rolling in the right direction. I don't mind that at all.
Kraken Abyss. Kami's not looking great. They have one hero right now, and it is in the hands of this Vise here, it looked like. So maybe they can find something with it here. They are pushing onto the C-bomb site, just narrowly inching their way up. They don't want to make the noise just yet on the ult orb. Fade 1 point away from finding his ultimate, but they're going to opt to maybe try to hit towards this B-bomb site, find somebody as they push through. not going to find its mark. There is a Bucky there, but at that range, you're greedy if you're trying to go for a kill there.
Yeah, they were almost baiting Kraken Abyss out. They're like, okay, if you want to take this gunfight, we have 4 bodies here. We're willing to take it. Now it's going to be the full execute. Once again, it's the Waylay up and over the top. Vi is gone immediately. Sky will see you in the next round. It's going to be a third player that falls into section. And now you look in a 5 versus 1. Omen last alive. He's only got a Sheriff to work with. If you end up winning this, I'll lay an egg.
Look, hey, this is the Sheriff to do it with. You find one, but hey, look, the clip was almost there. He had the opportunity. He had the timing almost, but the smoke dissipating and just gives him away. So 3-6, Thunder Dragons really looking to try to run away with it. We're 3 rounds away from a potential 9-3 curse. Corn, do you believe in it? I gotta ask.
Look, I'm a superstitious individual. I wear a very specific hat every time the Dolphins play football.
Oh, okay.
And we lose almost every single time. So look, I don't.
You might have to change the hat.
It. Yeah, it might be a hat issue.
Yeah. Oh man. I don't know, crowd. Are we feeling a 9-3 curse at all? Possibly. No. All right.
Shut down faster than an A push.
Yeah, they don't like the 9-3 curse as much as I do, but they're gonna just W key straight through the cage and. Unlucky, not going to be able to find anything with the jet knives. They have sight control here, but the Vi's ultimate able to take away these guns, but the Raise Rocket and the jet knives are more than enough. A flawless round coming up from Kraken Abyss.
Look, you invest a significant chunk of change in that round, though, with some of the resources that you have to give up. So you get in there. It's now 4-6, yes. But again, you had to give up a lot in order to make that round happen. It was Cypher who actually got lucky to stay alive for a little bit in the back line there. Jet missed a couple of those knives, but the second that the kind of push was on there, it became a lot easier. The one thing that I have seen multiple times here, and this is kind of how the attacking rounds have looked for Thunder Dragons, if you're going to go C, they take 4 bodies, they just kind of stack it there, they wait, they bait that mid door out, and they see if anybody wants to get aggressive up middle into the mid lane. Cypher's always back there either with a camera or just the tripwire watching for it. You expect either that information to come in, be very helpful. If you don't see anything, then Cypher, even if they do see somebody, wraps all the way back out over towards C to help the rest of the team on the team push. And then it's just the mental game of saying, hey, the defense now has to worry about Cypher lurking inside a middle map. Usually he's just back with the team though, and they can send 5 on the site.
Yeah, I love this timing though of this timeout. You've immediately just stopped the momentum in its track as soon as it starts. So if they can play this round out and utilize this timeout properly, they can shut this down with just 4 rounds to say that's all you get. We'll go 8-4 side swap, but I mean, at this point, there's signs of life on both sides. You cannot rule them out just yet if you are a Kraken Abyss. So I don't know. What are your thoughts so far? Do they have what it takes to tie it up here in the last 2 rounds?
Look, I said if you get out of this at a 7-5 with the comp that you're going into with on the offensive attack in the second half, you're going to be sitting pretty. If you can manage to get this back 6-6, then this goes into a second half and it becomes a very different and interesting story of how this plays out. But that's, again, all just speculation. It's Chopstick through the smoke who walks away with the first. SD will fall. Now you have a 4 versus 5. Thunder Dragons fighting from the back foot here, trying to push on the A site. You've got a double lurk all the way across the map too. This is a really weird split. It's kind of almost a default here, but in a way that I'm not sure they would love because they're down a man now.
Yeah, I mean, you're down a man, but you do have kind of all the utils set up. You have your B push covered if this defense decides to try to walk all the way up. And you have C if this Vice decides to push through. But we've seen historically, they don't opt to push through. They want this Vice to sit as far back and let the utility speak all for itself. The Shave getting picked off there. Unfortunately, your duelists both down. Nobody able to trade them out here in the Vise wall. This is going to be tricky to get past, but Wrong not going to be able to find the kill. The fade is going to go down, and there's a second one. Leaving it all up to the Cypher. Shay is able to at least shut down the Omen, but you have the rest of Kraken Abyss to deal with after that one. Jumping straight into the arms of the Vise, and that's another round for Kraken Abyss. One more to tie things up in the first half.
Well, let me say this. The adjustments that were made after the timeout have worked out perfectly. Remember what I was saying in the beginning. Kraken Abyss, the one thing that they were doing on the defense was they were pushing out aggressively into the spawn side of the attacking team of the Thunder Dragons. So when they were giving up positioning, they were giving up not only the sites, but they were also kind of just relying on that flank hit coming through with 2-3 bodies And once you get to that point, all of a sudden, the map flips out and looks completely different. So the fact that they've been able to play a more passive game, they've sat back in the spawns, they've played the lanes of rotation opposed to being the ones to force the issue. That's how you have to play a defense against a very aggressive team like the Thunder Dragons, and it has been fantastic. Opt out, nobody there yet.
The setup has completely swapped the Vices over on the A site, but it does not matter. Thunder Dragons, they want to just pile straight through onto the B site. Completely open the flash, hitting a couple of its targets, but Chopstick not going to be able to find anyone just yet, but there's two. The conversion paths to slow things down as the spike finally is planted. 2v5, Kraken Abyss, make that a 1v3. And it is all up to the Vice player of Kraken Abyss. Look, you called it 7-5. You got to at least be happy with what you got because of the style of comp that you have.
Yep.
Side swap now. At this point, I always like to say to the teams, whoever is down, do not count yourself out just yet. Reset the mental completely. 0-0. It's an even playing field across the board. Everybody has the same money. Yep. You can all buy the same amount of utility, guns, upgrades, everything. So take this time to mount the comeback now. Get that pistol round, get the second round after that, get your bonus, and tie things up.
Well, Kraken Abyss, that first pistol round that we saw in the first half was spectacular. Yes, it was on the defensive side, but if they can even get a tenth out of that, what they had beforehand, they should be able to take it pretty handedly. And I mean, look, a 2-round at the beginning where you get the ego in the second round, and then you're fully looking at something that could go 7-7. That would be the most perfect and beautiful start that you could possibly have. So that's what I'm looking for most importantly than anything else, is just being able to take that in the first round here. Because if it does go to the Snapdragons, or excuse me, the Thunder Dragons, that's when we start to say, okay, maybe not.
Finally, the second half getting underway. Kraken Abyss looking to find their aggressive start here on the attack. But it's a lot slower than what we saw previously with Thunder Dragons. Their attack side was very quick, very upbeat. And Kraken Abyss, they're opting to try to slow things down a lot more, work the map a little bit, maneuver these chess pieces, if you will, across the board and really start manipulating their opponents. But nobody on the side of Thunder Dragons is budging just yet. Flash completely gets the Trico there, but SA is able to trade things out. And as
oh my God!
Oh! He's on for the ace. Can he get it? The Vi's nowhere near this bomb site, and the spike is down. A near impossible round win for him here if he can pull this off.
30 seconds
It's on.
And it's a nightmare for Kraken Abyss. The last thing that you wanted, but it was just a solo play on the site. You got two on the backside. They wanted the ace. Everybody in the crowd calling for the ace at the same time.
I want to see it. Show it. Give it to me. Ghost in hand, 13 seconds. He's going to up to maybe run away. No.
10 seconds
Peeks
left.
the corner. No, he shuts down the ace. Look, you got to take your W's where you can. You shut down the ace. It was so incredibly close. Everybody wanted it, but he said no.
And if nothing else, you kill at least just even the tiniest bit of momentum for Waylay, who had been the person that was taking every aggression on that first offensive round. So, look, that's not the biggest or best sight that I would have liked to see in the second round, especially after we had just talked about, man, losing that first pistol round would really suck for Kraken Abyss.
Yeah,
so now you're in the hole.
It's not looking great at the moment. You're 8 rounds up. Thunder Dragons, you're most likely to go and win this. Make this a 9-5. Kraken Abyss, they just have to start making something happen once they're able to get these rifles in hands. But we've previously seen some of their gunfights just aren't going in their favors. With the Marshall shot not going to connect, they're able to find their way out onto the bomb sites.
They found my...
Oh boy, the Rays just runs on in, gets the kill with the classic. Nothing like a classic death ball running through to the bomb site, but Shane finds 3 with the Ghost. He wants in on the action. Now in a 1v2, but the Stinger to close things out. What should have been a total shutdown was a lot closer in reality.
And it looks so good, too. They had 3 players going out towards the back, and then it's just one simple, steady, easy couple of lineups with, I say easy, but it wasn't easy at all. Everybody moving around at the same time. But it's little things like that that happen throughout the course of a game. And Shea, it makes him pay for just getting too aggressive on the backside. The double call to rotate all the way through the CT side was just the best part of that. And I think now you look at across the board, it's like, okay, well, you give yourselves an entrance into the doorway. You start to play towards the back end of sight. And now you have to basically rethink the entire strategy, too, because I think they bought a little bit up there, too.
rifle's going to be in favor of Kraken Abyss. Everybody rocking that Vandal with Shave, showing that he can show off with the Sheriff to take down the Vise. But this is an open sea bomb site. However, there is a Vandal picked up on the side of Thunder Dragons, but never mind. Kaiki's shut that down. They do not want to give up this rifle just yet.
I like the long play. I like the lurk. Things that we haven't seen out of Kraken Abyss here on the offense yet. Obviously, just given 3 rounds.
What is he doing in this position? The rest of your team is over on the C bomb site. There's nobody nearby.
I think he was expecting a rotation, though, because I think there was still one over by A that Jet was looking for in the fade that it also rotated off.
Well, he's in a really good position now to find this Waylay caught off guard. Playing around Waterfall, though, he's just going to wait things out. They're starting to swarm this site. The Fade Eye going to be able to get destroyed. Not going to find any information just yet, but you at least know they're playing backside. But there's the lurk. And Trico going to go ahead and opt to save this Vandal going into the next round. The smart call. Kraken Abyss, slow the bleeding just a little bit more. 6 rounds total for them.
Another round on the board. That's all you can ask for at this point. Be able to, again, stop it as you said, but be able to come back with good eco. That was actually a round where, you saw the Neon having to go ahead and say, okay, you know what, I'll just low buy here. We're not going to do anything too crazy. We got Shay with the Odin coming out here at the same time. On the defense, honestly, don't hate it. You pretty much know where they're going to be playing at over on that C side, waiting for anybody to push through. You know the smokes are going to be there. You know the utility is going to get used. Why not spray and pray? Hope to find one. And, I mean, with a 9-6 lead right now, I mean, yeah, it's not as significant of an investment as an op, but at the same time, you're still spending a good amount of money.
Yeah, you have total confidence in this Odin buy.
Not ready yet.
He's set up over on the C site bomb by himself, but they might slowly start making their way up to him. He's got so much utility laid down here that they're going to need to be very careful about how they clear this out. The Odin spray does not go through yet. They do not want to give up this information just yet. They don't want to give away what type of guns they have going into this round. But Este, he's all the way pushed up into Rumble. He has a good timing here, but the conversion pass thrown out. Spray through the smoke, doesn't find his mark until finally, but it is just too little too late. 3 over to the side of Kraken Abyss. And this could be the call to swing this back over to the C-bomb site.
And if you look for the Cypher is rotated back basically through the spawn into B to look for this. Going to be hitting through Waterfall. Still has that Odin to work with. So a spray and pray here might just be the call. You look and you see the tack side of sight tagged. You got one in the left-hand corner. Going to be tagged up by the utility that comes out from Vise. And now you look for the rest of this site here and a wrap back into main. This is just fully pushed across the opposite side of the map. Are you thinking save at this point? Because it's looking like that's exactly what's happening.
Absolutely. You've invested so much into this Odin. You cannot give that up or else your economy is going to be so incredibly broken. So we're looking to go up 7 rounds for Kraken Abyss. Thunder Dragons, they don't want to give up their guns just yet. They want to keep themselves in this game. They're only a few rounds away from closing it out. But Kraken Abyss, swapping these sides, going onto the attack here, they seemed so much more comfortable in this.
They do, and it looks like when momentum kind of gets out of their control, they're able to reel themselves back in, and I think that's been a huge point of progression for them throughout the entirety of this match. And as they go for 2 straight here, now their economy is starting to get the ball rolling a little bit better. They're starting to roll in the dough. They're starting to be able to execute on the plays that they want to.
Couple of friendly banter going up on the stage there, center. Listen, these kids, they played each other all season long. They know it. Like they want to try to close things out in a very flashy fashion. We all see it on VCT. We all want to be like the pros, and I can't even say I blame them for it.
And you know me, coming from COD, I love a good old classic stand up and yell at somebody across the stage. So being able to see it out of not only grown men but the youth as well. It's dope to see.
Oh man, well. Waiting out this Fade Haunt. Not going to get spotted out. Kraken Abyss not going to make a single sound. But dude gets jump peaks there, so things are going to get sped up extremely quickly here. They do farm the ult orb 2 away from this raised rocket. They could find an opportunity if he can get a kill and that bomb plant, but the dog does not spot anybody out. You have to start thinking maybe it's time to pivot off to maybe this B bomb site, but you would be mistaken. As Burger and Shay are sitting there with an Odin and Phantom in hand, but Burger not going to be able to take that first contact, does fall. It's a spike, is going to get planted.
What a dash in. It was the bait, allowed for a trade opportunity if need be, but it allowed Raze to slide in, find 2, gets a third in the round. The Vise goes ahead and tags on for number 4. You want to push everything out. You know that Waylay, the last one alive, is up inside of mid doors at the moment, so just play your life, play back. It's a 1v3. This is going to be almost impossible should you not afford anything in the opposite way. Wait a minute. Drop out. Goes ahead, gives away, finds the first kill, turns back around, doesn't realize that there's a second one there. Gonna go ahead and tap it for a moment. Vise on the swing challenge, almost goes for the head tap, had it on the right alignment, wasn't able to get the shot off. We're almost tied up 8-9, 3 rounds straight for Kraken Abyss.
You have to wonder, when's the time to take that time out on this half? Thunder Dragons were in such great control on the first half of the game, and then all of a sudden, sides swapped, and Kraken Abyss showing off why they picked this map, why this is their map pick, and this is what they are wanting to show out now. The operator is invested on Takaiken. He's also one away from the Jet Knives.
And you have to think maybe that's exactly what the play is here for the round. You get the op out, find that first kill, and then you look for maybe the knives in the later half of the round. Should it get a little bit closer? But I think they're starting to play with a bit more passion, a bit more of that je ne sais quoi, if you will.
Ooh, okay. Fancy words.
I don't know what that words mean.
Wrong. Able to find the opening kill, and man, oh man, this C-bomb site is looking free, but Chopstick caught on the other side of the door with the spike slows things down so much. This should give Thunder Dragons an opportunity to start making their way over and speed up the rotations, but they had no idea. Well, the Vise wall does get triggered. Doesn't really mean anything in the grand scheme of things.
And you got to think, if this round goes awry, this is definitely going to be timeout territory for the Thunder Dragons. But Kraken Abyss still here over on C. They don't want to push anything out too aggressive just yet. The lurk coming in from Jet. She's just been behind the play all the time. Actually going to get tagged out here, going to remove this. Doesn't recognize that the fade is directly on tail, though, but will turn back around and knows that somebody could be there. This is where the execute's going to come through. You basically get a free bait over on A for free. This sets up everything at C, and now Cypher's the only one here.
Well, the judge in the smoke is a scary thing. And the timing of a lifetime gets his teammate killed. The neural theft comes through. But that is information over to the side of Thunder Dragons. So they can opt to try to retake this bomb site, or do they let things tie up and call a timeout? It looks like they might try to go for it here, slowly clearing these corners, not looking their way. Trico able to find one.
One enemy remaining.
It is all up to him. And he closed things out, tried to keep the dream alive. No, it is all tied up now. Kraken Abyss finally find the equalizer.
Well, it took them long enough here in the second half, but when they got rolling, it was quite spectacular, to say the very least. And now that we're tied up at 9 apiece, you see the timeout coming in, and this is exactly what we were thinking about for the Thunder Dragons. You lose 4 straight rounds after coming out and winning those first 2 openings. It feels very similar to what we saw in that first half, where it was the first 2 rounds that went to Kraken Abyss, and then it was another 4 that came back in the opposite way. As we said, these teams feel almost mirrored to each other at times. They've practiced and played against each other so much that they have the ins and outs of what they want to do, what their tendencies are, how they feel about each other on the map, and they have a mental read, and that mental read is very, very important. When you look to the Thunder Dragons, though, with that 70% win percentage, try saying that 5 times fast, it gets very scary in a lot of ways when you start to look down the barrel now, because we asked the question beforehand at top of show, when you get pressured, when you get pressed, how are you going to respond to that? And if you haven't been pressured or tested the entire weekend, well, we don't know. Yeah. And how do you know what you're going to respond to in your own camp, on a big stage, in a grand finals, while everybody's eyes are directly on you?
Yeah, everybody is watching, but here is the thing. This is just map 1.
Exactly.
We've got a lot more Valorant to go. And things are all tied up. We could go OT possibly if things are this close, but the timeout has concluded. Thunder Dragons, what is the play call here? What are you going to do? And I think I see what's happening here. I am seeing every single player, Sheriff in hand, stacked up onto this A bomb site. They want to try to just death ball it out. And Noel, the operator shot, not going to connect. Este finds the opening kill for Kraken Abyss, and they're going to be able to upgrade to that operator. So things kind of swing in favor of Thunder Dragons, but there's the swing over to the C bomb site for the side of Kraken Abyss.
And having that operator is going to be something that Kraken Abyss are going to have to be very careful of now. It's going to be the dog that gets onto the site, doesn't spot anything out yet. Why would it? They're still rotating all the way back, but no information being given at the time just yet here to Kraken Abyss as they go and try to get this down on C. Stun out the balance side is going to be able to find one. Now it's the 4-man hit coming through. You're going to have the ult that comes through at the exact same time, and the Rage finds one, but it's on a backtrack. It's a team kill, and a double that comes out from Neon with the Sheriff. You look now in a 1 versus 4. Kraken Abyss fumbling at the seams. It's the 5 Sheriffs that come out and strike Kraken back on top after Thunder Dragons come flying.
The Thrifty comes through. They bring the operator into the next round, and that timeout, the play drawn up in that timeout was so perfect. Now you have to wonder, how do you bounce back from something like that with your Kraken Abyss? You were in such great command of this game, and then all of a sudden, a couple of Sheriffs in the hands of these players, and it gets turned on its head.
The good news is your eco's still not through the floor yet because you won 4 straight rounds. So you had that round afforded to you. You can still come back and try to commit to the exact same thing. Kaiken will continue to have the op-out, but SD is the one who finds finds Vice immediately at the beginning of the round here throughout middle map. And that's the one player you didn't want to lose, was the player that was trying to go ahead and be the lurk up through middle. You got a 2-2 split. The spike is still over by A, but nobody's moving on the anchor. You got a 3-2. Nobody's up B, and this is the perfect read from Thunder Dragons.
Estee giving them a little taste of their own medicine with the operator brought to this round. Things have slowed down so much. You have to wonder, maybe Thunder Dragons get in their heads here a little bit. The spike is over by this A bomb site currently, but look at where these defenders are moving off of. They're leaving this bomb site, but they do end up getting the kill in the end, but take a lot of damage. Chopstick, 36 HP. Not going to be able to heal himself up. Can only heal up his teammates, but the spike is going to go down. And now the retake is on for Thunder Dragons.
That was massive. Omen in the back line. Cypher coming up short, and you've got Neon in the middle who's going to be forced to wrap all the way back there. Spawn side, Shay gets away with a shot that goes hair on the legs. And here it comes. Going to be investing ultimates. Now trying to push onto the site is going to be Kaiken, who pulls out the Jet Knives, is able to find one. Head tap, still has the operator in hand. Now it's a slide over to the left-hand side. Neon tries to go for the crouch shot. It's a 1v2. It's Shay last alive, now trying to go up against the Omen. Has the defuse coming through. Wants to stick it halfway, but it's going to be wrong, and the Omen who ties back up at 10.
10-10 across the board. You have to wonder, the time was ticking. You needed to at least get it maybe to half. At that point, though, it's like, is it even worth getting it to half? Do you try to at least maybe play the timeout as much as possible, get the trade kill, because you were nearsighted by the Omen, so you have no audio cues.
Yep.
You can only see so far. I think it's worth maybe getting off that and tucking behind the corner just a little bit longer to try to take a more fair gunfight. But with Thunder Dragons, immediately they get clapped back by Kraken Abyss.
They found my wire.
They're looking to try to speed things up here onto the C bomb site, but Shave again with the Sheriff gets the opening one. Sprayed through the smoke, Shay narrowly gets away with his life as the spike is going to get planted here.
In the back line, you got 2 through on the rotation. You've got Neon, you've got Waylay trying to push on through back. It's going to be another ultimate usage. Burger finds 2, but it's a trade that comes back. 2 versus 2. Still the ultimate, tries to go left, doesn't find it. Chopstick still here. Drop down on the classic. Gets the refrag, now has the Vandal to work with. Goes for the tap. Does Chopstick go to peek it? Wallbang shots, tries to go for the tracking. Now it's around the left-hand corner. Once again, going to be another fake on the tap. Jumps back, is still trying Sky on the survival. Chopstick and SD, 1 versus 1. SD wins it with the classic. How about it? 11-10 on the retake onto the site. The defuse comes through. Thunder Dragons back on top.
Absolute classic demon here. Thunder Dragons narrowly escaping away with that one. And they even upgrade the Vandal to an operator. Listen, a couple more rounds, and Thunder Dragons can close things out here on Kraken Abyss's map pick, and there's the timeout. Exactly what I would say is needed in this current moment in time. Estate 22 kills here.
Yep.
And we've still got more to go.
I was about to point to that too. I was like, dude, 22-17, first map, grand finals, making plays like that at the late stage with the classic on the retake. I mean, those are things that you learn over the course of years, but it takes a certain type of mentality to be able to consistently do that, especially in a pressure situation like this. So, I mean, what a performance we've seen out of SD. Yeah, you look to the opposite side too. I mean, Kaiken has been fantastic in so many moments, especially in these entry kills that we continuously see, whether it's the operator or using the knives or being able to play that long and kind of arduous flank route or just trying to hold down a lane. The one thing I do want to see, though, a little bit more is they are going to fully commit to a site, is Kaiken trying to take advantage of the situations that are afforded. I know the op is going to be very useful for them, and being able to take that 1v at the beginning of the round is great, but when you have your duelist with the operator, there needs to be some sort of significant push later in the round at the same time. Obviously, you still have the Raze there to pair with it, but those are things that I look for, especially with that dash. We saw some great team play in middle map with that jet smoke dash in where Raze was behind. I want to see more of that.
Yeah, you have to wonder. I mean, the team play, it's there, but it's got some cracks in it.
Yep.
And now you have to start thinking about map 2 Fracture, a map that we highlighted is so heavily influenced by team cohesion and team chemistry and just overall playmaking. And you have to wonder, with these cracks in their defense and their attack here, can they pull things out here on Fracture to try to force it if they do lose it here? But there's still a lot more rounds to go here. Things slowing down so much now. Kraken Abyss trying to feel out the map. The Prowler is going to get shot out, so that is a little bit of information given to the side of the Thunder Dragons. But when near sight hits a couple of them, nobody going to be able to proc any sort of kills there, but they're just feeling out the map right now.
Hey, these differences on the timeouts where you saw the 5 run it down on A from Thunder Dragons versus the very slow, methodical passive. Just try to find a pick early on here and then let the round develop afterwards. It's not necessarily working, I think, the way that they were hoping for. With 50 seconds left to play for here, you start this execute up through C main. We got a few bodies here. You got 3 trying to play against 2 right now, and Faye's going to be on the rotation. Back Kaiken. It was the entire play just to try and long drag that out. Over on A, you fall early, but here comes the execute. Over on C, you can hear Cypher has the utility down, being able to find all the information on the world in these players, and as you push in, there's the first one. Shay finds some, the Raze is gone, that's your duelist off the table. Chopstick on a trade was massive beforehand. How about a 2-piece? Wants to go back right, forces Faye to back off. 20 seconds left, they can get this down.
Stay looking for something with the operator, nobody giving them the time of day as the spike is planted, a 3v3. The Omen teleport was invested in this round on the Thunder side of Thunder Dragons. They needed to try to get somebody to Burger with a spray, finds 2, finds 3, and that's going to be map points for Thunder Dragons here in map number 1.
There it is. How about it, Burger? Shades of Moscow and Cold War in the optic corner. Such a niche reference, but it works. 12-10. Burger goes massive. And there's been so many small moments throughout the map where we've seen a 2-piece from Burger here. Just a very important killer, just making the right play, being in the right spot for the rest of the team. It got scary there for a moment. Kraken Abyss, I love the way that they were able to fully get on that site. They had to go tooth and nail to fight through the utility that Cypher had thrown at the beginning. Tripwires, smokes, everything that they had in front of them somehow were able to come out on top of it. Chopstick, although it hasn't been the most flashy game in the world, I mean, how many times have we called to the name? It has been almost there every time. It's just now execute on it. 2 rounds of separation. You mentioned it beforehand. Match point here in game 1 of the grand finals. Can the Thunder Dragons close it out here in round number 23?
It's a very tall order if you are on the side of Kraken Abyss. You've only got 1 rifle in the hands of your Jet here. Yes, you have a Bulldog, but you still need a little bit more firepower behind that. The Guardian is in play as well. But we could be seeing the last round of this first map. Spike going to go down. And Thunder Dragons, they're going to go look for the retake here. Prowler finds a couple of its mark, but the off shot not going to go off. Has to fall back with Chopstick and Asia. They find 2. And the rest of Kraken Abyss are pulling it up. 1 to go, but is it the Neon to save it? It is not. Kraken Abyss live to find 1 more round. Oh my gosh.
That was the first time we had seen a full execute on the B zone from Kraken Abyss the entire time they have been playing the offense. And I think it just caught the Thunder Dragons off guard. We've seen so many passive plays. We've seen an A attack that feints back C. We've seen a C that kind of maybe trickles up middle, but never fully commits to that mid hit. That was the first time we had seen them go 5 bodies deep inside of mid. They used the utility perfect to push everybody back to that mid hall in the tunnel there. There is not much better that you could have asked for out of a round, and a must win for the Kraken Abyss. Now you go for it, trying to tie this up, send it get to overtime here in map 1. Thunder Dragons, though, they've got something to say about it. Look how aggressive they're getting out in C main.
Oh yeah, they are taking up so much space here over on the C mountain side of things. They've got the Cypher set up over on A so they can spare these bodies on this side. But the Omen, the lone body here, the tripwire slows things down just a little bit, but nobody is here to stall things out. But Este finds the opening kill on a chopstick. Kaiken tries to save it just a little bit. It is the Neon to close things out in a 2v4. Spike not down just yet. It is over on C, but that's a little bit closer to evening things out.
All that comes down to now is how useful is this Cypher ult going to be? Where is the information going to be given? And can they play effectively together? Zahabi the first one, looking for the push here. Backside, Vise trying to play their life inside the waterfall. Raze is there. It's everybody pushing through now. 3 bodies on. First gunfight coming around the corner here. Trying to go down low, but Shay wins it. Head tap onto some. Last alive here. Vise in a 1v3. Can't get the adjustment. Thunder Dragons take map 1.
Map pick, Kraken Abyss. Map 1, Thunder Dragons.
Defenders win.
A very close one at the end, almost going to OT, but we said it at the beginning. This is going to be a very close fight from map start to map finish across the board. But, oh, man, what an absolute nail biter. That last round right before going into that map point and match point there, I mean, Kraken Abyss, they found something there to get that 11th round, but they couldn't find that last little nudge to get them over the hill, and it was the Thunder Dragons to close things out.
Well, look, I could respect the game plan and the game call, right? You say, okay, well, we just sent 5 bodies up mid for the first time. Let's do it again. Why not? It worked out for us the last time, and it almost did. I think the biggest thing in that round was that first blood that SD had when he was able to find Sky. Because when Sky was dead immediately over from that rotation on A, wasn't able to get back and help out middle, that's when you saw the players up through mid, and then especially the rotation back from C through that cut into mid there. That was where everything got shut down. That was where the bottleneck happened. Once they got forced out of the B zone and middle map, that was when they had to start trying to force the way out on rotation. Credit where credit's due. They got it back. They forced that 2v3. It was just a couple of just misalignments and where they wanted to go for. And I think that crouch that Raze had on the gunfight initially when it was the Cypher trying to push the side on Shay, I think that was one of those where you wish they might have been standing up a little bit further inside of that. But again, you're just trying to get an off-guard advantage. And that's kind of a nuanced aspect. It's not something that you're going to nick at the end of the day because it was still a fantastic map 1.
Oh, a fantastic map 1 indeed. So let's go ahead and take a couple of looks at the highlights of that first map here. Absolutely incredible here today in this first map. I mean, this opening kill here, that's very close at the end. Just Chopstick, such patience to play around things. But Este pulling out with the classic, it's just, why? How? Why? You have a rifle in hand, use it.
Did that feel like the turning point for you in that game at the end there?
Absolutely.
That 1v3?
Yes,
yeah.
Chopstick wins that. You get so much momentum swung over into your favor if you are Kraken Abyss. But then you got Burger going absolutely electric here. It's just the dominoes start falling.
Yep. Yeah, those 2 rounds back to back, especially after the timeout, was where I was looking at it and saying, okay, this is kind of feeling like a bit more of an upsetting treatment here. So, look, I think we started the conversation of, okay, for the Thunder Dragons, when we look at their comp, it was set up for the offense. They got those 2 pistol, or they got the pistol and then the eco round afterwards, but it never felt like they found their footing on the defense until we got to the point where it was about 9-9, 10-10. And then once I think they started to figure out, okay, we work best when we are playing aggressive and we're not letting the offensive team take space. That's when they were able to really start to get the game back under their feet and become the driver's seat again. So I think a lot of the ways that we look at Kraken Abyss now is, okay, you're going to a Fracture game. You're going against the Thunder Dragons roster where they won on your map pick, now you go to theirs. You're playing them from both sides of the map now. How do you stop the double-edged sword opposed to just trying to stop the single-edged sword that was map 1? And if that was already proven to be a struggle for you, you're in for a world of hurt potentially in map 2. Not going to shut down the idea at all that the Thunder Dragons could absolutely come out here and get stunned, but at the same time, just going off of what we've seen from map 1, I think we'd at least go into the mindset of map 2 saying it's going to need to be some significant adjustments.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be some changes to happen across the board. I would even say on both sides. I mean, both teams were able to take a substantial lead in the game at different points in time. Yes. So, I mean, there's a lot to change, a lot to work on, lots of, small little nuances to kind of fix up in between these 2 maps. But I mean, if you want any chance of seeing Breeze here today, what do you do on the side of Kraken Abyss to try to force that map 3?
I think it's going to come down to picking the comps that are going to, and this is the hard part, right? You don't ever want to necessarily pick the comp that you feel is going to be most counter effective against what the other team is probably going to run, because then you're just kind of overthinking everything and then putting yourself into a box of what you can do. Obviously, sticking to what they feel like is going to be their strengths on either an offense or a defensive side. It felt like defense was a bit more affordable for them on Lotus. Obviously, we did see that stretch of rounds that came together, but it felt like defense is where they kind of found their niche at times. And going into a Fracture on this in map 2, what I'm looking for here is, okay, when we're playing defense or we're playing offense, what are we trying to do effectively? Are we trying to push out one or both sides of a site and then slow down a push that could be coming? Are we willing to take that risk? Are we willing to say, hey, if we throw bodies here, are we going to then overcommit on a rewrap back to the defending spawn side? Or are we going to try and go through the attacking spawn side, make a pinch play happen? That middle map bottleneck that is always so crucial, especially for the defensive team, that is where I want to see if Kraken Abyss can survive through when they are playing on the defensive side of the map. Because if they can't do that and they allow that aggressive offense to continue to come through from the Thunder Dragons, that's what caught them off in map 1, and I feel like they could see that again.
Yeah, I mean, looking at these two maps, they're both unique in their own right. Lotus,
absolutely.
3-map sites. You've got those doors that you can kind of work around and play around with. Fracture is a 2-site map, more traditional, but not traditional in the sense of the 2-lane approach. You've got that pincer formation, so you can have a lot of creativity if you are on either one of these teams. And we've seen a lot of creativity in their eco rounds.
Absolutely.
Deathball, Sheriff run it down, somehow you make it work. Classics in the hands of some of these players, and all of a sudden it's the best gun in the game. So, like, you can get real creative on this type of map.
You can.
But I mean, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, I kind of want to take a look at the legends that kind of have been tweaked a little bit. A lot of the changes came to Sentinels and the Initiators. Initiator signatures abilities were dropped on their cooldowns from 60 seconds to 50 seconds, so you can use those signature abilities a lot quicker. And on a map like Fracture, you have something like the Breach, and you get more stuns out. Oh boy. You can get a lot of round wins just off of a good place stun. And even maybe a Sova dart or two, you can get a good scan off. But yeah, my big thing is I'm looking at a potential Killjoy pick. I think utilizing that lockdown in a great location to maximize the amount of space that you can take with it will allow both of these teams to really open up either one of these bomb sites. So I'm looking to see if they decide to lock any of these ends, or are they going to stick with this double duelist aggressive style team comp? It's kind of all up in the air, I feel like, on a map like Fracture.
I feel when I look to the side of the Thunder Dragons, I look at them and I say, okay, I don't necessarily think they switch anything up or go too far away from what's been working for them. I think the Waylay as well as the jet that was in there was a fantastic combo. And I think that's going to continue to work out well for them. I look to the opposite side, though, and that's where I start to sit there and say, okay, well, if the double duelist wasn't necessarily feeling the best for you, where you had the Raze and you had the jet, obviously those dash combos were working where you get that smoke in and you're able to get into the smoke. Obviously have that follow-up from the Raze where you're getting that bait and switch opportunity and the ability to trade out somebody should anything go wrong from that initial jet dash. I think you look at that and you say, okay, if that's not going to work out consistently for us and we're not going to be able to get to that play every time, I think you forego a little bit of that initiation aspect and go for a true initiator. You maybe throw, obviously, like you said, a Breach into the mix. Maybe you go for a more kind of like out there pick on a map like Fracture, and you go for something that has a bit more of a map spread that you can start to cover multiple lanes off, opposed to just being able to like fully lock one down. And I think that's where the mindset needs to be. It's like, okay, if again we cannot make it consistent, where do we forego a bit of our presence to then make sure that we can pick up where we're lacking?
Yeah, I definitely think that. I mean, I'm really thinking long and hard, and I feel like a veto can kind of fit into the mix here just a little bit. I think you have to open things up to run maybe like a double Sentinel comp, but I mean, you can utilize that ultimate to just completely negate any sort of ability headed your way, and it's just, at that point, a pure gunfight. It's kind of like old classic ISO in a sense. You just get put into the domain expansion, and then all of a sudden you're in a 1v1. He might have a shield, but at this point, I feel like you could throw Vito into the mix. I feel like he hasn't found his true calling and true purpose in a lot of ways, and pro scene, collegiate scene.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe the youth esports scene, maybe they can show them what Veto's all about.
Also wouldn't mind seeing like the classic double smoke combo coming out here as well. I mean, you think of all the things that you can use to lock down on the site. You obviously go more traditional towards a Brimmer and Omen, but I mean, hell, maybe even see, call me a crazy man, but maybe you see a Viper's play come out here or something like that.
I don't know about Viper, but map number 2, Fracture, is getting underway. Taking a look here at the defending side, it is going to be the Thunder Dragons. And, they've already locked in. They've got the Cypher. They've got the Brimstone. They're keeping up with that double duelist, the Waylay, the Neon. The Tejo is one that I did not see coming personally.
I remember when Tejo was introduced playing Fracture, that was one of the most annoying people to play on Fracture specifically against. So I don't hate that pick whatsoever. I think it's going to be quite advantageous and very useful, especially on a lot of these pinch points. And again, this is going to allow to kind of what we were saying beforehand, have that ping pong back and forth between just one site instead of having to worry about just shutting one lane down and having to use your, like if, for example, a fade, having to use the dog or having to use an eye to throw it down on one side of the site. You can take Tejo and then you can play multiple different directions with it. You can lock one side down while playing your life on another side, and I think that works out wonderfully for them. It's actually the lock-in from Phoenix on the opposite side, though, what I'm looking towards now and saying, okay, it's a bit of a different look, but I don't hate it.
No, I don't hate it at all because you can really farm up a lot of Phoenix ult orbs really, really quickly because that ultimate is so cheap now. And so you can utilize that ult as almost a pseudo Skydog, Sova drone. Just go in. Here's the difference, though. It's a Skydog or Sova drone that can shoot right back at you, and if you're not quick enough to take him out and reset him, he'll take you out of the equation extremely quickly. So I'm not upset about it either. I think it's a phenomenal pick in this type of situation. So let's see if it pays off. You have the flashes there that you and the Phoenix wall. You can get real creative with stuff like that.
You absolutely can.
But here we go. Map number 2, ladies and gentlemen, is getting underway. Kraken Abyss fans, make some noise to keep them alive here to force map number 3. This is it. It all comes down to this. Is it going to be Thunder Dragons to take it all here tonight, or is Kraken Abyss going to show us what they have in store to take us all the way to Breeze here? We'll have to wait and see as the pistol round is going to get underway momentarily.
See where they want to set up for. But the Cypher already up on top of the B site. Going to take that camera out immediately so they at least know early goings where Cypher could potentially be set up at. Tejo going to be able to invest that. Tries to get up top. It's going to be Waylay the first one up. Gets the rewind backwards. Gets out of dodge. No lives taken off, but information given to both teams at this point. Kaiken now on the Cypher. Swaps over. Finds Burger. Chopstick there for a double. They go 2 for 1. It's 4v3.
Spike makes his way out onto the site, does get planted extremely safely, but on the backside here, over in Arcade, moving up into tower, Shay finds one, cannot find anything else. It's all up to Este here. The stun slows him down just a little bit, gets the kill, but does take all the damage. 27 HP in a 1v2. You have no idea where this Tejo could be. You saw the Phoenix, you see where he's at now. The jump Q gives him a little bit of information, but the Tejo utility pushes him off. One hit from that, and you are dead. Immediately taps it, swings right back out. Not going to be able to get the kill just yet, but it does find it in the end. Has to run out onto the site, 6 the defuse, but not going to be able to get off it in time. Kraken Abyss find the pistol round.
So would have thought, beginning of the game and a pistol round going to Kraken Abyss. Very bog standard stuff. Credit where credit is due to Este. Once again, put in a difficult situation, a 1v odd and a 1v3 this time forward, was able to walk away with that first kill, goes back, resnaps to the second. Phoenix gets a bit aggressive on it, had to push it, but it wasn't a bad play whatsoever. And then, I mean, obviously, at the end, you're just waiting on a nice slow stroll back up the site for that final player to be there. You take care of it, and business as usual here. So, hey, for an offensive hit on the first round of the game, especially on Fracture, it's exactly what you like to see.
Absolutely. Now you have the gun advantage going into this round. So, no need to try to give up any unfair gunfights. Make it at least competitive a little bit if you are Thunder Dragons, because in the end, if you cannot swing out into these guns, with as many bodies as possible, you're most likely just going to die for free. Well, they're going to go ahead, force these couple players outside of the A bomb site back, but the spike is already making its way up to the B bomb site, and Kaiken finds that opening kill with the Marshall.
Now you look for the middle map wrap back. You've got Neon and Waylay on the bottom side, Brim waiting for the execute. They want to all burst out at the exact same time. And it looks like Neon's going to be the first one to get aggressive on it, but it's wrong with the Guardian. How about it? Finds that first one. They go 1 for 1. Second one inside. You have some in the Bulldog in hand. Looking for 2 more bodies in the 3 versus 3. It's a classic lab. Walks away once again. You find it. Some there. Tries to go for the second snap. How about it? Number 3? Yes, sir!
You find 3 there, but you've also lost 3, though. That's a lot of damage dealt to your economy. So Thunder Dragons, they're going to be able to finally buy up, get these rifles in the hands, and oh my, we are 1 off of the conversion paths already. 2 rounds in. That is a crazy ult to get online already. I will say it's crazy that the Phoenix ult's already online, but we already established it's pretty cheap.
Oh, yeah. It's going to offer a lot of use in the early goings of this game as well, especially here on the first opportunity for a true buy round for the Thunder Dragons. I mean, you send little Phoenix ult out onto the side here, get aggressive with it early. I mean, the thing is you just want to spam it as much as possible. So you don't want to like save it for any like situations unless you have a full identifiable hit in mind, either a round in advance or the current round that you're currently in. So it's one of those things where it's like, okay, you know, if you have it, use it. If you don't use it, it's useless, especially when it's a Phoenix ult.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, round number 3 getting underway. And they are going to be able to find that ult orb. If you take a look at where the spike is and the rest of Kraken Abyss are currently located at, hovering towards this A bomb site. However, Thunder Dragons, they might have the read. Don't believe Shave was going to be able to get spotted out by that. Burger on the opposite side does find the opening kill onto Kaiken. But they're going to go ahead and swing all the way over to that bomb site. Yes, you've lost the body, but the bodies for Thunder Dragons are all stacked over on the A bomb site. That's going to be Spike planted, clearing out tower here. Nowhere to go. Shay ends up falling. And it is a 4v4 now. But the Spike, it's not even planted. They've gone all the way through tower back into arcade.
And is Heel going to get a read on it? No, it's Brim who was trying to be there. So you go 1 for 1 as SD found wrong. You still got 2, now 3 players down at the bottom trying to wrap this maybe back underneath.
30 seconds
2 on the
left.
top side of site, 1 wrapping back through middle. You're going to try and anchor this back over at A, but if this is the full execute off the site and they've got them fully caught off guard here, they're going to be able to get back around on the B site for free. You've got Waylay who's playing the top side, Brim in middle. Tio there, here it comes. The execution back out on it. You're going to get the information here for the audio cue, but this was a wonderful diversion.
Yeah, they needed to speed things up just a little bit. SA was able to keep things alive in a 2v2 now, going 1 for 1, but the spike is planted. Can they find their way out onto this bomb site? They have nowhere left to go.
Last player standing.
It's all up to the Brimstone, to Burger here. And a 1v2, this was your round to win. You had the gun advantage, and now all of a sudden you're down in the round, and that's 3 straight for Kraken Abyss.
And that's a heartbreaker if you're the Thunder Dragons. You feel like, again, you said it best, they were in the driver's seat. They had every advantage in the world given to them. They won the battle of trades. They had themselves back on the site. But it's that gut check call. Again, it's one of those moments where it's like, okay, well, you don't hear the footsteps anymore. You think that they wrap all the way north side, then go over towards A. Little you know, they're just sneaking directly under you, slow walking it back onto B. I mean, by the time Waylay gets the information that the footsteps are still there and that they're executing, you've already got Tejo and Brim all the way across the map, and then it's just an impossible retake back over there, especially when you give 1v1s away for free.
Already getting the round underway. Bullets flying back and forth, but the traits go in favor of Kraken Abyss on the attack. The Tejo util slow things down just a little bit, but I think the call might be, let's just send this right back to A.
Perfect.
There's nobody set up there, but I think Thunder Dragons, they're aware of it. But they don't want to overextend just yet. They were baited out just in the round previously. This is the kind of crafty playmaking that I was talking about in between the games, where That's what this is all about. And well, Trico, he thought he had the timing. The Sheriff is not good for one there. And again, Burger left in a 1v3. Can't find anything. 4 straight. And Kraken Abyss turned things around from map 1 into map 2. Drastic change up here in these 2 games.
I mean, talk about the different maneuverabilities that they have been able to execute on so far here. There has never been a look that has looked exactly the same in any of the 4 rounds that we have played so far. Through pistol rounds, through full buy rounds, nothing they have done has been at all similar to the previous aspects of the rounds that they have had. The first round, they go top left over on the B site. They try to execute from there. Works out great. And the other thing is there's only been one single round here thus far where the Kraken Abyss roster hasn't gotten the first blood. The one round they did get the first blood, it was a 3v3 retake that they were able to retake anyways.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a conversation of, okay, we see the rotations that are being made. We see the plays that are happening for Kraken Abyss. How, as the Thunder Dragons, what worked out so well for you inside of the first map on Lotus was those first bloods. How do we now convert on that? Because you don't have Kaiken on the Jet anymore. You put Kaiken on the Cypher, which forces him to play a slower role than he was playing beforehand. And so the comp looks a little bit different. I'm loving some so far at 5-2 on the Waylay. I'm just wondering if there's going to be any sort of external pressure from anywhere on the opposite side for SD. I'm wondering if there's going to be any other pressure from Treco or from Shay if we can really start to see that push back. It just hasn't felt like there's been any sort of resistance.
Yeah, I mean, Kraken Abyss, though, they're in complete control of the game. And you can take a look at it right there. 4 ultimates available. They can spare 1, 2 here and there and just continue to spiral this game out of control. But the Thunder Dragons, we'll have to see if they have something to say about it. They're able to buy up. They've got these rifles now. So it's a little bit of a more even playing ground. And Este finds 2 there in the mix-up. Is able to get out 30 HP, but on the opposite side, Asian, he was able to find 1. The spike is down. Trico and company run right out into the open arms of the Phantom.
1 enemy remaining.
And it is all up to the Cypher. Shay, what can you do here? You've got no more utility set up. It's all over on this B bomb site. Nothing over on the A. You have to clear every single little corner of this map if you want to even try to make this retake.
Well, when is SD going to get some help on some of these pushes? You get 2 for free, and then the rest of the team essentially just dies around you to everybody else. There has to be somebody that takes up that mantle and is able to be an impactful player here on this defensive side, or else this is going to get even further out of hand than it already is. 2 players and bodies stacked on the side now. You have Shay trying to push up from the opposite side of this A side, north to south push coming through. You have both players who are playing that backside site, but now you have to go through all these different bodies. You have to check that left corner, make sure you find that Phoenix, and then a snapback to the right is going to have to be instantaneous, but you're not even going to be able to drop down without giving that audio cue away, and I like this play. Yeah. You don't have the eco, you haven't had money throughout the entire game so far except for this round. Save the gun, go into the next round, be completely fine, reset, go again.
Yeah, no, this is definitely the 100% correct call in this situation. You push up just a little bit, maybe you can find a gunfight that you can win, take 1 more rifle away from Kraken Abyss. Nobody peeks their head out, so the call has to be fall back, save that gun, save that rifle. Our economy is not looking great. And 5 in a row for the Kraken Abyss here in map number 2. What was the changing point, the turn of the tides here in this map number 2? What happened in between these 2 games? Because this is a totally different look from them in map number 1.
I think 1, it's the change of the comp. So being able to get maybe a little bit more familiarity with what they're playing for, or maybe just a bit more comfortability. I think it's that. I think Fracture just allows you to have a lot more opportunity to move around in different plays that you can make, and I think that's been huge. But right now we're going to see Tejo, and we're going to see that utility out over onto A. You get some information that nobody's there just yet, and you see that full rotation up through the north side of the map right now. They could get some timing here on Cypher, but it's a huge 1v. SD trying to go ahead and hold down the arcade side once again. Can you swing out on the right-hand side? Both these players playing extremely slow. It's actually going to be the flank that comes all the way around and is able to clean up Kaiken. So I love that. They take a longer route and a different approach, but this allows the bomb to go down at the exact same time. So as the spike is planted on A, it's going to be a retake to the north and middle map.
I mean, and it's a blessing and a curse here, because now you know every single one of these players are going to be pushing from this location, so you can play this relatively safe. However, Kraken Abyss, you've got the convergent paths, you've got the Brimstone orbital strike, so you're just going to sit back and wait, but the neural theft shows him on the map. Grunk finds one, then not good for two, and Thunder Dragons finally on the board.
There we go. How about it? It was the ult in the back line from Waylay that was able to affect middle map. Cypher runs in, finds great timing on every player that was inside there. Count on 1, 2, 3 on the board with some great kills. But more importantly than anything else, at that point, Kaiken was at 1 in 5. Gets up to 4 kills here. This is the person that you were looking to almost every single round in the previous map, in map 1, to be the one to start every push, to be the first aggressor inside. So the fact that on defense here, it's not necessarily the most reliable option for you right now, I think that's going to kind of change around a little bit. So you look back to the top of SD, 8 and 6, continuing to work their way forward. You've got a really good map spread across right now for both sides. This is going to be interesting to see what either team decide to do.
Yeah, it's pretty similar to the previous run, except now Kaiken, he has backup holding his flank. So if they opt to maybe send this towards the B bomb site, they can run through Arcade and clear everything else on that side of the map. And I think after taking some time and thinking it out, they are going to opt to maybe make their way towards this B bomb site. As they're going to start making their way, noise. Kaiken is able to shoot out the tripwire, and that is an open bomb site. Nobody is there, but Shay is able to shoot Chopstick over in the back, and wow, what a shot from Shay. Take that down another. Spike being tapped here, waiting patiently, sees the gun barrel, but it gets turned on. That is the player that you needed to make all of the saves here, but the convergent paths finds a couple of players marked, but not going to be able to capitalize off on it.
Last player standing.
And again, the orbital strike is available if you are wrong, but do you opt to use it? You find one, looking for more, run out of bullets, unfortunately, and Thunder Dragons find another one.
You know what I'm seeing out of the Thunder Dragons now? I'm seeing the availability for them to say, we're okay with giving up a site. They're pushing out a lane early on, making sure they walk away with that control and then playing the retake on the site. They're basically daring Kraken Abyss and saying, hey, if you want to invest your ultimates, that's fine. But we're going to try and take at least 1, maybe 2 bodies off the board before you even have a chance to react to that. And then once that is on the table to where they don't really have the opportunity without saying, it's kind of a risky spot to use it in, that little bit of indecisiveness is allowing the Thunder Dragons to rotate back. So they're playing a 5-man retake almost every single time. And look what they're doing once again here. They're sending 3 bodies on that north right side. And you've got 4 bodies who are playing there for it. Yeah, some gets away with 1 there, but I still don't hate the play because it's been working.
Narrowly almost gets the Clad there, but the Phoenix ultimate to be thrown out there to tail ult to stall it, force these players out into the open. They are able to find one there, but Kaiken, he's just going to run on through the smoke and is able to find one, but Shay on the rotate is able to take him down. Spike being planted, but here's the problem. Your Brimstone is stuck on site. You want to try to get him off so that way he can be in a position to utilize this Molly, his ultimate, to stall out the post plants. And well, you find the first one. Can you find the next 2 here as they swing and a miss? It is all up to Shay. In a 1v3. Showing off that gun barrel, trying to oversend there, and Chopstick gonna secure that 6th round for Kraken Abyss.
Take a moment to highlight some here real quick, because this has been a game pretty much dominated by the Waylay on Kraken Abyss. You've seen multiple times it has been that entry frag or at the end of the round where you need a big 2-piece. It's always us calling out the name every single time. And as we continue to look forward for some, I mean, this is something that you're going to be able to bring onto the defensive side as well when you're talking about how they're going to be setting up these sites. If it's working out on the offense so well for them at the moment, especially being able to take a 1v3 essential gunfight when you're pushing on that satellite side, that opens the map up dramatically when you're playing defense. And you can do things that the Thunder Dragons just aren't capable of right now.
Go ahead and farm up that ultimate orb. You did invest quite a bit there in the previous round. You're still sitting on this orbital laser and the tail ultimate. I'm wondering if they're maybe going to be looking for some sort of combo play, maybe to try to initiate the fights, throw out that tail ult to funnel those players into the orbital strike from the Brimstone. So they have some options, but I still would rather Kraken Abyss wait to use that Brimstone ultimate as a post-plant option, but they've just never been in a position to do so.
Yep.
But under a minute left in the round. Nobody showing any sort of information currently. Slowly waiting it out, but the smokes, they've been dropped. The Waylay dashes out onto site. There is the Tejo ultimate to try to force players out. And Este swing it out into the smoke. Not going to be able to find its mark, but that is a flash. Great placement coming out of it. And now, Trico, it is all up to him in a 1v4.
Launching missile.
And you just swing it out into the Avengers there. Everybody holding it. And that is 7 over to Kraken Abyss.
Firing line around the corner there. Now, I was going to say for Thunder Dragons, I didn't hate the original setup. The problem is that they gambled on the wrong side. They went A, they sent a body north, they sent a body south, above and below the A site, and then they had the wrap back from the Cypher just trying to play intel on B. But the Kraken Abyss are okay playing slower. This is something that we saw on map 1 on Lotus. They're okay taking time to get that setup for themselves and then execute when they think they have the advantage. And the advantage they had, we saw them get on the site, and then once that first blood goes down, you know that you have pretty much the entire site wrapped out for yourself, a little bit more util, and hey, it's GG, go next. So it looks like another eco round here. You see some looking to push his way forward. Rewind going to drop him all the way back. Still 5-5 and information given out.
Gonna go ahead and swing this back over to the B bomb site. The players from Thunder Dragons trying to maybe find someone caught off guard. Burger's able to find one. Has the rest of the players from Kraken Abyss swarming his bomb site, but not gonna be able to find a second. Spike gonna be planted. Is this going to be an 8th round secured for Kraken Abyss? Can Thunder Dragons somehow pull this one back? Sheriff's in hands. Guardian does find one. So that opens things up just a little bit.
Sabe gets the cross, though. You look for Treco now on the push back. There it is. That's what we were calling for the entire time. The orbital strike, but how quickly do you push this out? Chopstick looking in the right place. Almost able to get the snap over is the Tejo in the 1v, but instead, it is once again the Kraken Abyss who continue to keep the ball rolling. Ultimates invested time over time. They've still got so much to work with here in the closing rounds of this first half.
Round number 11. We've just got 2 more rounds to go. A 10-2 half would be phenomenal for the Kraken Abyss. Thunder Dragons, an 8-4 is the best that you're looking at. It's not pretty, it's not great, but at least you slow things down just a little bit. You prolong the game just that much more and keep yourself alive a little bit longer. But boy, oh boy, does that seem like a very, very tall order here as the Kraken Abyss are throwing everything, it seems like, towards this A bomb site, but Kaiken on this lurk over towards the B bomb site again and again does not seem to be able to get anything going.
Shay was trying to find it through the wall there. Had the tag on for just a moment. But in the 3v5, Teo gonna drop Aizen back just a touch. Testu pops 2 there through the door, is able to find a couple more with the rest of the team. And how about a flawless round there for the first time on the Thunder Dragons? It gets you one step closer to 8-4, but it's still not pretty.
Yeah, 8-4, 9-3 is the best that you could hope for if you're Kraken Abyss. Thunder Dragons, they want this one badly, and I think they might just get it. 4 ultimates on the board, and it's all extremely impactful ones. You take a look at the side of Kraken Abyss, you've just got the Neural Theft. Nothing else can really come online as soon as possible. At best, you've got the Waylay Convergent Paths that you have to find an ult orb and a kill, or at least 2 kills there. It's not looking pretty if you're wanting to try find your 9th round for Kraken Abyss. Thunder Dragons, they may be able to claw this back just yet, though.
Teo wants to look up top. Waylay's up there. ST's just gonna push directly through the fire. You never expected to happen. You find 2, immediately tried to go for the rewind, doesn't get it, but gets enough out of it to make the play absolutely worth it. 4v3, still down 3-8 in the overall round count. You got 2 players going up towards the top side, trying to sneak up all the way through on the rope. It's a Habe, a great read on the back end. Now it just leaves these last 2 players alive, and I believe the Thunder Dragons have all the information in the world on where these players are. Gonna be the Teo ability that comes out to tag one up. You got Burger looking there now, and this is just a battle of attrition at this point. How long are you willing to wait before you get aggressive?
Yeah, let the ultimate rip. Let them run out into you. But no, Burger, you had the timing and everything. But you're gonna go ahead and use the Neon ultimate, and that should run out. Yes, the Neural Theft is available for Thunder Dragons, but there's nobody nearby for him, so
No way.
Abyss can really try to play around with the timing here. You still got 35 seconds left in the round. You can play around with it, but you're making some noise, causing some commotion, but swinging out. And that is going to be 4 for Thunder Dragons as a side stew swap.
Yeah, it got a lot closer than I would have liked there, especially after Brim falls, and then you give him another 2v3 opportunity. We've seen them capitalize, and then you also saw Cypher rotating all the way back over towards A. You have the info that both of them are up there. I'm not sure exactly why the wrap was on, but hey, neither here nor there. Not going to nitpick it. You still win the round. Down 4-8. So this is where, obviously, Kraken Abyss have made their bread and butter, is on that offensive side, being able to ping and pong back between these sites offensively. But you looked at the Thunder Dragons. What were they so good at doing when we were watching them on map 1? It wasn't the ping pong. It was the full-on assault. Yes. So expect them, especially where you're going to have to spread your defenses thin once again on Fracture, for them to be able to do the exact same thing and just assault a site as hard as possible.
Yeah, they're not afraid to just hold down that W key, sprint on in as fast as they can, make as much noise as possible. But we'll have to see if they opt to do that. The momentum is somewhat in their favor. You come off of 2 rounds. We talked about 8-4. It's not the best, it's not the prettiest, but it's something to work with as a side swap. If you can win this pistol, you turn this 8-4 potentially into an 8-6, and a 2-round difference can make everything possible for you.
Looking at Estee to continue to be the difference maker. As you look to push forward, just out in the open, Cypher is caught off guard completely as that's going down. Was looking for a cheeky one. You snap back. How about it, Esty? Patience and the tap fire is going to come in handy. 5 versus 4 as the rotation now back to the opposite side. If you're the Thunder Dragons, you've got the offensive plant going down now, looking to go ahead and maybe re-wrap it. Think about a different spot. You're going to finally go for the full stick here and get it down. Now the timer is set. Kraken Abyss on the retake. They'll go 1 for 1. It's still a 3v4 and a disadvantage.
Somehow Ron gets one with the shorty, but now Chopstick left in a 1v4, and that is another round for the Thunder Dragons. The momentum, it's totally shifted now, it feels like. They feel somewhat a little bit more in control of this matchup, as they're going to be able to buy up these guns and get these gun advantages, what feels like for the first time in this entire map.
I mean, you asked Burger, you asked Treco to come online, and all of a sudden, this is a completely different look at the game. Everybody on the opposite side, 9-9-9-9-9, rest in peace of Juice WRLD. But you look at 16 and 13 from Estee and Sahabe at the top of the board. That has been where everything has come from them in terms of overall production. But the second you get the other 2 at the bottom to then come and step up a little bit further, again, that's where we're going to see this team take a turn. And if the momentum is there for the top guys, they need to be able to spread that passion down to the rest of the team. Use the hype to get them in it and let them truly just get themselves a good proper footing here in map 2.
Well, Thunder Dragons, again, like we said, not afraid to W key on in, and that is 2 picked up already. Make that 3, 4. Can they find the 5th one right away? It is just the tail, and with the classic in hand, finds 1. Finds 2, though, and we've seen what they can do with these classics, though. It's not over yet.
Deep shot with the Marshall. Smoke screen up, right-hand side, has another one there. He got damn close to being able to take the head off of him, but just a little too high on the crouch back down. It's not going to do enough to totally and completely bust apart the eco, but at the same time, taking 2 bodies is something you'll have every day of the week, especially now that you're going to be hurting a little bit more on your side.
Yeah, I mean, look, a classic doing that much damage in that type of round, you should only be able to get 1 and get away with it. He's down 2, so can't be too upset with that. Thunder Dragons, they've got a couple SMGs in hands. Burgers, he's got a Bulldog. The only true rifle, it feels like, is in the hands of Shay. Meanwhile, Kraken Abyss, they've got some guns in their hands now, so we'll have to see what they want to do. Again, it's just sitting and waiting for the time to explode here. It's their game plan as the time is now. The rotations come through. Kraken Abyss, you have to make their way over here, but the Teo drone finds Estee. He is going to be suppressed, and he's not going to be able to find anything, but that is the first kill over to the side of Kraken Abyss to try to hold things out. Not going to be able to find the second one, though. Not a lot of damage. And all of a sudden, the momentum has shifted over to the Thunder Dragon side, as this is an open site now.
Someone gotten back into the conversation with the blood at the beginning of the round. Asane has been the one directly tagging along for the rest of the series so far, at least in game 2. You look all the way to the south side of the map, and you got Waylay there. You got 2 bodies now looking for a push just off by a millimeter on Burger on the top side of sight. And now you're looking for Chopstick to try and pair this together. Has a lot of utility here, has an ultimate ability if he should choose to use it, which I think now will be a pretty proper investment if they want to be able to stop the bleeding a little bit and slow the momentum down. You're going to use the snap around the left-hand corner. Once there, but Burger gets the crouch down. It was a spray and pray, and how about another one to the head? 3 in the round from Burger. We asked him to activate here in round number, what is that, 11, 13, 14? It doesn't matter. He is here, and he's finally activated. It's taken a long time for it to get to this point.
Round 15.
Thank you.
I got you with the math. But look at that. What was an 8-4 half, down 4 rounds, all of a sudden, you're down 1. And the momentum is in your favor. The economy is in your favor. The time is now to strike if you are the Thunder Dragons, to steal back away this map, to potentially close things out. They do not want to go to this decider. They want to try to keep this as quick as possible. But it's all up to Kraken Abyss to see how they respond in this round.
Once again, Este up top. It's going to be the Bucky that goes right. Doesn't get the head tap on it. Survives with a decent amount of HP to go for it. Can continue to push forward. Has a tag from the Cypher down low, jumping over. Some will rewind fully back across. About the craziest position you could possibly be, but it's still a 5v4. They've got the site effectively taken over. Sahave will trade for another one. It's some there on an eco round. They're trying to survive in a 2 versus 4. Take as many bodies as you can. It's the Brimstone, who's the last alive here on the site, trying to keep himself alive even for just a moment longer. But as Wrong tries to go ahead and tap back around, he knows that everything is closing in on him. He knows that they are about to be tied at 8 apiece.
Sheriff in hand. Only utility left is a Molly. I don't know that he has what it takes here to pull off a 1v4. Gotta spot that first shot, not gonna be able to hit it as the time is ticking away. Not gonna be able to take that, and all of a sudden the Thunder Dragons, they tie it up.
Hell of a run here from the Thunder Dragons. It was the last 2 of the first half. And every single round that we have played here in the second half of this fracture has gone their way. And the timeout comes through. I mean, yeah, this is exactly what you expect when you're looking down the barrel of a loaded gun that has been loaded for the last 6 rounds of this game. The Thunder Dragons, we had talked about them in the pre-show for a reason. They have been a team that is resilient and they can come back. Never been to an overtime, but it doesn't appear they need to. They close it out when it matters the most. Even when they go down, you can't count them out. Still a long way to go throughout the rest of this game, but with the momentum swinging in their favor right now, hard not to talk about it.
Absolutely. As this timeout from Kraken Abyss, a much-needed one. 6 rounds in a row. You were in such great control of the game state in that first half of the map. And then all of a sudden, something awoken inside the Thunder Dragons. They realized where they were at. You're on the grand final stage. You have to lock in. It's now or never. And all of a sudden, what was looking like a potential map sweep here for Kraken Abyss, we're talking about Thunder Dragons trying to steal this one back. We'll have to see what the answer is from Kraken Abyss. They're going to be able to buy up 2 of these rifles, but the shield situation is not looking great. You got the half shields on the Tejo, the regen shields onto the Cypher, and ult economy, you're taking a look at it. You've got the Tejo ult coming up pretty soon, but really, what else can you say except right now, I think you have to take advantage of this Phoenix ult. You have to spam these as much as possible. With some, he finds one. Not gonna be able to find anything else, but the trades do even out. But that was until Burger finds that final one. And now it's a 2v3. B-bomb site, Cypher utility is currently up, so that will stall things out just a little bit and allow Kraken Abyss to make that rotation over.
Bottom side underneath the arcade swap. I like this of switching the map, going north here, and being able to play through this. The problem is that if you're Kraken Abyss, you've completely thought that they've wrapped it back over towards A, and they're still trying to play that full commit there. So instead of being able to read this, it really is just almost a misread in like the easiest way possible for both teams. Obviously, they have no idea the information that they're being given, but for the Thunder Dragons, they could have just easily went on the B site. But this is giving the opportunity now for Kraken Abyss to fully wrap back at least one body here. So you're going to be able to see the smoke pop out. You should know that this is going to be the information that it is to go. It's a slide back around. ST's able to win it 1v3 for Brim.
Wrong. The only player left back in this situation, a 1v3. Better than a Sheriff this time. He's got a Vandal and a Molly. but he has no one to rely on in this current state. Has to find out exactly where these players are at, but shot in the back. Este, they take the lead. Thunder Dragons up 9. And all of a sudden, it's inching that much closer to wrapping things up.
Best of 3. Thunder Dragons already with a 1-0 lead if you're just joining us. 9-8 the round count. And again, as we've mentioned plenty of times throughout the last few moments, the momentum is fully swung. 7 straight rounds to the Thunder Dragons, continuously looking forward here. Their offense has been absolutely stellar up to this point. It has been flawless through every round we have played here in the second half, looking to go on the attack. Once again, we said that they love to run it down, and that's exactly what they have done so far. They'll make the adjustments should they need to if they lose a body, but you can already see Tejo going to be the first one to lead the charge here. 4 bodies, now 5 starting to charge in from behind. Out the doors, it's going to be Neon, the first one out on the slide challenge. Nobody on the site for a contestant here. It's going to be a north and southward push and in from the middle of the map. They try to take so much space on the north side, but they completely neglected the site, and the Thunder Dragons have everything they could possibly want. Bomb's going to go down. They fully wrap back to their side, but this could be something that goes ahead and struggles
He's
for
not
a
going to
moment.
be able to get out. The spike, it was planted, but the player advantage is in favor of Kraken Abyss. This Neon ult needs to be huge. He finds 1, finds 2. The Phoenix ult is popped, and all of a sudden, Kraken Abyss, they were almost back in it. And the ace is on. The Neon ult dwindling away, switches out to the rifle and plays a little bit slower. They don't want to give this up just yet. The drop, gonna get heard. The stun, the concuss, not gonna find its mark. As this Phoenix wall is about to drop. And the ace to make that 10.
Sahave! My lord. What an incredible sequence of events there. And if there was anything to put an exclamation mark on what we have seen so far here in this second half, that right there, an ace with 6 bodies, is something that you are going to take every single day of the week. That is monstrous stuff out of Sahave at a moment where you even not necessarily needed it from him.
Yeah.
But again, it just furthers the agenda, furthers the momentum, puts everything now in their basket in firm possession. If I'm Kraken Abyss, the timeout already came through. We're struggling. What do we do now here? It's pushing out on the south side again, but they did this on the north side. They gave up the A site last time, and it's looking like they're going to do the exact same thing again. Here comes the hit. You've got Tejo trying to play in through middle map. Azen, he needs to find at least 1, maybe 2 to make this worth it.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Thunder Dragons just W keying straight on into the A-bomb site. It's Spike. It is going to go down. The orbital strike is available with the neural theft, so if they can find at least 1 here, they can get some good information across the board and make things just a little bit easier on themselves.
Boy, wait.
Wrong, he finds 2 there, evens things up, and all of a sudden, it's a 1v2. Trico, he has to save this, but the orbital strike thrown out. He's just going to get the spray through it.
Missile deployed.
He gets the ult off? How did
oh, he's got the ultimate. He can just wait this out as long as possible. 1 missile thrown out. He does get it half, but not going to be able to get out in the clutch. Trico, the momentum stays alive for the Thunder Dragons.
And you had to get it on half there. You had to get it to half, and you had to stay on it. But if you could have just got off just a half second quicker, maybe you're able to play your life. But you have to look to the panic pop of the ultimate there on Kraken Abyss from Brim. Using that inside of main as they were trying to go ahead and converge on that final player after it goes through. You have to think maybe you try to save it either for a different round or go for the 1v1 gunfight there. You get caught lacking as he's just trying to swing out as fast as humanly possible, sprays you through it, and that's one of those plays that you're going to remember for a long time. You didn't want to use it there, but you panic popped it. It's unfortunate, but that puts a 3rd round of separation between you now. 2 rounds away from the grand finals of the Thunder Dragons.
Thunder Dragons have an opportunity to have a completely perfect half here on the second half of the map. And Este opening things up. Shay and Zahave, they're going to go follow the lead of Este. And a 5v2, the retake looking impossible, but somehow he finds 1.
And you can just start to feel it.
Remaining.
Everything winding up, building up, the anticipation there for the Thunder Dragons. 4 versus 1. Trying to close out what has been a massive, masterful, and improbable comeback here on Fracture. Tejo, last alive, wants to save as much as he can. Needs to keep this weapon. The eco already looking grim here for Kraken Abyss. We'll We'll start the rotation back to the spawn side, but the one thing that you can almost guarantee at this point now with the time dwindling down is the Thunder Dragons not only are going to be on match point, but on series and grand final point here in a second as Sahave finds Asian 1 round away from a championship.
12-8. Every single round going in favor of the Thunder Dragons. Since the last 2 of the first half, they have not dropped a single round. Kraken Abyss struggling to find a way back into things here. And the economy, it must not be looking great if you're Kraken Abyss, not being able to find a single one here, having to constantly buy up, buy, eco. And now all of a sudden, 1 round is all that stands between Thunder Dragons and a national championship.
On the offense, let's look at the spread. Northwest side of the map, you've got 4 bodies looking to push on, only on 1 Cypher, and again, it's just a gamble stack over towards A because they've shown so much pressure, and it's already just going to be a direct execute on the site. You've got Waylay there, you've got Cypher there, though, with the Judge, and on an eco, he's able to at least find Tejo. So you go 4-4. Neon wants to push through, thinks wiser of it, wraps back over towards the rope, wants to go top heaven, audio cue given away, and the full rotation is now here, but you still have plenty of bodies you have to take care of. No information really to either team right now. It's Este, who opens up with 1 on some. That's the Waylay gone. That is the power play from Kraken Abyss, knocked off the board.
But Wrong on the backside is able to find 2. Chopstick getting his, and all of a sudden it's a 3v1. The orbital strike is available for Burger. He's going to let that one rip. He does not want to give up this one just yet. A clutch is needed to win this out. And the Molly to stall things out even longer, but it's not on the spike. He's on it. Asian, he's going to be able to get the defuse in time. And there it is. Kraken Abyss. 1 round saves them just yet.
Staying alive by the hairs, but they're staying alive. It's like pulling teeth at this point. It just, every little bit that you start to march back feels a bit better, but it's never going to be an easy breath until either the game is over or you look at 12-12 and you see overtime. This is going to help them out a ton, though, in overall econ. They're going to be able to have a bit more weaponry to use here. They've got some shields that they can invest into, and you still have the Cypher who's going to be using a Judge. So if he wants to play that solo play over there, it's going to be maybe a bit easier of a read now for the Thunder Dragons to find that, but they're going to go back to what was working beforehand. Look at all the util that is being forced out the front door on this A side and A main to make sure Thunder Dragons do not have an easy route onto this site. It's going to be everybody now pushing their way forward. Some opens up. It's a trade immediately there from Burger. You still have the Omen playing close by, and it's going to be a wrap back completely full now here. I'm loving this play, but look for Cypher.
Cypher still left over by Satellites. Chopstick, the ultimate, not going to make its way and get its use. And the sound cue, I think, was heard onto the ropes. I think they might try to re-hit this A bomb site. It is just Chopstick here, but he does get the lurk onto Shay. He has to heal back up to this wall.
Massive.
But that is the kill that needed to keep things alive. Player advantage in favor of Kraken Abyss. But the spike, they have no idea where it's currently at.
And you can feel, for the Kraken Abyss right now, you can feel the indecisiveness, not knowing where the other team is, not having any information is making them kind of double check everything, think opposite directions. But the timing there for Phoenix could not have been worse. Now up through middle map, you look for Brim, who's trying to wrap back from the opposite side. You know that they're going to bait that out. Phoenix now trying to look around. Brimstone in through middle map. Can Este get the read on it? 2 versus 3, 12-9. Still the retake here. Plenty of time to work with if you're on the wrap back, but you got to wait for the Cypher to be there. It's the drop down, and Wrong's able to find it. The walk away. Now a 1 versus 3 here, trying to go ahead and give the championship as a spray transfer that got to the head of the second, almost gave himself in a 1v1, but alive again is Kraken Abyss as they continue to run off 2 straight.
Kraken Abyss, they live to fight once again, another day, but it is just a little reminiscent of what happened in map number 1. They lived to fight all the way to 12-11, and they fell short. So they're going to have to try to learn from map number 1 to keep it alive. They need to win 2 more to take it to OT, and then another 2 after that to force map number 3. The ult economy greatly in favor of the Thunder Dragons, though.
I will say, though, 3 on the opposite end, though, just 1 orb away. So it's either obviously a kill or an orb, and you're looking basically at the exact same thing as 4 ults. It's just where do you choose to invest these? If you're the Thunder Dragons, do you save them for another round, or do you try to close things out here? I think it might be safe to say they probably could go for something here, and then, hey, if you go to OT, you've been winning on both sides of the map, you might favor your chances. Either way, Kraken Abyss here going to be stacking B heavily this time, and it's a great call. It was a gut check that they've been doing on back-to-back sites, knowing that they have to gamble stack, and this time it might work out. They've got to win the gunfights, though.
Looks extremely slowed down, a lot slower than what Thunder Dragons have really initially started out with. A very fast-paced composition, all of a sudden slowed so incredibly down. Now the player count from Kraken Abyss, they have somewhat of a good read here. They've got at least 1 by tower, 1 arcade, the tripwire shot out by main, and the B execute is coming through the wall, the utility thrown out, but some shuts down the site, not allowing these players on to the site. And now the recall point, it is caged off, but Este, he's going to be able to take him down. 2v3, the neural theft is going to be able to give all the information away.
Oh no.
Evens things up. 2v2. Damage dealt to Chopstick, but he needs to try to heal that up. And the return favor of the neural theft is all up to Shane to 1v2. It is not impossible. They're not down and out just yet, but the spike is down on site.
So much ult investment here in the round for the Thunder Dragons as well. You're forced to use the neural theft. You can close it out here if you're the Cypher and Shay. You got these last 2 bodies. 15 seconds. You've got to get the spike down at the exact same stretch, and you're going to run back over towards it. Is it going to be the chase that comes in from the Kraken Abyss? They're going to get it in through the boxes. Do you try to get this down? It's going to be a straight sprint at you. Can you get off of it in time? You turn to the right. Wait a second. You give yourself a chance. There's 2 there. The flash comes out. Asayan is going to be able to find it, and guess what? It's still 1 round away. We're not tied up for overtime just yet, but it's still Kraken Abyss living through.
12-11. We're back at what map 1 looked like, but it is a very different change-up because now Kraken Abyss, they've got the momentum in their favor. And I want to say, they've got the economy too, and that's exactly what you need to do in this situation. Ice them as soon as you can. Do not let them get this last round up. But now Thunder Dragons, they're on the back foot here, taking a look at the economy. They're going to be able to buy into the round, but look, your Neon, he doesn't have any shields. I mean, Trico, he's going to be able to buy up something, but I mean, even Shay, half shields, region shields on Burger, it's not looking great.
Can we just talk about the kills between Este and Sahabe as well? 27 apiece. You're looking at 54 between the duo inside of this game. Tell me the duelists are not doing the job that they're supposed to be doing here on the map.
They are absolutely cooking.
Was it the 9 or 10 rounds that they won straight? I mean, it was pretty much us calling to Este or Sahabe every single time within those moments as well. So, I mean, look, we called on the other players inside of the game to be able to have step-up moments. And in some cases that they have. But again, in the moments now where it's like, okay, we carried the mantle back to this point in time between Este and Sahabe. Now other people need to be able to step in, finish the job up. You have the comeback coming in from Kraken Abyss. It's been 3 rounds straight for them, as you mentioned beforehand. History has told us that the last time in this moment the Thunder Dragons were able to take it on the defense, it's been gamble stack every single time with 4 bodies. Will they read it right for a 4th time?
The job is not done yet. You still have to close 1 out to force the OT and then win by 2 to keep yourselves alive here and go to that decider map of Breeze. We'll have to see what the call is here.
They guessed it wrong. They put 4 bodies over on A. It's going to be a hit here directly through the front, so it's all down to Cypher to at least find a kill and get the information that the Rat Pack has to hit.
It's all up to Kaiken here. There it is, dashing out onto site, running through. Kaiken is good for 1. Can't find another one, but the damage is dealt. Brimstone, half HP, as the spike is planted. The tail ultimate is available for the post plant, and he's just setting it up, waiting.
Going out.
And in the back line, you had Este. He was second-guessing himself as he was trying to get through on the waylay push, so now he's going to be flying all the way back to the north side of the map. It's the ult that comes out! Burger, Este, able to find 2. 4 versus 2. It's Tejo and Waylay, the last 2 alive. They've got to go for it. Assassin is going to be able to find 1 here early on. Still a 2 versus 3, but they've got to go now. Brimstone ult's still there. They have to push out this A main.
Taps the defuse, trying to force out that orbital to strike, but they're just going to go ahead and wait it out. It does get ripped, but the spray is not going to be able to hit. It is all up to the Teo player of Kraken Abyss. Does he have the timing, though? He does not, and it's going to be the Thunder Dragons once again closing it out 13-11. And that is it. They take it all. Hugs going around, cheers from the crowd. What else can you say?
From down 8-2, a comeback that started in the last 2 rounds of the first half goes all the way up to where they get to 10-8. They get up to 12, and then it was the opposition that was forced to try and battle back from an 8-12 deficit. They got to 11 once again, but they couldn't get over the hump. And the Thunder Dragons, you said at the very beginning, 70% win rate. Maybe it wasn't the same here inside of this match, but it was damn close. Don't drop a map pretty much the entire time they played throughout the tournament. What better way to end it with a grand finals win and a championship?
Yeah, that was an absolutely incredible 2 games there. Unfortunately, not going to be able to go to that decider map, but man, oh man, what else can you ask for? What an amazing comeback if you are the Thunder Dragons from that start of that game. It was going all in favor of Kraken Abyss and then flipped right on its head.
Man, that's heartbreaking too. You have the momentum fully all the way through that first half almost, and then just a little slip at the end gives it to where it's like, well, what do we do now? You get to the timeout, you go 8-8, still doesn't work. And then those gamble stacks at the end that I talked about, it was like, okay, we're going to send 4 on A or we're going to send 4 on B. And it was working for them. That's how they started that comeback. It's just the gamble stacks, they're gambles for a reason. It's because you're not guaranteed to read the site that the other team is going to go to. The one thing that they were able to stick to on the offensive side for the Thunder Dragons was the A site. It had worked time and time and time again for them. They do it on that final round. It's one of those things where you can't fault either team for sticking to what was working for them. It just was better for the Thunder Dragons. And with the momentum that they had in their favor already, it's clear to see why they were able to take it.
Yep, absolutely. And let's see how they were able to take it with a couple of replays from that last match. What an absolutely incredible way to close things out. Kraken Abyss, they had such a great start, but then they just could not close it out. This last round, Trico, I mean, the spray was almost there. The transfer, it was just millimeters away, it felt like, but the timing was just not in his favor. The numbers advantage was all in favor of Kraken Abyss here, and this was kind of like a little bit of a time for Kraken Abyss to really bring it back there. They found their momentum there. And then, well, I mean, it kind of just kept spiraling there. 1v3, the timings just kept falling in favor of them. Thunder Dragons, they could not find their foothold in those last couple of rounds to win it out. But finally, 12-11, and all of a sudden, it felt like Thunder Dragons had just called a great round.
They did. They went straight up through. They got onto the site. You thought maybe for a moment Kaiken was going to be able to find more than maybe just one. He was close to a second. It just didn't come in enough time. And once that final kill eventually came through and ended it off, of course, you heard the crowd going absolutely massive. The sub speakers in here are ridiculous, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys can hear that over the comms or not, but that was insane.
Every little vibration.
But the one thing I will say is for the Battle of Orange County between these two teams, the Thunder Dragons, at least on land here in Orlando, have been able to win that battle. Not sure what it looks like back home, but I'm assuming that this has been something that has been an ongoing rivalry for quite some time. But keep in mind, the incredible resilience and resolve that we saw from these teams to not only get down 8-2, but then have the comeback ability. To get down 8-12 and then come back and almost push us to an overtime. These guys are high schoolers. At the end of the day, we had to remind ourselves, these are high schoolers. These are kids who have not even gotten to that next step in their life where they're figuring out what they want to do yet. They're enjoying this for their passion, they're enjoying this as competitors, and they're enjoying this at the bottom line as friends. So the fact that they were able to have that resolve, where I know people who are grown men the same age as me, who lose one game of Valorant in a comp match, and then they throws off their entire night, for them to be able to do this on a grand final stage is genuinely very tippable.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Just phenomenal performance on both sides of the teams here tonight. I mean, you could not ask for a better series. I mean, we wanted to see the map 3. I think a lot of us did. I mean, Breeze would have been a very much of a fun one to watch. But that will wrap us up here We're going to take a little bit of a break, but do not go anywhere before we can finally and properly crown our ESC Valorant champions. So we'll take a little bit of a break, and we'll be right back with that award ceremony.
Trading can feel high stakes. Not here. Let me explain. When your figs go away, your characters stay. And every trade means new hatches for both players.
Welcome back, everyone. What an amazing match and an amazing day. But before we get to this championship celebration, we want to pause once again to recognize some of the people who helped make this entire week possible. Behind every match, behind every camera, behind every graphic, behind every stage cue, behind every broadcast, there has been Full Sail University students working in key production roles to help bring this esports series championship to life. Their work is a huge part of what makes this event feel special. And recognizing their contributions become one of our favorite traditions and has been by far one of the most favorite moments of my experience here this week. Each year, Full Sail has presented a scholarship to a deserving student who was a part of this amazing production. And this production team, we are honored to continue that tradition this year. To help us with that, please once again welcome Full Sail University's Director of Esports, Sari Caitlin, up to the stage.
Holy Valorant. What a day, what a week, what a weekend. This has been an amazing experience for us, for all of our students, for all of us here. We hope you all have had a really great time as well. It's so awesome to just celebrate the victories with you and just see how much you've grown over the season. Some pretty high level competition seeing amongst this arena today. I'm excited to watch you all continue as you play in college, because I know that you all will, because we're all going to continue our education. Speaking of education, thanks to Valhalla, we are able to provide yet one more student scholarship. And we're going to get this scholarship. I'm going to say we saved the best for last. And I think everybody here will agree with me. And we're going to do this quickly so we can get to these Valorant Awards, because we got some champions to crown. So let's just all say it. Gojimon, why don't you come on stage and get your scholarship? Now, am I talking? Now we're going to bring Scooby and OMS back to the stage to get these champions crowned. Let's do this.
Good job. All right, everybody, welcome back. One last time you have to listen to my voice. You have to look at this duo. This is the last time that you're going to hear us ever say, welcome back to the 2026 Esports Series Championship event.
Yes, the final match of the weekend is complete. And what a way to end ESC 2026.
Seriously, we always know we like to park Valorant at the end. It's one of our hypest games for sure. And it gave us kind of exactly what we were hoping for. It was tense. It was tight. There was strategy, clutch play, smart utility. The hype on the stage was absolute fire. And it went exactly as we had hoped it would.
No, completely. I mean, every round mattered, every call mattered, every player had moments where the match was in their hands. Both teams gave us a grand finals worthy of closing out this amazing weekend.
Before we crown our champions, though, let's hear it one more time for all those Valorant teams competitors out there.
Come on, people. And just while we're at it, let's make some noise for every player, coach, family member, staff member, volunteer, caster, production team member, and sponsor who helped make this whole entire event flawless. We now invite the Esports Series Championship Chief Growth Officer, Brian, back to the stage one last time to recognize our national championship runners-up. Actually, I'm lying. We're going to bring up Andrew. Come on now. Get yourself up here. And Morris.
This team may have finished as the ESC national runners-up in Valorant, but they absolutely earned their place on the stage this weekend.
It is truly an incredible accomplishment. This team showed discipline, skill, composure, and the ability to compete under the brightest lights of the event.
Please join us in congratulating your 2026 Esports Series Championship Valorant National Runners-Up, Kraken Abyss from OC!
As always, each of these players will receive an official ESC National Runner-Up special ribbon recognizing their outstanding season and their place amongst the best competitors in the nation.
Team XPL, Kraken, Abyss, congratulations on an incredible run and an outstanding grand finals.
Yes, my fist bump.
Give
me my fist bump.
Oh wait, I can Thank you, brother. And now, for the final time this weekend, and you know, I'm a little bit heartfelt here. Gotta be honest, a little bit.
I'm feeling it too. I mean,
a little bit.
We're tired.
Yeah.
It's been 4 days.
Yes.
I know, it's been 4 days, but I will say it's probably been 4 of the most fun days I've had in a really long time, honestly.
I can agree to that. So, with that being said, it is now time to crown our ESC national champions.
Coming up to the stage now with the championship rings, again, is going to be the Chief Executive Officer of ESC, Morris Jackson!
Oh my God.
And the Chief Operating Officer, equally exciting, Andrew Altman! Let's go!
Come on now. As we all know, Valorant does not give away anything. Every round has to be earned.
And today, this team earned it round after round after round and after round.
So, ladies and gentlemen, your 2026 Esports Series Championship Valorant National Champions.
From From Orange County, California, the XPL Thunder Dragons! Guys. Peace out. Hey, like this. One more time, make some noise for our Valor National Champions. Our national runners-up and every Valorant competitor who helped us here close out ESC 2026 in championship fashion.
And now, as our final champions take their place in ESC history books, let's all recognize every player who has done the good work to actually get us here, complete across all of our titles. It's all good. No, I was about to say we have.
Come on, Scooby. I know we're tired. Keep it together.
I know. I'm running out of steam. No pun intended with the smoke.
Running out of steam. Well played.
No, but in all seriousness, we do have to congratulate everybody and all the competitors and all of our titles this weekend. Fortnite, Apex Legends, Minecraft, Rocket League, Overwatch, Marvel Rivals, and of course, Valorant. Every one of you helped make this event be something special.
To the families, thank you for supporting these players. To the coaches, thank you for guiding them. To our sponsors, thank you for believing in what we're trying to do here with youth esports. To Full Sail University, thank you for giving us an incredible home for this championship, making this all come to life for us. And every staff member, volunteer caster, production manager, team member, leadership team at ESC, players, everybody. This couldn't happen if every single person hadn't given what they gave.
To just break it down a little bit, 4 days, 7 games, hundreds of competitors, and now our 2026 Esports Series Championship weekend has officially come to a close.
So I think I can say for all of us here, thank you for being part of this incredible weekend. Travel safely, keep competing, and hopefully we'll see you next year.
Good night, everyone.